Pitch. The Blue Jays were down to their last out. And now Toronto leads 2-1. Taz hits one to left, playable for the new left fielder Dalton Varsho, and that's a frustrating night for the Houston Astros. Brilliantly pitched game by Framber Valdez, but they go into the ninth inning, 1 out away, and David Schneider hits one 423 feet to win the game for the Toronto Blue Jays, 2-1.
Yeah, man, that's second win in a row. Went up in smoke last night for the Astros. Framber Valdez was great last night. Framber Valdez was vintage Framber last night. 7 2/3 shutout innings for Framber Valdez. Goes up in smoke. Josh Hader giving up a 2-run home run in the top of the ninth inning with 2 outs. And the Toronto Blue Jays beat the Houston Astros 2-1 last night at Minute Maid Park. Frustrating night for the Stros. That was tough. And this is now 2 games for Josh Hader. Josh Hader, who looked so good in what I guess we could call mop-up duty, his first couple games as an Astro, was striking everybody out. But he gave up that hit to Juan Soto in the last game of the Yankees series to lose that game 4-3. And now last night, the exact thing that you signed Josh Hader for. If I'm Ryan Presley, who came in the 8th inning and was able to get 1 out to get out of the 8th inning, and I'm watching Josh Hader do his thing last night where he's giving up a 2-run bomb. I'm like, hey, man, I could have done that. I could have given up a 2-run home run. As we welcome you in on a Wednesday here, Payne and Pendergast, SportsRadio 610. Great to be with you guys here on a Wednesday morning. Tough one last night over at Minute Maid Park. Not just Josh Hader. It was exacerbated by several base-running gaffes by the Astros throughout the latter part of the game. Jose Altuve getting hit with a ground ball. Jose Altuve getting picked off third in the 8th inning with the Astros up 1-0. We were hoping that was something that wasn't going to come back to haunt the Houston Astros. It turns out it did. And then Jake Myers trying to manufacture a run in the bottom of the 9th inning, trying to steal second, falling flat on his face as he's trying to steal second base and runs the Astros out of an inning. As we welcome you in here on a Wednesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, how you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm pretty miserable, Sean.
Why? Are you
pretty. I don't want to exaggerate or anything, but as miserable as I've felt over a non-death in the family circumstance in a long time. Like anybody, this is worse than anybody. Like a close friend dying, anything. The Astros. Honestly, I'm glad George Springer got to witness that. I'm glad George Springer got to see exactly what has happened to his team as they shamelessly and oh so ironically honored George Springer for him officially getting 10 years of service time. The very organization that screwed George Springer over with his service time at the beginning of his career. I'm glad. Look, you know what? I'm glad they I'm glad they did it. They had it coming to them. You sign a gazillion-dollar closer who can't throw strikes when it matters. Altuve, as much as it pains me, this is what I'm going to start doing, Sean. I would never speak ill of Altuve, but I will speak ill of whichever bastard demon inhabits him when he makes these egregious base running errors. What the hell, Altuve? My God, that was awful last night. Yeah. I actually grabbed the Toronto audio from when he got hit by the pitch in was it the 3rd or the 5th inning, whatever it was.
When he got hit by the ground ball, you mean?
When he hit by the ground ball.
Yeah, that was the 6th inning. 6th inning.
Everything's a blur. When he got hit by the ground ball, and they were incredulous that somebody of his caliber would actually do something so silly. And then 2 innings later, proof
that announcers don't watch film.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, they're watching 162 games a year.
Yeah.
I think that, but then when Altuve got caught lingering between third base and home, it was bad enough in the moment, and it was bad enough upon the first replay in the 8th inning, but after I rewatched it like the 3rd or 4th time, honestly, Sean, why was he still there? Like he was there forever. Yeah. Caught between, it was like 10 seconds that he was standing on third base, on the third baseline, unable to get back. I don't care if he thought it was a pass ball initially. What the hell, Altuve?
Yeah, that's when the version, The different views that you get in a baseball game. The base running was bad. Josh Hader giving up a home run is troubling. All that. But that one, I'll call it the all 22. I'll call it the all 9 in baseball. Like the view from up, like in the press box, that camera shot that had both home plate and third base in the shot, where you could see the whole. You could see from the time the ball left the pitcher's hand through Kirk smothering it to his right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Like Altuve, like what is going on? And I mean, it just goes to show you how great a player Altuve is that we excuse all this stuff because he is a horrendous base runner. That was, dude. That was. I mean, and honestly, I'm feeling it somewhat acutely because I think, and I'm not being selfish here because I think if you're up listening to us right now, it means you get up very early. And if you stayed up and watched that entire game because you were psyched to see the Astros get a close win against the Blue Jays, a little winning streak going, that kind of thing, dude, when they blow a game like that, like they're running around like a bunch of grade schoolers on the base paths, and it wasn't just Hader giving up the home run. I didn't like hearing Espada after the game. Well, it was just one bad pitch. He's nibbling around the plate the whole inning. Like he needed a double play just to get the 2 outs. Like it wasn't one bad pitch. Like he was kind of all over the place. There's a reason there was a guy on base, and it was a 2-run homer.
It looked like he was terrified of Justin Turner.
Yeah,
he wouldn't throw him strike.
Yeah,
what the hell?
There's a reason why there was a guy on base. So here's the thing, Hader. All right, I know we're 6 games in, but welcome to Privilegeville. This is Privilegeville. You are now in the crosshairs. And until further notice, you are in the Jose Abreu crosshairs right now. You pitched in 4 games, and you've blown 2 of them so far. Now, I know aesthetically I watch, and most of the pitches you throw, Hader, look like sheer gold. You look really good until last night. And, yes, you're nibbling around Justin. You're pitching around Justin Turner, of all people. But you pitched in 4 games, and 2 of them you've lost so far. One of them in just excruciating. I can deal with Juan Soto taking a high fastball outside Oppo Field because he's Juan Soto. I can't deal with some glasses-wearing mustachioed rando hitting one 400 feet to left field to win the game. So, Hader, you are in the what the hell were we doing signing you crosshairs until further notice. This is what Privilegeville feels like. You live in Privilegeville now.
David Schneider, I don't know. It felt kind of like one of my
okay.
It felt kind of like one of my mom's boyfriends from the early 1980s. I was cool with that. My mom had pretty good taste in boyfriends. I felt like David Schneider was going to send me out for ice cream so he could, do whatever back while I was at home. And that's what he did. He had his way with my baseball team. Thanks a lot, David Schneider.
He did.
Made a couple nice plays in the outfield, too. So, I mean, like Jake Myers just feeling like he can just run wherever he like. Is he a toddler? Is he a toddler that needs a leash? What? Honestly, stick a freaking leash on these guys. What the hell? Espada spends all off season, all spring training, talking about we got to be smarter base runners.
Well,
to get the fundamentals. These guys look like a drunken little league team.
He did one of the words. One of the words he used a lot was aggressive, and I think that's what they're embracing more now than smart. That is he said we're going to be aggressive on the base paths, and he excused away kind of Myers' decision. I can't excuse away Myers' inability to run. Like, what was that? Like, he just tipped over. Like, he said he got caught kind of in between. Like, he just like if you had to pick one Astro that was going to fall on his face in between the base paths, it's Jake Myers and that face. Absolutely.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you another thing, man. I'm going to tell you another thing about the whole 162 games crew. Yeah. You've played 3.7% of the baseball season now.
Okay. Yep.
3.7% of the baseball. Do all of you at home not give a damn when inflation rises 3.7%?
Good call, Seth.
You're cool. You're cool with 2% inflation, so you must be cool with 5.7% inflation, right? Am I to understand that? Is it cool? Is it cool when all of a sudden your tax rate gets bumped up 3.7%?
All right.
Are we so wealthy? We read that story about Houston being one of the wealthiest nations in the country.
Yeah,
Are we so wealthy now that we don't care about 3.7%?
All right.
It's just no big deal. My God.
So are you panicking?
It's damn near. It's almost. If you round up, Sean, it's 10%.
If you round
10%,
up, it's a positive integer.
Gone already.
It's a positive integer. So you panicked right now, Seth. You panicked.
I'm kind of panicked.
The Bats went to sleep again in a post-10-run game. The Bats were not good last night. They left a lot of guys on base last night. The base running didn't help. So you're kind of panicked. Panic meter 1 to 10.
I'm kind of panicked. My expected stats are at least still helping me with like Jordan. I'm trying to grasp onto those. I feel like Hader, we've seen the upside of Hader. We just have to see if maybe he can settle in and settle down. Maybe when he gets into more familiar places, like out away from Houston. I don't know. Are we going to do this thing again? Is it going to be just, all right, it turns out this is for real. It turns out this home jinx is for real. The Astros are just going to suck at Minute Maid Park.
8-26. 8-26 since August 3rd of last year. 8-26 at home.
Bunch of, they got high on the hog, man. Yeah. High on the hog. A little bit. And this is what bothers me. Again, with Springer in the building. Where the hell does Jake Myers get off being high on the hog? All the Astros' greatest moments you've been around for, you've had your arm in a sling. This is, no. I'm not, like, where the hell does anybody get off acting like, oh, we're just going to cruise our way to another great season after you get embarrassed by the Texas Rangers in the ALCS? Not on my watch. Jim Crane spending the third most in baseball. That's another thing I'm tired of. I'm people tired of trying to blame this on Jim Crane's stinginess. They're spending as much as anybody in baseball other than the idiotic Mets and the awful, evil Yankees. Mm-hmm. Like, they've spent a boatload of money. Yeah. And yet, so there's no excuse. You're not blaming Jim Crane other than the errors that he made. Some of these entitled bastards who are living, yeah.
The era where he was the GM with Bagwell, I do blame him for that. But other than that, he's put the resources out there. Text message, did Soto just Brad Lidge Josh Hader? It's a little early for that. But I'm telling you, like Hader, two out of the four games you've appeared in, you've lost the game for the Astros. So you are in the crosshairs of Privilegeville right now, baby. Welcome to it. This ain't San Diego where you just kind of go to the beach during the day and play baseball at night. We're here to win World Series, man. We can't have you coughing up. You were brought in for situations like that, and you're nibbling around the plate to Justin Turner, and you're giving up home runs to this clown.
What do we call this? Orange privilege?
Orange privilege.
So orange privilege. I feel like somebody might take a political bent on that somehow and think that's like a Trump joke or something. Okay, let's. I don't want to call it blue privilege because then it turns into a Democrat thing. You got to politicize everything these days. Let's call it blue and orange privilege.
Blue and orange privilege. All right.
They've got blue and orange privilege. They don't even understand or realize like all the benefits that have been afforded them, and they're just out there treating it like like a walk in the park.
Yep.
Except a walk in the park in which you get hit by batted balls.
That's right. All right, there's only one thing that can cleanse the palate from last night's game. We'll circle back to the game, don't worry, in headlines at 6:45.
Can we sacrifice a barnyard creature?
There's only one thing. It's not a barnyard creature. C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's the only thing that can cleanse the palate of last night's loss. He was on Kevin Hart's little cold tub podcast that he does right there. He had some interesting things to say about his arrival here in Houston, his relationship with D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud coming up next. Men'sTeaClinic.com. Men's Tea Clinic is where
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
When did the confidence switch? When did that start to settle in during the season? Like, okay, wow, I'm capable of f***ing these guys up on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, it was about like week 4, you know. We played the Steelers at home. It was the first time with a packed crowd at home, and we went crazy. We scored 30 points on one of the top defenses in the league, and that was the moment I was like, man, I can really play in this league, and I don't think nobody can mess with me.
That was C.J. Stroud. He was doing the old cold tub. What's the name of that podcast, Seth?
I don't know. I sent it to you and then didn't watch it.
Yeah.
It's Kevin Hart, and he does interviews with people while they're in a cold tub. This seems to be a burgeoning trend, or I guess already an established trend in internet interviews.
Yeah.
Because the hot ones where people eat hot wings, well, that really good interviewer, I forget what his name is. He's a really good interviewer. I feel like he doesn't need the gimmick of the hot wings, and yet there's something about a little bit of physical discomfort that distracts the guests and maybe gets them to open up a little bit more. This is where, so it's, I don't know, it's Kevin
Cold as
Hart.
balls. I got it. Cold as balls.
Oh, cold as balls.
Cold as balls, yep.
I preferred my suggestion, which was Kevin Hart interviewing guests while both of them are in cold tubs.
That's a good one. Doesn't fit on a T-shirt so good, but it's very descriptive.
Doesn't quite have the same pun, you know.
Very descriptive. Week 4, that matches up with the answer to that very question that I asked C.J. Stroud a week ago at our thing.
Did you put him in a hot tub when you did that?
I did not. I wish I could have.
I mean?
They probably had one. We were at River Oaks Country Club. We could have done it from the sauna, and they could have just put like a webcam in there or something like that. Streamed it.
I feel like there was enough about the natural circumstances there that would have made CJ uncomfortable.
Maybe so.
Basically, yeah.
Maybe so.
There you go. So he said week 4.
Week 4. That was the Steeler game where he tore up the Steelers, hung 30 on a really good Steeler defense. When an offensive line of the Texans that did not have, I don't believe, had Laramie Tunsil, if I remember correctly. Kendrick Green got hurt in that game. That was the jankiest version of the Texans' offensive line all season, and they shut down T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith in that game.
Yeah, it really was. You know what I got to do? Usually in the offseason, I'll go back through and kind of like watch the highlights of each game in succession so I can relive the season and jostle my memory. I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
And this weekend feels like a good place to do it. And, I'm surprised you didn't say the Jacksonville game.
Like every answer I've heard has been some sort of combo of the Jacksonville and Pittsburgh game. You know that
you just started around into that third and fourth game.
Yeah. Well, and CJ himself, that was to me. That was, and we're going to get to more CJ here with Kevin Hart in just a second. He was really good on this podcast. He's good on all his interviews. But that was, I think, the most impressive thing to me about those two games, Seth. Obviously, the fact that they came back from an 0-2 start to the season to really make a couple of statements in those games. But CJ closed those games. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, he had daggers. He had the dagger to Tank Dell in the Jacksonville game, and then he had the dagger to Nico Collins, which was one of the best thrown balls I've ever seen, going over the top of Patrick Peterson there to close out that game. So I think that's what – it wasn't like what the next – 8 games turned into where you're walking a tightrope the whole time and they won some and they lost some. They were up by multiple scores in those games, and instead of letting the teams linger back in, because they did during that 8-game streak or 9-game streak, whatever it was, when all the games came down to the last 30 seconds, there were several of the games in there. Like I think of the Denver game, I think of the Cincinnati game. They were, like, if we were doing expected final score of those games, like how they played over the course, like they dominated most of the 60 minutes in those games. Like the Denver game, if the referee doesn't blow that call on the Desmond King strip sack or strip fumble 6, where he picked it up, scoop and score, that game's a blowout. And instead they kind of let teams hang around a little bit. But that week 3 and week 4, the most impressive thing to me is they didn't do that. They put daggers in the hearts of the Jags and the Steelers in those games.
Yeah.
Let's get some more C.J. Stroud here. Kevin Hart asks him, how were you received? Okay, this is interesting. How were you received early on in the locker room?
What type of reception or warmth did the locker room present to you in those early stages of the season?
I came in just trying to build trust. So, just having dudes over the house, taking them to dinner. And it took for me to play good. Like when you play good, the stuff that you've been trying to say for a while starts to resonate because y'all start winning games. And, winning just gains respect not only in the locker room, but in other locker rooms and other teams. So, that was one way that I gained the respect. It was just building trust.
I wonder, It made me think, I wonder if Bryce Young does any of this stuff that CJ does, but it just doesn't get any attention because they stink.
I feel like there's a lot of Dave and Busters with Bryce
Young.
Hey, you guys want to go play skee ball? Yeah. I think that the other part there, too, where when he talks about how the winning helps and matters, I could see a scenario in which people start being like, I got to go to CJ's house. But it's just, we're 0-9, and I got to go to CJ's house for dinner. It's the last thing in the world I want to do.
Yeah.
Everything feeds into itself. You get the positive snowball effect.
When you're 8-5, it's a whole lot more fun to go to CJ's house with his private chef and have taco night, right?
I wonder, maybe that's the other thing I'll do. Can you put that on my to-do list, Sean?
Sure.
Is this weekend, I gotta go search through the Panthers media stuff and see what has Bryce Young been doing away from the field to forge a bond with his teammates.
Yes. Okay, so
They teach him how to talk to girls, stuff like that. They drive him on his first date, drop him off at the movie theater, all that stuff.
Yes. He's definitely playing video games for sure, Bryce Young, 100%.
Buy beer for him. Yeah.
What was the other thing you needed to do this week? Oh, go back and watch Texans highlights.
I got to watch the highlights of each game.
I've got your list right here. I'm
17 times 15 minutes, whatever that'll take,
A little more C.J. Stroud with Kevin Hart. How do you stay fresh and confident throughout games?
Fresh and confident throughout the game. What's your secret to doing that?
You know, it's a lot of tension in a football game. A lot of you getting hit hard. You might throw an interception. There's a lot of pressure moments. The way I get through that, I just do a lot of breathing exercises. I try to talk it out because I'm the type of person I like to keep things inward and then I'll explode.
Okay.
So knowing that, the way I do it on my own is just breathing.
I like that.
Okay, two
Framber.
things. Yeah, he's Framber.
That's what Framber was. Framber last night.
He was.
Probably got back to his breathing a little bit
That's
more.
right.
You know.
Yep.
Framber was
calm.
incredible last night. We neglected Framber in the first segment.
Well, I blame Josh Hader and Jake Myers and Jose Altuve for that. If they could just run the bases and throw a baseball, then Framber would have gotten an ample amount of attention. I will say this: most of the time, we cut out the question with these cuts. I just love listening to Kevin Hart talk, so we include the questions on these. I like hearing Kevin Hart speak. Do you notice a difference in the tenor and the tone of CJ sitting in a cold tub doing these questions?
A little bit, yeah. It sounds almost like he's abbreviating the words a little bit.
He's very
when
anxious.
You're cold and you're kind of trying to catch your breath a bit.
Yeah.
Why don't we do it? We should start doing this. We can bring a cold tub. I mean, most of our interviews, whenever we do them, we are doing by phone, so I guess we'd have to send a cold. We'll send Ben off to somebody's house to install a cold tub.
Oh, that would be good. Could you do that? Well, when Casario comes on, he could just do it instead of doing it from the studio there at NRG. He can just go down to the cold tubs and do it from there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Or we could do it while he's on the VersaClimber.
And of all the people who probably wouldn't pant and breathe heavily while he's on the VersaClimber, I bet Nick could do the interview from the VersaClimber.
He would be like Ethan Hawke in that movie. Oh. That futuristic movie where okay, if you don't know the one I'm talking about, there's no way I'm going to get to it.
I definitely don't, yeah.
It's this futuristic movie where basically he has to fake being genetically superior, and so he has like a fake heart rate monitor and everything that reads into this monitor, and when he's running on the treadmill, they call him Jerome the metronome because his heart rate never changes. I feel like Casario would be that way naturally.
But in real, for real. Yes, for real.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud, what is Kevin Hart asked him, what's your relationship like with D'Amico Ryans?
I felt a connection with D'Amico when I first got there on I-30 visit, which basically is you go on a visit before the draft, and I can feel his intensity, how much he loved the city of Houston. He played for the Texans, and he really wanted to turn that team around. We've been bad for a couple years.
A couple?
Yeah, just a couple.
It's been a shit show. It's been a shit show for
Not
years.
anymore.
Well, it's great now.
We went farther than the Eagles.
Well, we don't need to talk about that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
No need for us to.
So,
I think it's more just about, the love of the game at this point.
Okay.
I like the fact that CJ doesn't play. When people start poking fun at his team, we've seen that a lot with Ohio State. When people say bad things about Ohio State, he will defend Ohio State. Remember the podcast? I think it was a Pivot podcast that he did where he was going after Fred Taylor.
Oh, yeah. He was
after
torching Fred Taylor about University of Florida.
He wasn't even just defending Ohio State. He's like, where did you go to school? Fred Taylor, Hall of Fame finalist, by the way. Where did you go to school? I went to Florida. And
won a national championship,
by the way.
Right. Yeah.
Fred
actually won one.
Yeah. Fred kind of let it slide a little bit with CJ. CJ was just looking at the last 8 or 10 years of Florida.
Yeah.
And CJ literally did the thing to Fred Taylor. He's like, ugh. He waved his arms. He's like, I'm not even talking to you. Let me talk to Ryan Clark. He went to LSU at least.
Kevin Hart, too. Honestly, all right, Kevin Hart's now made my list. He said a couple years.
Yeah.
Pay attention, bro.
Yeah.
It's like they were not atrocious,
No.
Until 2020.
If we're being fair, it was 3 years, but stop being so literal, man. We're using couple
That's
and
the
colloquial.
bedrock of every comedian, Sean, is to be extremely literal all the time.
Yeah.
That's what makes somebody funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I like seeing CJ get feisty there with that one. It's interesting too. Like he had a great meeting with D'Amico Ryans. He told me he wasn't sure the Texans liked him when the clock was sitting there.
That's right.
And the second overall pick was up. He said, I wasn't even sure they liked me. They liked you. They ended up picking you. Biggest
Maybe they didn't like him though. Maybe they're like, gosh, I wish we had Bryce, but here we go.
Sure is.
Let's do it.
Got a
Go
nice
team.
right arm, I suppose. Okay.
It happens. If anything, that would be a good indication that the Texans are like you gotta have a certain level of humility to where you understand you're going to be wrong a lot in talent evaluation, but still give it your best go.
Yep.
So there you go.
They love him now, that's for sure. The biggest difference between college and the pros. Here's C.J. Stroud.
Man, the play calls are super long. So, like, in college, you get signals. So, like, double right,
yeah.
and we'll go here. Yeah, you know the play.
Double right.
And then we'll throw a bomb or something. In the NFL, all the players in the league know the words can get really lengthy. So, and they're telling you in a microphone, kind of like how we're talking in this. If you mess up the play, you can't execute.
Yeah, I hate that, by the way.
I hate that. That was one of the things, Seth, independent of C.J. Stroud, that was one of the things about the Netflix series Quarterback that you and I enjoy so much, Quarterback, that I gained great respect. I think it was Kirk Cousins who they were following around when he was – it was definitely Kirk Cousins. He was talking about his routine, the mental side of it, and they went deep on that. And that's one of those things, like if you're a regular fan and you just hear about these play calls and you kind of brush it off or whatever, like go watch that and go watch Kirk Cousins and the amount of study that he puts in and how complex the play calls are in this offense.
Yeah. No, but I think, and that's part of it, though, too, that I think people mess up sometimes and they start thinking that it's like some kind of code word discussion when you start talking about the verbiage of an offense. People mistakenly think that it's an intelligence thing when quarterbacks struggle with the verbiage. It is very much like a lyrical skills. It's like a rap battle. It's like you've got a really long and complex play call that you got to spit out while your heart rate's at 130, and some guys just lack the natural ability to do it. And Kirk Cousins, like all week long, it wasn't even about the actual process of the play as much as just actually really spitting the play calls out and understanding what we're calling this week and all of that. And young quarterbacks, especially when you have to deal with that, it can be difficult. It's a challenge. Like that's an entire challenge unto itself. And obviously, like CJ managed it very well. But there are a lot of other like book smart dudes that don't handle. I remember, the Hard Knocks Atlanta, the kid from Cornell, the quarterback from Cornell. I'm blanking on his name. Very, very bright kid. Struggled with the verbiage of the play calls. So that's apparently CJ has some lyrical skills.
He's pretty good at it. Was it Jeff Matthews? Is that who
yes,
it was?
It was Jeff
Matthews, yeah.
Thank you.
Text message, a lot of texts coming in on the Astros. We'll get to them in headlines. Altuve earns excuses. Why does Bregman get a pass? 6 games of zeros from first base and third base so far, and when does the Jake experiment end? This guy must have incriminating photos of somebody. I don't get, like, there's still some people out there that defend Jake Myers, and I just don't get it. He's not a good baseball player to me. Like, I know he had the shoulder injury a few years ago, and he did some good things in the minor leagues. There's been zero evidence that he is a capable Major League Baseball player over the last couple of years. Little spurts here, and he had the one big game, I think, against the Yankees. He had a couple of home runs, but, like, nothing sustainable. And he just does some silly things, man. And last night was bad. It was bad.
Let's see what Altuve's S2 cognition scores were. This is. I feel like maybe
that should be the punishment when you get picked off third. You have to take the S2 test.
The base running cognition test.
That's crazy,
There's
man.
Something there. How could he be everything? Like Altuve's scouting report on the S2 base running test would be awesome at just about everything.
Okay.
Except for this one kind of big thing that you'll learn to ignore. Kind of.
Text in. Can you think of a bigger blind spot for a great player than Jose
Right.
Altuve base running. Is there a...
And we're not talking like Brett Favre likes to text the pictures of his wang type stuff.
Well, if you want to text that,
if
if you want to text that in, that's fine. We'll read them. I'm all for funny answers.
everybody
too.
except Brett Favre is allowed to text in about that.
Right.
So no, honestly, Sean, think of the irony of everything Altuve encompassed in one big giant gaffe of an inning in the eighth inning. They desperately need runs. It's 1-0. I mean, you don't desperately need it at that point. You didn't know that Josh Hader was going to explode. But it's 1-0. Man, it'd be nice to have some insurance runs here. He almost hits a home run.
Yeah.
Gets a beautiful double.
Yeah.
And then botches it. When, as he pointed out, Altuve himself pointed out, you had Yainer Diaz at the plate.
Your hottest
The last
hitter.
thing you need to do in that moment is really push the envelope, and especially push the envelope idiotically.
Yep, absolutely. We'll get to it in headlines. Astros lose last night 2-1 in heartbreaking fashion. We'll get to that and a whole lot more in headlines coming up next here on Payne and Pendergast. But first, I'm talking to you homeowners out there who you've got gutters on your home.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on and hit high in the air, deep to center field. McCormick back, and he will watch this one go. A two-run home run for Davis Schneider on a 1-1 pitch. The Blue Jays were down to their last out, and now Toronto leads 2-1.
Dude, that just hurt, man. And I never completed my thought before. The Astros lose 2-1 last night. Josh Hader gave up a 2-run homer in the top of the ninth inning. The Astros ran themselves out of this game literally with several base running gaffes. 2 by Jose Altuve, one very comical one, dark comedy, from Jake Myers in the ninth inning where he literally fell on his face trying to steal second base. That's not an exaggeration. He literally fell on his face. The pain that I feel, Seth, with this is acute, and I think if you're up early and you're listening to us right now, you feel the same pain, that you watch this entire game and you go until 10 o'clock at night or whatever it is watching this game, and you think you're going to watch a gem here. They're going to win 1-0 and keep this winning streak going.
Framber just nails and doing everything you want him to do. Yeah,
dealt, and then that happens. What you just heard, and it's like I stayed up for this. Go lose 7-1, then I'm not staying up. You know, it's like that old song from that country singer. I shaved my legs for this. You know, it's just a female country singer, obviously. But yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I shaved my legs to stay up and watch you do this, Josh Hader. Come on, man.
Yeah, what the hell, Josh Hader?
Yeah.
Josh Hader, who and honestly was doing well enough in that inning until all of a sudden he got freaked out by Justin Turner or something. Couldn't throw a strike to Justin Turner. And puts him on base, and then squanders the lead, and then oh my God, it was that was frustrating, man. Not like this. Not when you're 1-4.
No.
Not when you've spent the entire offseason or entire spring training talking about getting better fundamentally and being smarter on the base pass. Yes, I know they've been talking about being more aggressive on the base pass. Please, tell me what part of what the hell Altuve was doing on third base in the eighth inning had anything to do with aggression versus just flat out
stupidity.
Classic Altuve making a bad run. Yeah, I don't like to call it stupid, but man, he makes some dumb errors. He called it a stupid error.
Yeah, it's baseball stupid. I'm not saying he's a dumb person. It was a stupid play.
I feel like it. I think you know who I'm going to blame that for, Sean. For those of you who didn't see it, there was the catcher
Alejandro Kirk.
One of my favorite catchers in the world because he's so chubby.
He's
Alejandro Kirk,
extremely chubby, yeah.
Kind of like let the ball get almost past him, but it wasn't a pass ball.
Right.
And then I would say, I don't know, about like 3 hours elapsed as Alejandro Kirk was standing there and clearly holding the ball. And Altuve decided to make a break for it somehow.
Yeah.
So I blame Kyle Tucker because Kyle Tucker earlier stole second base when they hadn't called time, and he kind of ambled his way out.
He tagged up. He tagged up in that inning.
Did it very casually and then stole second. I think Altuve was somehow thinking.
Hey, I'm going to do what Kyle just did. Yeah, it was the same inning.
I'm going to sneak into home base.
You know what? And I hate that heads-up play got buried, that Kyle Tucker tagging up from first base on a pop-out behind home plate got buried because of all the silliness that went on the base pass.
What do I call it? He tagged up, but he did it surreptitiously. It's not a steal.
He tagged up.
Sneaky. I know it's a tag up, but it's a sneaky tag up.
Well, let's come up with a name like we are.
Baseball term for
it. We need something. Here was Josh Hader following the game. Said not the result he wanted.
No one wants to give up 2 runs, especially when you got Framber doing what he's done. Going as long as he did. Done an unbelievable start and just not being able to give him that win. It's unfortunate. That's not what I want to do, is go out there and make mistakes, and the one mistake I made, it paid, so it sucks.
I'm thinking back to the question Kevin Hart asked C.J. Stroud, hey, how did you ingratiate yourself to the locker room when you got there? And I'm thinking, Josh Hader right now is doing the worst job of doing that, ingratiating himself to the clubhouse, coughing up a game to the Yankees, and then Framber, boy, I watched Framber's post-game, where he does it. He's got his translator there with him. Framber did not have a happy look on his face there about that. like Fromber.
Oh, yeah, just a gem of a game.
Yeah, man.
Gets a standing ovation on his way out.
Right. I know wins aren't the most important thing anymore to pitchers. There's advanced stats that really tell the true story. This just didn't. Pitchers still like winning 18 games a year. Yeah.
Yeah, they like it. They know that that's the bling.
Yes.
That's like, even like batting average doesn't matter, but it's still nice.
You're
it's
right.
Like Altuve last year, wanted to be. He wanted to be 300 and 900 on the OPS, but also, maybe not make 478 base running errors. I'm guessing that was part of what he hoped for last year. Josh Hader, yeah, man, it's like Josh Hader just got to prison and everybody found out that what he was in jail for. All right, it's a bad intro, man. Yeah. It's a bad intro.
Yeah.
It's a bad intro.
Yep, not good. Not good at all. Rockets last night. Not good. They lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Not unexpected either. The Timberwolves are a really good team. 113-106, and the Warriors beat the Mavs, probably equally as important. The Golden State Warriors beat the Mavericks. So the Rockets lose a game on the Warriors last night. And so instead of going into Thursday night's game, tomorrow night's game, potentially only down a game in the standings, the Rockets are now down 3 games in the standings, really 4, because a tie with the Warriors for the 10 seed and the play-in goes to the Warriors. So they need to pick up 4 games with 7 games to go. The Warriors have a pretty easy schedule. It's not happening for the Rockets. But as far as the game last night goes, I liked what I saw from a fight standpoint. I mean, they were down. They got up early. They were down in the second half, Seth, for most of the second half, anywhere from like 9 to 13 points. Like the Warriors are just kind of holding them at bay, like arm's length. And then the Rockets went on a 17-3 run to get it to within 1 point at 101-100. And then I said the Warriors earlier. I meant the Timberwolves. Then the Timberwolves went on a little run at the end of the game. They wind up winning by 7. So the Timberwolves stopped kind of messing around with the Rockets and were able to bring the ship into the shore. But I like the fight against a good team on the road. Look, they're not going to make the play-in probably, but the second half of the season has been very, very positive for the Houston Rockets.
Look, and hey, what do you know? Sometimes when you're trying to go all small ball, a backup center can be kind of a headache. Yeah. Like Naz Reid might have solidified his 6th Man of the Year award is a dude filling in for Karl Anthony Towns against a team that like, hey, we're going to ride this thing all the way to glory. We don't need no stinking big man.
Dude.
Yeah, all right, good luck with that.
They're the Oppo Rockets. I know Karl Anthony Towns is hurt, but Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert, like they are a big freaking basketball team. Ime Udoka, Western Conference Coach of the Month for the month of March. Here's Ime Udoka on winning the award.
It's an honor, obviously, and like I said, all those things shed light on the team and what they're doing. But more importantly, I like to look at the guys on the court and what they're doing, and felt Jalen, should have got Player of the Month, and probably should have got Rookie of the Month in my opinion. So they're the guys doing it on the court, putting the streak together. They're just making adjustments when guys are out and stepping there, increasing their level. And so, wish they would have gotten more so than me, honestly.
You mentioned small ball. The irony in all this. The last time a Houston Rockets head coach won Western Conference Coach of the Month, Mike D'Antoni, February of 2020, the month that they made the Robert Covington trade and got rid of Clint Capella, the small ball month, when they were at the sugar high of small ball for about a month, right?
If you get it, it's everybody's favorite thing. It is. That's what it is. It's a sugar high.
Yeah.
It's like a sugar or any type of street drug, really. We're like, wow, this guy's so productive. When the guy shows up, wow, Seth, you got so productive this month. Yeah. It's crazy. I just been reading a lot of self-help books. Yeah. Hey, you got to keep your eye on the prize. You got to go for it, It's just got to... Hey, so what's up? You want to do something tonight?
Keep rubbing your nose, man. Why keep rubbing your nose? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines for the day. Rockets lose, Astros lose. This has been a bad 4 or 5 days for you.
I'm so angry right now.
Well, to save it, because you're about to get angrier in this next segment, we're going to relive how you run yourself out of a win against the Toronto Blue Jays last night. The inexcusable things happening, and I'm not even talking about Josh Hader giving up a home run. That happens. The stuff going on the base paths last night, my God. We're going to relive some of that coming up next. But I want you guys right now to, I'm talking to you that wear glasses and contacts and have given some casual
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on and hit high in the air, deep to center field. McCormick back, and he will watch this one go. A two-run home run for Davis Schneider on a 1-1 pitch. The Blue Jays were down to their last out. And now Toronto leads 2-1. Taz hits one to left, playable for the new left fielder Dalton Varsho, and that's a frustrating night for the Houston Astros. Brilliantly pitched game by Framber Valdez, but they go into the ninth inning, 1 out away, and Davis Schneider hits one 423 feet to win the game for the Toronto Blue Jays, 2-1.
Yeah, that was tough, man. David Schneider last night, home run, 2-run home run. Josh Hader kind of messing around with Justin Turner, their DH, the prior at-bat. Josh Hader came in and was able to he got a double play to get out of a little bit of trouble to start the inning. But he was pitching around. Now, the one thing I will say about Justin Turner, he was 3 for 3 last night. But you're Josh Hader, man. You're the top closer in the business. Like don't be messing around, nibbling around the strike zone. Put him on with a walk, and then David Schneider launches one, almost hits the train guy. Almost hits the engineer of the orange train out there in left field. That was tough, man. That was a tough loss last night. It was exacerbated
so bad
by a ton of base running. Are you watching this? Are you watching the?
I'm watching. No, Awful Announcing has a thread. I was trying to find the replay of the Jake Myers caught stealing specifically, but it was the timeline of it is so crazy. So, like, just to take you through the end of the 8th inning. Bregman pops up to Alejandro Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Then, when returning from commercial after the pitching change, Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez realized that Kyle Tucker was on second base. This was on the Astros broadcast showed Kyle Tucker getting there. Or at least I don't remember.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Kyle Tucker was on first, and when Kirk caught Bregman's pop-up behind home plate, nobody on the Blue Jays is paying attention or covering a base. So Tucker tags up and goes to second on a pop-up.
So I wish I'd been watching the Blue Jays broadcast because it sounds like they were catching up to everything, basically.
During the break?
They came back from break, and they're like, wait a second, wait, Tucker's on second base, what the hell happened? And then while they're reviewing that play, that's when Altuve got picked off at third after weirdly just loitering and then deciding he was going to try to steal home while the catcher was literally standing on home plate with the ball in his hands. So they had to catch up to that too.
It was the
weirdest. It was the weirdest sequence of events of just like in a bad game by Altuve because Altuve got hit by a batted ball on his way to third. It was awful. It was awful.
It was bad. It was really bad. So let's relive some of the badness. Let's get you caught up. Let's get you caught up on the times last night where the Astros looked like a bad Little League team. And I'm not even talking about the home run that Hader gave up. Guys give up home runs. It happens. I don't like that Josh Hader has now blown 2 games for the Astros of the 4 that he's appeared in. He has yet to get a save. He has been infected by the rest of this bullpen that has a over 7 ERA right now in 17 innings pitched, and they've given up a batting average of 309 so far. Josh Hader is not the beacon of light that is going to pull this, at least not right now, that's going to pull this bullpen out of the morass that it's in. But let's relive. Okay, so there were 3 horrific base running things that happened, and 2 of them were Jose Altuve, and I feel horrible because he's the only reason they were on the scoreboard in that game. He hit a home run earlier in the game. The one run they scored was a Jose Altuve home run. His hitting stats are excellent this year. He's got an OPS of he's hitting the ball fine right now. But in the 6th inning, Barrios is still pitching for the Blue Jays, and you've got Altuve on second. Tucker reached first on a catcher's interference, so you got first and second with 2 out, and Bregman got credit for a single on this play.
Yeah.
You get credit for an infield single because Altuve, running from second to third, got hit with the ground ball that Bregman batted.
Broken back towards third, hits Altuve, and that will end the inning.
Okay.
Altuve did not get out of the way of that. Came an automatic out when the ball hit Jose.
And it wasn't hard to get out of the way. Like it wasn't a screaming line drive.
Yeah.
It was like
it
a
wasn't
dribbler.
like he got caught or it wasn't. It was nothing.
There was no excuse you could make for it. It just wasn't. It was one of these Altuve things that happens, and you're just left wondering, wow, man, what is it with him that he does these things? Certainly, you wouldn't do it 2 innings later, but gosh, yeah.
Now you had mentioned the Toronto broadcast, which you caught wind of, yeah.
I was looking for highlights of these various gaffes, and the Toronto feed came up, and it's funny that this was such a surprise to them.
Hit to the left side, and it hits Altuve, so he's out.
Wow. That is amazing. A player of his stature somehow lost sight of the baseball and runs into the ball.
No. We're not going to do this. No, the player of his stature. A player of his stature at everything except running the bases. Running the bases, he is the least aware 6-year-old in T-ball.
Except that, I mean, he's 100% correct. It is. That's the funny thing about it is it's a player of his stature making errors like this over and over again, year after year after year.
Yeah.
He is, and now, now that he's an Astro for life, like we've signed on for this. Altuve's doing the equivalent of telling the same story over and over again to his grandkids. You got to hide the keys from Altuve so he doesn't go off driving in his car. And you've got to live through these various base running gaffes.
Oh, my God. All right, so let's fast forward. So Altuve, base running gaff number 1. I just think, Seth, I honestly, I don't think he could decide whether to let the ball dribble in front of him or, go through his legs. And he got caught in between and just bounced off his leg. That's the only thing I can come up with.
He was trying to let it. He was going to let it thread between his legs like some fancy ball handling or something.
Maybe getting a little showy. Yeah, exactly. All right, so bottom of the eighth. Here goes Altuve again. We mentioned it. You have Tucker on second, Altuve on third, and you have Yainer Diaz up at the plate. And that we cannot minimize this. Yainer Diaz and Jeremy Pena are the 2 hottest hitters on this team right now. And you have Yainer Diaz up with runners on second and third and 2 outs. And Altuve takes the bat out of Yainer's hands by doing this.
Good take. That's one that Yainer's flared. Oh, Altuve picked off third. Altuve was off the bag at third base too far, and he gets thrown out to end the inning. That is a big mistake to end the 8th.
A colossal mistake, a huge mistake. And to Altuve's credit, he owned it after the game.
I just was trying to make something happen. I know, after you made that kind of play, and you just say to yourself, what are you doing? Wrong situation right now. Diaz, probably our best hitter right now, was on the home plate, so, I think that's a big mistake by me right now.
When
was that again?
Okay, I got to say this, though, Altuve. That was a big mistake if Jake Marisnick was at the plate. It was like there's no... Yeah. It didn't make any... It wasn't aggressive. It might have come from an aggressive mindset,
but there was no element there of anything that had happened that suggested he should be where he was in that moment, including even if he errantly thought that it had been a passed ball, it was way past that point.
Yeah.
Alejandro was holding onto the ball, standing like almost on home plate when he started the chicanery. I don't know what the hell was going on there.
It was dumb. Altuve, you're not a dumb person, but you do dumb things on the base paths, okay? All right, so there never should have been a bottom of the ninth, really. Josh Hader gives up a home run. He was brought in to do things like, not give up home runs in the top of the ninth inning to the Blue Jays, but he did. So they're trailing 2-1. And so Jake Myers was in pinch running in the bottom of the ninth. You had Yainer Diaz reached on an infield single, and they gave him credit for an infield single. A shortstop Bo Bichette threw the ball away. They gave him credit for an infield single. So they bring in Jake Myers to run for Yainer Diaz, which Yainer moves pretty well for a catcher. I will say that. You lose your DH when you do that. He was the DH last night. Caratini was the catcher last night. So. But I get it, Jake Myers, speedster. You're trying to score the tying run. You'll figure out the rest later. Jake Myers is on first base, and Jose Abreu struck out. So you've got Myers on first and one out, and then this happens.
There goes Myers. Pitches taken for a strike. Myers falls down. He fell down trying to steal a base, and he will be out of the baseline for out number 2. Jake was trying to steal and never got to second because he fell down. That is 2 base runners making costly mistakes on the bases in the last 2 innings.
Like not costly, dude. Like that costly doesn't even begin to describe it. Like Jake and as soon as you hear Myers is going, and then you see the throw down to second, and Myers is nowhere to be seen in the shot, like in the camera shot, I'm like, oh, God, what happened? What did Jake do this time? And it was the worst thing that could happen. He forgot how to run. Like, he's running, and he literally just tips over on his face. Here was Jake Myers trying to explain away what happened.
A little combination of both because he slid step to the plate. But at that point, I was taken off, so it was in between, I would say, and I screwed it up.
It doesn't help that he's got that dopey look on his face all the time either. He just looks like someone is about to fall over on the base paths.
The crazy thing about this too is in looking for the low light of this play, it's curiously not on the Astros account, at least that I could see. Right. But I just Googled Jake Myers caught stealing, and from May 10th, 2017, Jake Myers had not been caught stealing this season entering tonight's game. He was thrown out attempting to steal second against the Creighton Blue Jays.
Wow. Irony, thy name is Myers. Blue Jays,
I wonder if that was something about it. Maybe like that memory from 7 years ago crept into his subconscious and it made him stumble in that moment.
Maybe.
I'm not giving him a pass on it.
No.
I'm not going to let the ghosts of Creighton baseball
You got to be stronger
ruin my
than that.
evening.
Right, you got to be ghosts of Creighton baseball.
Would that have been in the College World Series?
Well, it's played in Omaha where Creighton is located, but it was probably, if it was Nebraska versus Creighton, it was probably.
That's what I had it in my head. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yep.
I think that, I'll tell you what, Sean, there's something going on. There's something going on with Minute Maid Park. I'm not writing this off to small sample size or anything else like this anymore. All that crap last night, the way the relievers have just continually soiled the bed. You can't let them. You got to get them rubber sheets at this point.
Yeah.
They gotta run radioactive tests or something there at Minute Maid. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's not right.
There's a theory on the text page that this is the Astros' way to protest Minute Maid Park and get a new stadium. We're just going to lose a bunch of games there.
You know what, though, by the way? Is that we're getting a bunch of Kansas City texts this morning. And I think it was there's some people complaining about the Chiefs players complaining about the locker room.
No. They're complaining.
Oh, okay.
No, the Kansas City, they lost the vote for renovating Arrowhead Stadium. So there's all kinds of concern the Chiefs are going to move.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're getting a bunch of texts on our so for those of you who don't know this saga, Kansas City's sports station, the Chief station is called
like 610 Sports Radio or
Right.
something. And somehow, through some quirk of Missourians not understanding how to use the internet, we end up getting texts from their station all the time.
You know what?
And it's weird.
I wonder if they get texts from our station. I'm gonna hit the host of their show up there and see if they get any Houston texts. And if the answer is no, then I'm gonna claim intelligence victory over Kansas City for Houston.
The thought I had last night when I was trying to figure out what the hell could be wrong with the Astros right now, not good looking. It's not like I'm talking about Jordan or anything. Like, that's just typical. Jordan's hitting the ball well and everything. His numbers, it'll catch out. I'm talking about the fact that guys like Josh Hader are just completely dropping the ball. Or these, even by Altuve standards, 2 of those base running errors in the course of 2-3 innings.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of extreme. And I thought back to an April Fool's Day prank that my college newspaper ran one day, and it was a pretty good one. This was back when you could catch people on April Fool's Day. It was on the front page of the sports section. They had a picture of our running back, Pat Fitzpatrick, who's from Cleveland Heights, Ohio.
All right.
Kelsey's.
Yeah.
And, so Pat Fitzpatrick, I don't know when they got the shot, but it was him laying on the ground on the practice field. And the headline was that the super collider that they were building, which was true, this particle collider that they were building underneath the practice field was starting to basically take down the football players in a bunch of mysterious
Oh,
ways.
really?
Yeah.
People fell for it?
Yeah. I fell for it. I was worried about Pat.
Is there a more Ivy League running back name than Pat Fitzpatrick?
Hey, he was blue collar.
Not
man.
many. I'm guessing he was. I'm guessing he was blue collar.
Yeah.
Guessing he was first in, last to leave. Coach's son.
No. I mean, he's literally blue collar. Like he was like, yeah.
Okay,
he was like, he was like literally a blue collar dude. Okay. Like his dad owned I think he owned a plumbing company or something.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
yeah.
I thought you meant metaphorically.
Which is like, I don't know. What do you do if you own the plumbing company? You're not really blue collar anymore, are you?
Well, if you came up through the ranks of if you started that company by being a single plumber in a van, then hell yeah, you're blue collar.
Yeah. So,
I don't care that you're the owner now.
Kids, I'm not even joking here. Sometimes when I give the kids advice, I'm being sarcastic.
You're about to give some great advice here. Listen to him.
Trades.
Yes.
The trades are where it is at, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Dude, you might turn your nose up, literally and figuratively, at being a plumber. Be a good plumber.
Yes.
You will bank.
You will. You will bank.
And your son will have to play above a super collider.
You will. And then a day later go, gotcha! Waka waka, April Fool's. He's not
Particle
dead.
accelerator, whatever it's called. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. All right, the Texans.
It's an electron positron collider.
There you go. Okay, good. I was wondering. I was going to look it up.
I know you didn't want to. Well, actually, me.
right.
Seth, wasn't it actually?
I definitely did not want to on that one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans thoughts. Jordan, who's one of the really good Texans follow. He had 5 draft trends under Nick Caserio. The 3 drafts that Nick Casario's had, 5 trends. Are these
very
trends?
Interesting.
It was very interesting, and especially considering the draft's coming up in 3 weeks. Are these real, or are they coincidence? We will run through the draft history of one Nicholas Caserio coming up next.
Hey, you know what's very, very real is the value of having good home.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Hey, just to put a bow for now on the Astros blowing that game last night, hilarious tweet from our friend Jackie Goss about Jake Myers, who stumbled and fell on his face in between first and second base trying to steal second in the bottom of the ninth inning last night. I kind of like this idea. I don't know if this is a joke or serious, but I think it's a good idea. Here's Jackie's tweet. Myers should have been forced to lay where he fell until the next game as punishment. He should be asleep there right now. I like that. You know, Altuve's got enough pelts on the wall to where he can make base running mistakes. I mean, it doesn't make him any less infuriating in the moment, but
yeah,
Altuve's done enough. Like the balance sheet on Jose Altuve, we don't need to go through it. We know what it is. Jake Myers, dude, you cannot be falling down untouched, nobody near you, like just falling down in between first and second base. So you can't do that.
I wonder, you know what, Sean? That's funny because you know what you don't hear a lot about in pro sports is guys having to run bleachers because of mistakes or disciplinary. I would rather, honestly, if I were an NFL owner, I would tell my coach, listen, no more of this fine nonsense. These guys are going to run bleachers.
Yeah.
Okay, not bleachers, but stadium steps. We're going to call them stadium steps. And that's one thing I used to do as a player that I used to love, and it was weird. I always weird to, like in the offseason when I was on my own, I'd go out and I'd run, like, I'd call it running bleachers, even though I'm running up the stadium steps at NRG/Reliant. And it was fun. It was like, it felt like a throwback.
Fun?
And yet, I don't know, people feel like they're too good for it or something.
Fun. It was fun, huh?
It's fun, yeah, when nobody's timing you or anything.
I guess.
You don't have to go until you vomit or hope that you die.
Well, and then
hope that you die is the worst place to be. Usually you're hoping you pass out, but if you die, then whatever. You just want it to be done.
I like Jackie's suggestion. I like that he should be asleep there until the next game. Like, and I mean, like through
he
warm-ups.
Sleep on a cot out there.
Yeah. Like
and then he should have to get up early, and then the only way he's released from that spot is he has to help the grounds crew out.
I like it.
You know?
I like it.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's when he would learn truly what it means to be a ball player.
That's right. That's right.
And it'd be a good movie.
That would for sure prevent him from ever falling down again. Jake Myers.
Next time he does it, I'm going to rub his nose in it.
You should.
I'm going to go out there and I'm going to just like use it. And they'll be like, Seth, dogs don't understand that. That's just abuse. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Oh, you thought I was going to accomplish that? I want to abuse him.
Right.
That's what I'm doing.
Yep.
I'm abusing this dog right now.
Dog named Jake.
Talking about Jake Myers, everybody. Don't get all bent out of shape. I'm talking about a human being, not a dog.
Yeah.
Get canceled for talking about that with a dog.
There is a country song about a dog named Jake called Feed Jake by some band, I think. And it's a country song where they, if I die before I wake, feed Jake.
Oh, feed Jake, that's
He's been a good dog, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good song.
That should be Jake Myers' walk-up music.
If I die before I wake.
Feed Jake. He's been a good dog. My best friend. All right, let's get to Nick Caserio.
Sawyer Brown, by the way.
Is it Sawyer Brown? Okay. At Texans.
Or it's Pirates of the Mississippi.
Okay, I knew it wasn't. I was a big Sawyer Brown fan back then. Pirates of the Mississippi. There you go. It could have been both of them. They love to.
Well,
swap
one
songs.
of them covered the other at some point.
Yeah. That's country music for you. At Texans_thoughts, our friend Jordan on Twitter. 5 major trends under Nick Caserio. Seth, I'm going to read these trends. You tell me if these are real or if they are merely coincidence. This is a big one. This has been pointed out many times. Number 1, Nick Caserio's drafted 23 players. Jordan says all 23 have been from Power 5 schools. I'll make one distinction. This is maybe actually. Tank Dell was at U of H before they were a Power 5 school.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I think they're Power 5 now, but I think the point remains, even if it were 22 of 23, the outliers Tank Dell.
It's a pretty strong trend, but I think that is worth noting that it's a trend. I'm going through like a consensus big board right now, and in the top 60 picks, I see actually in the top 64 picks, I've only counted 3 guys from non-Power 5 conferences.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're calling the Pac-12 these days, but otherwise, I don't know exactly how much of a trend that is. I mean, the vast majority of guys who do get drafted come from Power 5 conferences. But I wouldn't necessarily rule it out that they might take a guy from like Marshawn Nealand from Western Michigan or somebody like that.
Yeah.
But it's possible.
Yeah.
There's a bias against them.
I think when something's 23 for 23, there's something there. Like I don't think
22 for 23.
Yeah, 22.
No, because honestly, I'll be honest, because like if this theory is that okay, you want to see guys who have played against like a hard schedule all season long, big time competition. It doesn't matter that U of H is now in the Big 12, so it hasn't been 100% this trend.
Yeah, but still 22 of 23 is still pretty substantial. Even if it's if it's one, like that's my guess is that's a higher percentage than any other team in the NFL.
Is that a bit of a surprise that that's how it's been? Because like the Patriots like small school guys.
Yeah.
That have had done really well with some small school guys.
I think it does make it a little surprising, and it does make me think that maybe Nick has a preference. And I think, and you and I both know this. Like Nick's done a lot of things different than they did at the Patriots, and maybe this is one of them.
Right.
This next one, number 2, since Nick Caserio got here, 57% of the players they've drafted have been team captains, 13 of 23. That number increased to 8 out of 9 in D'Amico's first season, meaning perhaps that they already like team captains, more than half the guys they drafted. But, boy, with D'Amico in the building, that whole person-over-player thing that D'Amico espouses so much, there may be something real to that.
You know how I feel about that, Sean, which is that I love having team captains on your team too. But if you're going to have all those team captains, like at some point it's nice to have somebody that they can lead. You don't need a bunch of guys that don't need leadership on the team. Having a bunch of team captain type dudes allows you to bring in a few knuckleheads. Mm-hmm. So like if you're drafting all these team captains, like, oh, that's great. I got a bunch of guys that I'd be cool with dating my sister. That's awesome. Use those guys to bring in a few guys that I totally don't want dating my sister.
Yeah.
Be like part of their job is to keep them away from my sister. Get them to play football, get them to not make base running errors, and then also get them to not date my sister.
Do you think there's something to this, or is it a coincidence, especially with the trend really upping with D'Amico in the building?
No, I think there's definitely something to that. Yeah. Again, I would go. I'd like to see exactly what it is with other teams, because just like it is with draft picks coming from, like most draft picks come from Power 5 conferences. Yeah. Likewise, I'm guessing most draft picks are also likely to have been college captains just because they're good football players.
They're good players, yeah. All right, we'll maybe try to get 8 of 9 in this last draft class were captains. We'll save it.
Who was the one? Yeah, no, okay, yeah, we can try to figure out who was the one who wasn't a captain.
We'll figure it out later. I want to make sure we get these in. Number 3. The Texans, again, these are trends of Nick Caserio drafting his first 3 drafts. Texans value game speed over testing speed. Their players they've drafted over the last 3 years have scored 31st out of 32 teams in what they call the relative athletic score, which is basically just some big gumbo of all the combine and pro day, drills and stuff like that.
Yeah, I could see that. And Nick's kind of alluded to that without saying it specifically outright. I mean, you get the sense that he cares a lot more about the GPS stuff. In some ways, I think that, like the Senior Bowl has those stats like of guys right up against other. And I'm cool with that. I think that's exactly what you should do. I worry about it sometimes, like with Henry To'oTo'o. Man, I don't know what his GPS scores looked like and how much better they were than his testing scores, because he didn't test great at the combine. But you see him on a football field, and man, like he doesn't. Last year, he just did not look as athletic as you want your linebackers to be.
Yep.
So that's one specific instance, but I don't know if it's something that I'd prefer to go with guys that have awesome GPS scores and also awesome testing scores. Let's go for both. Okay.
That would be good. That would be good. Yeah. Why eliminate one? Number 4. Trends under Nick Caserio. And this one is going to sound a little surprising to people, I think. But Nick Caserio has actually had a trend of avoiding injury risk with his draft picks. The 23 picks, only 3 of the 23 players he picked dealt with major or multiple injuries in college. Oh. I think it feels like more because 2 of those are Derek Stingley Jr. and Kenyon Green. And I'll go a step further. The third one is John Mechie. So 3 of the top 4 guys you took in a super pivotal draft, major injury issues.
Boy, you know what this feels like, Sean? This feels like when a good kid, for whatever reason, maybe because he's goaded on by his friends, decides to shoplift. And it's like that's the only wrong thing he's ever done in his life, and he gets caught.
Yes.
And like all of a sudden now he's got a mark on him, like he's a bad kid because he tried to steal some Skittles because his friends talked him into it. That's Nick. Nick got caught with a Skittles in his left hand and a Snickers in his right. One like a Stingley flavored Skittles and Kenyon Green candy bar.
Yep.
And he got busted for it.
A Mechie Charleston chew tucked down his pants.
I like to leave Mechie out of this because that's a whole different category.
No, but he had an ACL. He had an ACL.
I know.
Okay.
But then, like, it's a big. But then it turned into like. Cancer has been the issue since then.
No, but all we're talking about is the propensity to take somebody who has an injury issue. We're not talking about how they did afterwards.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, because with Stingley and Green and all three of those guys, those are the three guys that he took that had major injury issues.
Right.
And then they've all had health issues afterwards.
Right.
But like the two that have been specifically injury, like orthopedic stuff, are Stingley and Green.
No, that's fair. I mean, you and I are talking about two different things, I think. But yeah, like that's but yeah, your analogy
Sean,
is
I'm not going to sit here and let you make fun of cancer patients. I know that's what you're trying to do here.
I was going to compliment you on that analogy. I take it all back. That analogy sucked.
You're like, hey, Seth, I got this bit. I got this bit I want to do. We're going to...
Guy really liked that cancer joke. No, he was screaming you. He had cancer. Seinfeld. All right, last one. Trends from Nick Caserio in the draft. This one, okay, of all the five, this one is the one that doesn't hold a ton of water with me because I feel like there's a correlation with the previous one. Dominance at a young age. Drafting guys who were dominant, who were precocious, I guess we'll call it. Four first-round picks were all underclassmen. I think that a lot of that's a function of how high they're drafting. 3 of the 4 first-round picks were 5 stars coming out of high school. Only 3 of the 23 guys they drafted were 2 stars or lower. And then it's all well and good. This feels like more than anything a correlation to the Power 5 thing. If you're drafting all Power 5 guys, 95% of the Power 5 guys were something above a 2-star, and a lot of the really good ones were 5 stars. You know
where this comes back though, too, Sean. I might have to DM Jordan about this so he can extend it further. Remember at one point, the Texans had all their quarterbacks on the roster were like the number 1 QB recruit out of high school.
Yeah.
So like I do wonder if there is something with it, maybe even on the backside of things where you're getting. So Davis Mills was one, obviously he got drafted, but like Jeff Driscoll was one.
Thank you.
And like I wonder if there. And who was the other one that I'm missing?
Kyle Allen.
Yep. Yeah, like I wonder if there's some part where they think like, look, we're not spending anything for this guy.
Yeah.
There's some upside here that perhaps just wasn't tapped into somewhere along the way. So let's just bring him on in and we'll see. Kind of like what they're doing with their first round defensive backs right now. Like, okay, we got Okudah and Henderson. They're both very physically gifted. Maybe there's just something that wasn't tapped into and we can find that. And it's a pretty relatively low risk way of trying to find the upside in this, guys. But yeah, at one point, the Texans had like 3 years worth of number 1 QB recruit, high school QB recruits.
Number 1, yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got a text from our friend Coach Middle Screen here. Y'all should bang out the new Field Yates 2-round mock. It smacks. You know what? We'll apply these Caserio rules. Middle Screen, your request is granted. If it smacks, I got to go look at it. It's a banger, this 2-round mock draft.
I'm just glad. I thought for sure when you said Middle Screen, there were going to be like 3 cancer jokes.
No.
So, okay, I'm glad. Good job. Good job.
No, there will be. He texted this before that. Yeah, so we'll get to that. We'll do that coming up next. Who does Field Yates?
Save your angry Nobody had better cancer jokes than my dad as he was dying of cancer.
So
save me your sob story about how you've suffered, okay?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that coming up next. But first, have you downloaded the Prize Picks app?
People.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. All right, by recommendation of our friend Coach Middle Screen, Field Yates, 2-round mock, said that it smacks. Middle Screen said it smacks. So we'll be the judge of that. That's the thing nowadays is that, because the Texans don't have a first-round pick, the only mockaroos we get to do are multi-rounders, you know?
Mockaroos. Remember the Great Space Coaster?
I do.
The Howdy Buckaroos?
Yeah.
Was that on the Great Space Coaster, or was that something different?
I don't remember it on the Great Space Coaster, but yeah, I don't know.
It's taken me away. You know, I hadn't logged into ESPN.com in at least 37 minutes, so they're making me log in again, Sean.
Brutal.
I tell you what, ESPN.com and the Chronicle are two of the most damn just hyper-vigilant online entities that do not want you to get your money's worth out of their website.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I just did this recently, but I'll log in again before I can read the content I paid way too much.
The Athletic does it, but they make it super easy. All you gotta do is click login, and boom, you're right to the article that you want. So yeah, I'm okay with it. Just make it easy to do. ESPN makes you go through like 4 steps. Like you got to get a code emailed to you and then put it in. And
and a lot of times you end up on that death loop of like, it says you're logged in, and then it sends you to a page where you have to log in again.
Yes.
Like you're freaking Disney.
Right.
How have you not figured this out?
That's right.
You make your living off of turnstiles. And then I guess that's what it is.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, more times we can get them to go through the turnstile.
You know what
There we
people
go.
really like? Turnstiles.
Turnstiles.
You know how we know? 5 million people go through them at Disney World every year. Yeah.
I'm locked and loaded, Sean. I'm in the. I've gained entry into the sacred place.
Okay, you're good. You're in. All right. So
Ooh, and I like this mock draft. This
you do?
does slap.
Okay, it does smack.
Yeah.
No, it smacks. Yeah. Smacks and slaps. And bangs.
Slap yo mama.
Yeah. All right, you ready? Let's do this here. The Texans are picking 42 and 59th overall in this draft. Field Yates does do trades in here, but the Texans are staying put. I don't know that that's going to necessarily happen in real life, but in Field Yates' little fantasy world, it is happening. Ben, thank you. The 42nd overall pick in the Field Yates 2.0 mock draft, the Houston Texans select Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois, which is this is lower from where a lot of the experts have Johnny Newton, defensive tackle from Illinois, going.
Yeah, this would have Johnny Newton falling quite a bit from down in the, there was skepticism that he would even necessarily fall to 23.
That's right.
When the Texans had the 23rd overall pick. So if you were somebody that was hoping that he would fall to number 23, if he falls to number 42, then you got to be super amped. I like Johnny Newton a lot. I think he doesn't have ideal size. It's like almost every non-Tavondre Sweat amongst the top defensive tackles is a guy that lacks ideal size.
Yeah.
So you look at him and you say, all right, well, he could end up being all-pro, or he could end up being, even I'll say he could be Malik Collins. But like, this is where, and that's not an insult. Malik Collins is a fine enough football player, but he obviously wasn't the physical presence that D'Amico was looking for, because they wanted Eric Armstead, who's got more of a physical presence.
Yep.
That's why I wonder whether any of these guys, like the Chris Jenkins or the Johnny Newtons or the guys that might be available in the second round, are exactly who the Texans would want to draft. Like I've got huge reservations about Tavondre Sweat's endurance because of his body weight, but I think he brings a physicality to him that none of these other guys have.
The next few players taken, you tell me, Seth, if any. I'll list the next 4 players taken after Johnny Newton. Tell me if you would have liked any of these more than Johnny Newton at 42. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the cornerback from Alabama. Patrick Paul, the tackle from Houston.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, cornerback from Georgia. And Ladd McConkey, who goes to the Colts with the 46th pick overall, the wide receiver.
That pisses me off.
Yeah.
That's a high chance in that scenario of, you see?
Yep.
You could have had him.
Big time.
What are you doing, Nick? You could have had
Big
Ladd
time.
McConkey.
Yep.
Don't just call him a white slot receiver. He's so much more.
That's right.
That's his motto in the draft. It's Ladd McConkey. Don't just call him a white slot receiver.
Right.
He's way more versatile than that.
Good slogan. Yes.
He really He's not just a white slot
won't
receiver.
be polarizing at all.
Yeah. No, I think Shane Steichen would do really good things for him.
Yes.
In that scenario, as much as I like Johnny Newton, because Johnny Newton, like he plays like a linebacker almost in terms of his football IQ.
Yeah.
He's just got a really good feel for just when to shed, like where the flow of the play is going, all that stuff. I really like him a lot, but we've been pretty damn aggressive defensively in free agency. I think Ladd McConkey's the guy if he's still there. I
think that would get the fans excited, mostly because it's a skill position. There's highlight reels, there's sizzle reels for all these players. But man, McConkey's sizzle reel really sizzles.
He likes to block too.
He does, and that matters. Yeah, and that matters. I would say before we get to pick number 59, I would think that similar to a wide receiver getting drafted by the Texans is going to be super excited about going to play with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I would because as a rookie, they're like, okay, I'm going to go somewhere where I'm going to catch some balls. I'm set up to succeed. You get drafted as a receiver. Like Garrett Wilson in New York has had 2 really good seasons. He was Offensive Rookie of the Year his rookie year. And I think he would get out of New York in a heartbeat to play with C.J.
I'm surprised
Stroud.
he hasn't shot himself in the leg in a nightclub to get himself out of New York the way others have done in the past.
That's great. Yeah, me too.
I got to get to Pittsburgh. What do? Go shoot yourself in the leg in a nightclub.
Yep. Giddy up.
Not sure why you want to go to Pittsburgh this time around. But whatever.
But similarly, I think with defensive tackles, if you get drafted to the Texans and holy crap, I'm playing in between Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson on the edges.
Yeah.
Wow. So
that's a good.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, I'm watching Physical 100 on Netflix, Sean. It's a Korean
right now as
reality
we're doing the show.
Not right this moment. We were watching it, but it's a Korean reality show where they're kind of competing in these physical events.
Yeah.
And I've learned a little bit of Korean. One of which is "Wah," which is Korean for "wow."
Oh, really?
But they do. There's a lot of "Wah." so Brandy and I have been walking around the house for any little thing that pleases us. I'll hear from the other room, "Wow!"
That's funny, dude. That's funny. When you have a little inside joke with your spouse like that, you're the only ones that think it's funny, but it's hysterical. I promise.
It's really funny when I do it at Carrabba's. The shrimp scampi comes out, and I'm like, "Wow!"
All right, let's get to Big 59. Give me a second to page down, Ben. Laughing too hard. All right, with the 59th overall pick. All right, here we go. With the 59th overall pick, the Houston Texans select the first true Group of 5 player, other than Tank Dell, in the history of the franchise. Malachi Corley, wide receiver, Western Kentucky.
We were just talking about him.
We were,
because he's a non-Power 5 dude.
Yep.
So Nick has only drafted guys from Power 5 conferences, as long as you include Tank Dell in that the U of H was transitioning to Big 12 as he left. So but almost all of the draft picks under Nick have been to Power 5 conferences. So do you take somebody from Conference USA, Malachi Corley?
A lot of our listeners love this guy. They love Malachi Corley, Seth. They love the Malachi Corley, Deebo Samuel potential in this offense. He's a running back by trade who they turned into a wide receiver at Western Kentucky. I'd get excited about this pick if they made this pick.
You get a Deebo Samuel vibe of okay, this is a gritty, hardcore dude that's going to do whatever it takes to get positive yardage, run after the catch, all of that. That would be a lot of fun. Honestly, there are a lot of wide receivers that will probably go in the second or third round that you can get excited about. I'm a sucker this time of year for, I try to focus on what guys can do more so than what they can't.
Yeah.
So you watch the highlight reels, and Malachi Corley's fun to watch.
He's really fun to watch. Text message, some follow-up here. Does Nick have a...
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Broker evaded 77 tackles on receptions since the start of 2021, second most in the FBS. But that is where you start to wonder about Malachi Corley did.
Oh, okay. You said broker.
Broke or evaded.
Oh, broke or. Okay.
77 tackles. Sorry, Sean, I'm in Korean mode, okay?
Wow, Seth.
It takes me a little while to get back into English speaking.
The Texans have a guy on the team named Broker, so that's where I thought you were going with it. Yeah. Gotcha.
Sean, I cannot tell you how superior the culture in Korea is to our sporting culture. Every single one of these dudes, after they get eliminated from the team events, they'll interview them. They're like, "It was completely my fault.
Really?
I could have given more. I just looking back upon it, I have regrets."
Oh, they would make terrible wide receivers.
There hasn't been a single I got screwed. Oh, they were cheating.
Dude, how boring is it to cover sports in Korea?
It is, honestly. It is a little bit boring. As me watching this. Everybody's taking accountability for everything.
Where's the finger pointing? Where's the blame?
When they face difficulty in some of these group challenges, they're exactly well, the leader says to do this, and I wasn't sure, but he's ultimately it turned out that he was right. You got beat by 10 minutes, yes, but yes.
Yeah, man. 1967. What's it called again? The thing you're watching?
Physical 100.
Physical 100. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. One 1967, does Nick Caserio have a propensity for trading up or trading down in the draft more often? I don't know the answer to that, but it feels like up because other than Kenyon Green, it feels like almost every guy they've drafted has been from moving up in the draft to go get him.
He moves around a lot.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. Let's see. He had 8 draft day trades last year, remember?
Yep.
So there was. I don't want to go through all.
No,
of these.
don't go through all
We'll do it in
of
the
them.
break.
But I think like you think of the main eventers on the draft board for Nick over the last 3 years. Traded up to get Nico Collins. Traded up to get Will Anderson. Juice Scruggs he traded up for. I think he moved around to get Tank as well in the third round.
He moved up to 69 to get Tank.
Yeah,
from 70, He was at 73.
Yep.
Now Texans
moved up big to go get Mechie at 44 in 2022.
They moved down from 104 to 109 when they drafted Horton, Dylan Horton.
Yeah.
They moved. So I'm going through just last year.
Yeah. I think the overall point is it doesn't really matter what he likes to do more, move up or move down. The thing is, if I would bet a ton of money, not life savings, but a ton of money, that all these drafts that have been picking 42 and 59 will be deemed moot, null, and void on day 2 of the draft. Maybe even on day 1 if they move up from 42 back into the first round. History tells us they're not going to pick at 42 and 59. Like that's not even a hot take. Like that's just data. Like he moves around all the time, Nick does.
Traded up for Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
Traded back from 191 to number 230 last year as well in the 7th.
Yeah. So he moves around quite a bit. So there you go. Johnny Newton and Malachi Corley. Would we walk away from the second round happy? I would. I
would be really happy. That'd be fun. I also, by the way, just in terms of Nick's philosophy, like I feel like most people have heard it by now and heard it talked about enough that it's not that I don't think he has whether it's a tendency of moving up or down necessarily. It's just he very much feels that there's bands of players or groups of players. And it depends on how the draft unfolds, whether he wants to move up into a band or back into a band.
That's right.
So in any given year, I think you're going to see some years where he trades up more and some years where he trades back more just by the luck of the draw.
Yep. Someone reminding us on the text page, appropriately, because we're going to transition here into the 8 at 8. Don't forget, Chaz tried to get a double and got thrown out at second. Yeah, that got buried from all the other base running gaffes they had last night.
Yeah, you know what? I've got that I tabulated that in my my chronicle of base running gaffes.
Seth has a chronicle of base running gaffes in the show prep. It is a very sad
We just never
read.
got around to it. You're right. The stuff that happened later in the game was
It got buried. The happiest person that Jose Altuve got picked off third base and Jake Myers fell on his face is Chaz McCormick. Yeah,
because it was the third inning when Springer. This is what I wrote. Springer guns down McCormick when McCormick gets greedy on a single. Dusty was right about you all along, Chaz.
It is what you're banana pudding eating. All right, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. The 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories. Let's go.
1.
There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on and hit high in the air, deep to center field. McCormick back, and he will watch this one go. A 2-run home run for Davis Schneider on a 1-1 pitch. The Blue Jays were down to their last out, and now Toronto leads 2-1.
Josh Hader, the bad kind, the bad kind of wah. That was Josh Hader giving up a 2-run home run. So we've got the Astros' last 2 losses are on Josh Hader. He gave up the run in the 9th inning to lose to the Yankees over the weekend. And then last night, a 2-run home run in the top of the 9th inning to Schneider. The Astros lose 2-1. They waste a spectacular effort from Framber Valdez. And I think if we can take away some good after Game 6 of the season in a 1-5 start, I would not have swapped the win for Framber pitching really well. You know what I mean? Give me the win all day long. But that was good to see. Against a good lineup, too. Like, this wasn't Framber throwing a no-no against Cleveland's ratchet-ass lineup last year, shutting out the A's in a complete game, a game I was at last year. Like, this is a good lineup, and Framber looked like the old Framber last night.
This is, okay, if you've thought about a lot of the drama and question marks that we had headed into this season, one was obviously the relief staff. so far, so bad. Very, very, very bad.
A 7+ ERA so far.
Probably the worst in baseball right now, except I don't have the stomach to look it up. 162 games, don't worry. So, because trends never continue.
Right.
You should never worry about any potential negative trend ever.
That's right.
So, there's that. Even though we knew it, this is a problem. Don't pull your 162-game nonsense on me when we knew that this was an issue and a problem coming into the season, and then Josh Hader falls apart because he peed down his leg when he saw Justin Turner and his magnificent beard. My God.
Yep.
But I digress. The other thing, though, that we were concerned about was what exactly is the starting pitching going to look like? Are we going to get the better versions of Framber, the better versions of Javier? I think, honestly, so far, so good. And I'll include Framber's first game in that, on the broadcast last night, they were pointing out, and I don't think this was too homerific, they were pointing out like how close he actually was on a lot of the strikes and balls in the last game, and that he was dealing with a very sloppy strike zone.
Yeah.
So that Framber last night was a very good Framber.
Well, he got a ton of last night was all ground balls. Like, they were making a big deal when somebody hit the ball to the outfield on the fly, like in the 6th inning, you know?
Well, I mean, it was soft contact on ground balls that partly did him in game 1.
Yeah.
You know? That's the hazard of Framber is sometimes he's too good at inducing soft contact.
That's right.
But, yeah. So good for Framber. Shame on everybody else.
Yeah.
Every single one of you. Every single one of you.
Javier tonight. And I mean, we didn't even touch on the base running issues. Jose Altuve in the 6th inning had a ball hit him as he's running from second to third. He gets picked off third base with Yainer Diaz up and 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Jake Myers trying to steal second in the bottom of the 9th, literally just tips over and falls on his face in between the base paths. It was awful. It was terrible. We'll talk about it more later in the show. One other Astros update here. Justin Verlander. Quick update. We know that he threw batting practice, 3-inning batting practice earlier this week, 52 pitches. Wondering what the next step is for Verlander in his rehab. 52 pitches is pretty good. He's getting close to coming back. Here was Joe Espada prior to yesterday's game with a Verlander update.
So he's going to throw a bullpen on Thursday, and then after that, he should be in a position to go on his first Major League rehab. Either Sugar Land or Corpus. We still haven't decided yet.
Sugar Land, please. I don't know what the home schedule is. Hopefully, my guess is they may send him somewhere where they pop a crowd. Although I think Justin Verlander probably pops a crowd any minor league ballpark he goes to. It doesn't have to be the Space Cowboys or the Hooks.
I would imagine so.
I'm in Albuquerque, I'm going to see Justin Verlander pitch.
People in Corpus aren't like, it's beach season.
That's right.
Nah.
That's right. So
I'm gonna go look for dolphins.
I will. I would go to. Hopefully it's here. I haven't looked at the Space Cowboys schedule. Verlander pitches here in a rehab start. I am there, man. I love going to Space Cowboys games. But the good news, regardless of where it is that the words rehab start are in Joe Espada's vocabulary for Justin Verlander right now. Seth, we're getting close here. We're getting close on Verlander.
Yep. And you know where I am. I'm I try to emotionally deaden myself when it comes to anybody on a rehab assignment because it's just one of those things. Kind of like as you get older, how you deal with Christmas. You know, you're just like, all right, I'm just not gonna. I'm not talking about when you're a parent and it sucks. I'm talking about when you're, like a teenager or a young adult and you're still getting stuff at Christmas, then you're just kind of like, all right, whatever, yeah, it'll be nice, but I'm not going to worry about it. I got
really? Okay. I feel like you're an outlier on that one. I love getting stuff. I don't care how old I was or am.
But you learn how to handle it better. Like, you don't fixate on it. Remember when you're a kid and that last 30 days before Christmas feels like it takes forever? Like forever and ever?
Yeah.
You're still like that?
Kind of. I like Christmas, man. No, not like that anymore.
It.
Not like that anymore. I was still like that as a teenager, though. Christmas it's the most wonderful time of the year, man. Yeah.
Well, Christmas sucked for me in the morning. You know why? Because my older brother would these psychotic head games where he would he would passive aggressively stay asleep until 8 a.m.
Oh.
And you're just sitting there like, what the hell, man?
He was like a rain delay. He's like a sleeping rain delay as well.
Yeah, but I was terrified of him, so there's nothing I could do about it. My sister Karen and I would just sit there and be like, I wonder if should we just go yell in his room or something?
No.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. You do it.
You're excused then.
Cowards.
You're
cowards, both of them. I'm going to text Kara right now. Call her a coward.
All right, let's
I'm going to do it.
Text just that.
Tell her. That's going to be the
just
text
say you're a coward.
Gets.
Just say you're a coward.
At 9:07 Eastern.
Yeah, just out of nowhere. Aren't you on the air?
You're a coward.
Yep. Let me know what she says. The Rockets lose last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The season is teetering on the brink right now. If the Rockets don't make the play-in, I don't think this is a season that can be you can consider whatever you want. I consider this season, unless some really silly stuff happens in the last 7 games, I feel like this team is on the right trajectory, and that next season I feel like they're going to do some things in the offseason, and the trajectory is going to be good. Last night wasn't great. 113-106. They lose to the Timberwolves. I did like the fact that they battled back in this game. They're trailing on the road against one of the best teams in the league, down by double digits for most of the second half.
Yeah.
And they battled back to get within 1 with about a minute to go, and then the Timberwolves made some plays down the stretch, and they end up winning the game. The really bad news is the Warriors beat the Mavericks last night in San Francisco, and so now to make the play-in, the Rockets would have to pick up 4 games on the Warriors with 7 games left to go.
Yeah, and honestly, there's part of me that I'm kind of glad that it's happening this way as the Rockets run up against the actual better teams. And remember the Timberwolves aren't even full strength either. Karl Anthony Towns is out, and yet Naz Reid scores 25 on the Rockets. Yeah. The backup center scores 25 points on the Rockets. Like, this is where the folly of thinking that you can play small ball for 82 games and on into the playoffs and that's who you're going to be. It's just, you need to be reminded sometimes that, oh, yeah, this whole dream of like, oh, yeah, you don't need Şengün. It helps to have a big man every now and then.
Absolutely, absolutely.
4.
One more Rocket bit of news. Ime Udoka named Western Conference Coach of the Month for the month of March. He won the same award a couple times in the season where he coached the Celtics. So he's got a decent amount of hardware for a guy who's only been coaching for a couple of years. Here's Udoka yesterday, prior to yesterday's game, on winning the award.
It's an honor, obviously, and like I said, all those things shed light on the team and what they're doing, but more importantly, I like to look at the guys on the court and what they're doing, and felt Jalen, should have got Player of the Month, and probably should have got Rookie of the Month, in my opinion. So they're the guys doing it on the court, putting the streak together. They're just making adjustments when guys are out and stepping there, increasing their level. And so wish they would have gotten more so than me, honestly.
Oddly enough, this is the first Rockets head coach to win the Western Conference Coach of the Month award since Mike D'Antoni, February of 2020. Ironically, the last time they went with a small ball lineup for a month. Where they traded. They made the Robert Covington trade for Clint Capella early in that month. Yep. And they wound up having a pretty good month, and the pandemic hit, and yada, yada. But, yeah, February 2020, D'Antoni was the last time.
That was, and it's intoxicating for a little bit. But then you realize after a while, like, okay, all good things must end.
Yep.
And you had a little bit of it's not beginner's luck, but you get a surge from shaking things up a little bit. But you got to be able to buckle down and play real man's basketball at some point. And right now, the Rockets haven't been capable of doing it versus the better teams.
That's right, against the better teams. That's right.
5.
How about this? Iowa and LSU. Game I watched the other night, women's college basketball, a regional final, not a Final Four game, a regional final, drew 12.3 million viewers on ESPN. That is a record for women's college basketball. Broke the record of 11.84 million from the 1983 USC versus Louisiana Tech title game, which featured Cheryl Miller on USC, Reggie Miller's sister, one of the best women's players in the history of the game, versus Kim Mulkey, who was the point guard. I remember she was a point guard. She had little pigtails. She's
a scrappy little thing.
She was a scrappy little thing playing for Louisiana Tech.
If you can imagine.
Well, she's a different kind of scrappy now. But she...
oh, no, it all comes from the same place.
Same scrappy, yeah. So that was the last... So it broke that record. Some interesting numbers from this. This is the most viewed basketball game of any type, the Iowa-LSU regional final, the most viewed basketball game on ESPN since Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA in 2018 between the Celtics and LeBron James Cleveland Cavaliers.
Of any type of basketball game.
Basketball game.
Professional, men's, women's, what have you.
Yes. Any type. The most viewed since that game back in 2018.
I'm going to look back last year, the average viewership of the World Series last year, which was, that was a bummer of a ratings pull, but the average was 9.082 million last year.
They beat the average.
World Series.
They beat the average for the NBA Finals last year, They beat the average for the World Series. They beat the Orange Bowl, the Big Ten Championship, the Cotton Bowl, a bunch of college football games. Thursday Night Football they beat. Every single college football regular season game except for Ohio State versus Michigan, LSU, Iowa drew a bigger number than the other night.
So all that needs to be done is to just be sure you extend the eligibility of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. And this is what they should start doing, honestly. This is your solution, everybody. I just thought of it just now. Extend NCAA eligibility on through, like, masters and PhDs. Like, as long as you continue postdoc work. Now that Caitlin Clark's making $4.5 million from NIL, just keep them around until they become professors. As long as they stay on the academic side of things, like Angel Reese can be a professor emeritus at LSU, working on her 7th PhD by the time she's 32, and they'll still draw numbers.
It's not the worst idea I've ever heard, man. Like, that's interesting. All right, so Drew, it popped huge numbers. So I guess the big question would be, okay, I watched it, you watched it. I was enthralled by it, but I was mostly enthralled by Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. Like, am I more like? And you know what? I'm going to watch Paige Brecker and Caitlin Clark on Friday as well. UConn versus Iowa. Am I going to be inclined to watch it next year with no Caitlin Clark involved?
Well, right.
That's
so a sport that you don't traditionally watch, it's got to be that matchup. And Caitlin Clark is a generational talent.
That's right.
I do think I can't remember who it was. There's a women's basketball program that draws really good numbers, and there was an article about her yesterday. I'll go back and find it sometime. But no, a lot of it was just about how open she was to inviting the media in and social media and everything else. And just like if you just invite as many people as possible in and have a good time, like all of a sudden it becomes an event. Especially I think on college campuses, it's easier. Like, women's volleyball has done a great job with this, pulling up in certain places like Nebraska and Oregon and everything. They just pack those arenas that are built for volleyball.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it's a good example of there's an avenue to numbers like that, but this obviously is an exception.
Yeah, it was. I'm excited for Friday, man.
It's a really good game too.
It was a great game. No, it was 94-87. It's high scoring, a lot of scoring.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
6.
All right, so Rashee Rice. This is where we are with Rashee Rice, Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver, who was involved in a 6-car accident on a Dallas freeway over the weekend because his Lamborghini that he's leasing and a Corvette that he owns got into an accident as they were drag racing in broad daylight on a highway in Dallas. He's cooperating with authorities. He admits to being in the Lamborghini during the accident on Saturday. He texted the outlet from whom he's leasing the Lamborghini right after the accident. The outlet is called The Classic Lifestyle. The New York Post article, so that's where we are with all this. He's cooperating with the authorities. We don't know. The league is investigating it now. It's all kind of in limbo.
Yeah.
The most amazing fact from this thing, the most eye-popping, mind-numbing thing I saw in the New York Post, if this article is correct, Rashee Rice is leasing this Lamborghini for $1,749 per day.
Yeah.
Per day.
Right, yeah, that sounds right. That's a dude.
I don't care how rich you are.
You ever rent an SUV? My God, these days. Lamborghini, that makes sense. Except, I don't think he's leasing it. He's not leasing it for the entire year at that rate. He was leasing it for a day or two, and just so they could go out and street race. Apparently,
you sure?
I did see one article, almost like lauding him for telling the leasing company that he would pay for the damages.
Very noble of him.
So noble of you to do the legally obligated thing. Good for you. Oh,
okay.
Everybody was making a big deal about him walking away from an accident.
Yeah.
But it turns out he's going to pay for it. Okay.
I guess I'm taking the term lease. I guess it's entered in my brain as when you lease, like my wife leases her vehicle.
Yeah.
So you're probably right. We're using the terms lease and rent interchangeably here, I'm guessing. That would be fun though if he were actually had a 3-year lease at $1,749 per day.
What? How much is it? $1,749 per day?
Per day, according to the New York Post.
If it was a genuine lease, it would have been he's leasing it for $52,470 per month.
Would that be the craziest thing we've ever seen an athlete do? Leasing a car for $52 G's a month?
There's been some crazy stuff, but that's one of the dumbest.
It would be
things,
stupid.
Probably.
Yeah. It would be
especially because Rashee Rice. What round did he go in?
Second round.
Yeah, but still.
I'm with you.
There's no way. He'd be broke.
Yeah.
He'd be spending $600,000 on a car when his base salary before taxes.
Even for a day, I can't comprehend it. Even for for a day. I can't comprehend it. All right, let's get these last two real
He
quick.
got on television because of it, Sean.
He never gets on television.
Think about the social media traction you can get with a Lamborghini crash.
That's
Come on. true.
That's true. We'll do these
You
quick.
got to get yourself in the Zoomer mindset.
I know. It's going to take longer than we think. 7. Thank you. Bronny James entering the transfer portal. He's leaving USC.
Boo.
I don't know. I thought he could just go pro and turn into a great NBA player. That's what LeBron had us all believe.
That's what he said, and then LeBron quickly said, "Hey, but don't pay attention to that.
Stop putting so much pressure on the kid, man. Let him be a kid."
Bronny could beat almost any of these guys in the NBA.
Yeah.
But hey, stop talking about him going to the NBA. Let kids be kids.
So Bronny is transferring from USC. Last one here, a fun fact. You remember the performance-based pay that we outlined yesterday in the NFL, Seth, where they've got that big pool of money that they divvy up to players based on how underpaid they are and their playing time?
Yeah.
You know, the more underpaid you are and the more you played, you get a big check. Like the highest-paid guy was a guard from Baltimore, last name Simpson, who got a check for $974,000 or something like that. Christian Harris was the highest-paid Texan under the performance-based pay system. He got $524,000. The smallest check of anybody in the NFL, because every player gets one of these based on their current contract and their playing time. Smallest performance-based pay check anybody got, Aaron Rodgers, $81.14.
Wow.
Played 4 snaps and made $35 million. I'm surprised there's a formula that kicked out any money to Aaron Rodgers.
That's awesome.
$81. Like, most
so
people
cool.
listening be like, "Cool, man, give me $80." $80 for tearing his Achilles.
Feels like those checks I'm getting from Twitter for my monetization.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I'm going to be rolling in the cash now.
$81.14.
There's a couple pennies for you, my friend.
Dude, that's funny.
$81. I wonder what he's going to do with it. What do you think? That's before taxes, remember? And he's in New Jersey now.
I
So,
hit off of something. I don't know.
So he's going to get about $40 off of that
Yeah.
after New Jersey state and federal taxes.
I didn't walk into any of the smoke shops, but I'm guessing he will, seeing what exactly $40.68 or whatever it is can get you. All right. Speaking of quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud was on the Cold as Balls podcast with Kevin Hart. They sat in cold tubs and they chit-chatted about C.J. Stroud's first year in the NFL. What's his relationship like with – you're going to like his answer to what his relationship is like with head coach DeMeco Ryans, because Kevin Hart tried to get a little jerky with C.J., and he wasn't going to let it happen. He was not going to let that happen. You're going to hear it coming up next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Crape.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud was on with Kevin Hart on his Cold as Balls podcast. It's where the Kevin Hart and his guests sit in separate cold tubs, and Kevin Hart interviews them. It was a good conversation. It was an interesting conversation. CJ Stroud has really been making the rounds this offseason. Let's hear from CJ Stroud. The question is, what's your relationship like with head coach DeMeco Ryans? That's the question here. But it gets a little chippy at the end, and I like CJ Stroud's attitude at the end of this cut.
I felt a connection with DeMeco when I first got there on out of 30 visit, which basically is you go on a visit before the draft, and I can feel his intensity, how much he loved the city of Houston. He played for the Texans, and he really wanted to turn that team around. We've been bad for a couple years. Yeah, just a couple.
It's been a shit show. It's been a shit show for
Not anymore.
Well, it's great now.
We're farther than the Eagles.
Well, we don't need to talk about that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
No need
Yeah.
for us to.
So,
I think it's more just about, the love of the game at this point.
Okay.
Good job, CJ. Remind Kevin Hart, Philadelphian, that his Eagles got blown out by the Tampa Bay Bucks.
CJ has got a quick trigger on any kind of perceived slight of either Ohio State or the Texans. Yeah, and I like it. I'm here for it. It's good. He does it. He knows just enough how to be playful with it. He always, whenever he's messing with somebody, he kind of softens it at the end. He pulls it back a little bit. But I like it. It's a little bit of a warning shot across the bow, I think.
Yeah.
I like it.
Put him on his heels, CJ. Put him on his heels.
Kevin Hart, did they show I know I feel bad because I sent this to you, but I didn't watch it myself.
I actually watched this clip.
So I feel like the whole concept is, okay, you get in cold tubs and kind of like the hot ones where they eat hot wings. You make the guests maybe a little bit, you break down some barriers by making them physically uncomfortable. I feel like it's also an opportunity, though, for Kevin Hart to have his hot tub lifted up enough, or for him to he can sit on something in the hot tub to where he's at eye level with his guests.
Got a soggy copy of the Yellow Pages down there that he's sitting on.
That's exactly what he
right?
used. It's Kevin Hart is one of the only people that still gets a Yellow Pages delivered because that's his go-to.
It's literally a better use for them than what they're actually used for now. The Yellow Pages, just dunk them down in a cold tub and use them to boost your 5'3" ass up a little bit.
Kevin Hart has 29 vehicles with 29 Yellow Pages in them.
Yes.
Yellow Pages.
Why is Mr. Hart walking around the neighborhood gathering everybody's Yellow Pages? He has a lot of cars. What can I tell you?
And he straps red plastic cups to his shoes to operate the pedals.
That's right. That's right. The part of that cut before it got a little chippy at the end, I like the part where CJ talks about going on his 30 visit and seeing how enthusiastic DeMeco Ryans is about the city of Houston and the franchise. And now keep in mind the time where CJ is going and taking these visits, the Texans are still a 3-13-1 football team in the eyes of the football world that made a really good head coaching hire. But I like that. And CJ was getting drafted. He's not a free agent, so it's not like it was a recruiting visit. If the Texans were going to draft CJ Stroud is going to get drafted second. He's going to come to the Texans whether he likes it or not, unless he tries to force something. He wasn't going to do that. But I just think it's good just in terms of making young guys feel good about the direction, the leader, the city, everything about the organization. Because let's face it, as Kevin Hart pointed out, the last few years, guys are probably really happy to get drafted in the NFL wherever. Seth, you've been drafted in the NFL. You know that better than I do. You get drafted and, hey, I'm going to be playing professional football and this is awesome. But
I got drafted to a good team.
Yeah.
So it was different. I didn't know anything about Jacksonville, Florida. I knew it was in Florida, and I knew that they were a good team as of that moment. That part of it was exciting. I didn't. Yeah. So I think it makes a difference.
It probably does. But I think if you ask guys hey, man, I'm just happy to get drafted in the NFL. Most guys, you'd ask them, especially the lower they were drafted, they're just happy to get into the league. The Texans were such a specimen from 2020 through 2022. There had to be something in the pit of the stomach of each of the guys that got drafted by the team during that time frame. Man, I feel like I'm a good player, but it is a lot about where you go as far as that next contract or the next level or where your career goes. There had to be a little bit of that. And I think at that point, when CJ's meeting with DeMeco and you're a rookie, CJ or anybody that comes in for a visit or gets drafted by the team, you look at it and go, okay, this thing's going somewhere.
Well, especially I think when DeMeco, comes from
like the rural South, going to Houston, much different environment from where he grew up. Like there's probably, since I would, 3 years from now, half the roster is going to be from the University of Alabama, apparently. So like D'Amico can talk to those guys and be like, no, like here's the better parts of Houston, what I like about it. Like, and then CJ comes from obviously a much different place than the rural Southeast, but Houston's a lot different than Southern California. Yeah. So that sales job, maybe I think with CJ, not that I currently worry about this, but there's always that love for Southern California that he does have, that I feel like there's kind of like a 3-year plan to be sure you get him ingrained into this city as much as possible to where it feels like home. And, like he has no qualms or second thoughts about it through maybe a little bit of adversity.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like, even after this great season the Texans had, I mean, great by relative standards, a really good season by the Texans. Any cut from CJ or question that has to do with Houston specifically, I still listen super acutely to go, okay, you're happy here, right? You like it here. You're happy. Yeah. You like your coach. You like the building. You like the city. You like the food, all that stuff.
Yeah, so listen, Houstonians.
A little PTSD.
If you see CJ Stroud out in public, why don't you try being nice to him for once, okay? Instead of all this treatment you're giving him now.
Go easy on him.
Make him feel at home.
Go easy on him, okay? Let's hear a little more from...
have any of you offered up your wife to him yet? My God.
Yeah.
We had that with J.J. Watt all over the place.
We did.
J.J. Watt. Once a day, we'd get a text from some different person, be like, I don't know if it helps at all. I'll offer up my wife to J.J.
Right. You don't remember J.J. walking around with a T-shirt that said "Prima Nocta R Us" on it? Okay. Same thing for C.J. All right. C.J. Stroud and Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart asked him, where did your confidence come from? Where did you get super confident in your rookie year?
When did the confidence switch? When did that start to settle in during the season? Like, okay, wow, I'm capable of f***ing these guys up on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, it was about like week 4, we played the Steelers at home. It was the first time with a packed crowd at home, and we went crazy. We scored 30 points on one of the top defenses in the league, and that was the moment I was like, man, I can really play in this league, and I don't think nobody can mess with me.
Yeah.
The packed crowd. I'm glad that he said the packed crowd there. When he was talking to the Ohio State podcast a couple weeks ago, he had pointed out how many Steelers fans there actually were.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Sean, I think you were gone when we played that audio. It comes from the podcast.
Oh,
which they call
no.
The name of the podcast is The Podcast, like the Ohio State University.
Nobody has ever infuriated me more about a simple word like the than the Ohio State people.
You got us up in here angry about articles. Is that what the is?
I think it's an article. Don't you come in with the a or an. Don't you usurp those from me either. Don't you steal my joy from those two. As far as the Steeler game, well, this is what I was going to ask you about cuts from the podcast, because I did see some of that stuff while I was on vacation. Did you and Sean Bajani play the one where he said that the playoff atmosphere for the Cleveland playoff game was actually better than the atmosphere at the Shoe?
Yeah. Which I think, honestly, aside from the nice nod to the Texans fans who were at the playoff game, I felt like that was kind of indicative of CJ being just way more kind of comfortable and frank in speaking his mind. And he talked about that when he was talking to the podcast, which was that he doesn't try to be a people pleaser anymore. So he's there on the podcast, an Ohio State podcast, talking about how, NRG was actually better than the Shoe in that moment. And, he said, okay, he accepted the roof kind of helps, light shows kind of help and all of that. But, like he had fun with it, talking on that podcast about what the atmosphere was like.
I think the Steeler game, too, this is what I remember leading up to the Steeler game. That was the week after the win over Jacksonville. So CJ had just gotten his first win. D'Amico got his first win as head coach and quarterback. They got their first wins. Texans had some confidence because they really played well in that game. And it felt like around the league, and even maybe here locally, that this Steelers game had some degree of prove-it element to people. Like, people weren't totally buying in yet. Maybe it was more about Jacksonville losing than the Texans winning the week before. But that was the week where CJ went up to the podium and was very vocal multiple times about people aren't going to come into our building anymore and push us around.
Yeah,
I mean, we had
he wanted people to have pride walking around the city wearing their gear and all that.
Yeah. That was that week. That was the Steeler week, and I think honestly, like the last Texan I can remember having that sort of bravado was probably Brian Cushing. You know what I mean? Like, it goes back that far. I know J.J. Watt was a great player. I don't think J.J. Watt ever stepped up to the podium and said, nobody's going to come into our place and mess around with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That was jarring, I think. Well, very jarring considering the last few years, the last 3 years. But I think even jarring. Well, let's just keep it at quarterback. Well, they've never had a quarterback with that. Even Deshaun was never like, nobody comes in here and messes with us. Like,
yeah, there's a certain part of CJ's personality where you get the sense that either somewhere along the way or just because it's in him this way, that like he's going to stick up for – he's not just going to care about the people that he cares about. Like, he's going to stick up for them as well. And it's kind of cool.
Very
I feel
cool.
protected by CJ, Sean.
It's very yeah,
I
me
feel
too.
like he's held me in his arms.
Under the cloak of
telling me it's
7.
going to be all right.
The cloak of CJ. I'm cloaking myself in CJ right now. Protected.
We should have a bet next year that if one of us loses, the loser has to ask CJ to give him a reassuring hug after a loss. You raise your hand in the press conference and you say, "Can I get a hug?
Can I have a hug?" And you have to kind of fake cry a little bit too. Yeah. Depending on how bad the loss is. Like if it's just like a loss by the bet, if you just barely lose the bet, it's just a hug. But if you really lose the bet, like you've got to like really ham it up and be like, man, it's like tears and everything.
Would we lose our credentials for that if we did it in a press conference? Especially if CJ was already like actually upset.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we're not set up for a moment here. Like it's off of a Texans loss.
Yeah.
That's funny. All right.
I'm gonna do it.
Yes. All right, we got 6 months to get up the gumption for it.
The nerve.
The moxie, the chutzpah. All right, there's a general manager who is way overthinking one of his draft picks here. This feels like someone trying to stay busy between now and the draft. I'll let you guess who it is during the break, but we'll tell you exactly what it is they're doing and maybe remind this GM that the draft is a crapshoot. We will get to that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest need
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we as Texan fans have been living more in the second round lately since Nick Caserio decided to trade the Texans' first-round pick and move back into the second round. I got no problem with the trade. I like the mindset. I like the explanations that we've got. We've had him on since he made the deal. He explained it.
Sean, it's probably one of the biggest indications that things have changed for Nick Caserio and the perception about him around the league, and that I didn't see a single person say, what are the Texans doing? What? My God, what on earth are they thinking? And in fact, I actually saw multiple people kind of use Nick's move as justification for their take that the strength of this draft is in like the top 20 picks, and after that it falls over to the top 15 to 17. So yeah, you see even Nick Caserio traded back.
It's a new world. It's a new world, which makes, kind of credit Ryan Poles with Chicago a little bit, is he's managed to create this impression out there. And he's done some good things. I don't want to diminish. Like the Bryce Young trade looks amazing right now. He's done some silly things too. Like any GM, he's had good moves and bad moves. I don't think I've ever seen a GM viewed maybe by his fan base and by some of the national media as more of like a boy genius whose team has not done anything in 3 years than Ryan Poles.
Like getting credit for getting the number 1 overall pick multiple times, which means that you sucked. And the thing about it too is that without even really intending to suck as bad as they did last year, this isn't quite the same as Sam Hinkie did as well as he could in Philadelphia with the process. It helps if you're going to tank. It helps a lot if you brand it something and you get people to buy into it. And Sam Hinkie, obviously, his time ran out by the end of it, but he understood that the hardest part of tanking is keeping your job and keeping the public patient for a while.
Yeah.
Ryan Poles has done a magnificent job of that. People up in Chicago, even if they disagree with him about getting rid of Justin Fields, largely think he actually knows what he's doing. Even though he also, by the way, passed on one C.J. Stroud.
He did pass on C.J. Stroud, and that never gets mentioned. Now, just to be clear, the number 1 overall pick they have this year is the one they got in the Carolina trade. The 9th pick. Right. Yeah. Just to be.
God, I went all of a sudden. You know what? I went Colin Cowherd on you. Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Cowherd on you.
Getting the 9th overall pick ain't all that great either.
I know. Yeah, no, but it is to his credit they have the number 1 overall pick. Except that nobody. Remember, the Panthers were going to be flying out. I don't think that Ryan Poles predicted that the Panthers were going to be as bad as they were.
Nobody, but the C.J. Stroud thing gets rarely. We've had a few texters bring it up, but that never gets brought up. That he could have just not done anything and had C.J. Stroud, and instead he maneuvered around. That is worth noting, and yet it never gets noted, which I think plays into this impression people have of Poles. Poles, I think it's a lot of benefit of the doubt because he makes himself extremely accessible. And we'll explain how much in a second. But just to pay off on the tease, we know they're picking Caleb Williams with the first pick. What are they going to do with the 9th pick? That's the big question. They've been very active in free agency. They've got needs still. They're not a great team. But as far as the 9th overall pick, Ryan Poles said this to the Bears in-house media. They did an article on him. We're going to do some cool things when we get back. Kind of break into teams. One team is going to talk about why the tackle position is the best to go after, why the receiver is the best. We'll have a team talking why defensive end's the best, and use factual information to spit that out. And we'll have a debate in terms of what's more impactful for our football team, short-term and long-term. So he's basically turning the Bears personnel department into a glorified high school debate team about the 9th overall pick. I'm not gonna lie, it's unique for sure. I do feel like you're way overthinking this thing.
No, you know what?
Flip a coin. It's way quick. Flip a coin and go have a party.
Scouts will say all the time, man, so much of the time you realize you should have just gone with your first impression of a guy, and yet you got all this time to sit and you got the culture of football where you got to be sure you're working 27 hours a day or you're a bum. This honestly, so much of this smacks of Ryan Grigson, the previous GM of the Colts, who had a gushing piece written about him. I think it was by Peter King, about processes like this and the way they kind of handled it. Anything that looks like it's actual corporate America, but TED Talk corporate America. People love that. They love sinking their teeth into that. So this shows that Ryan Poles wants everybody to really maybe think outside the box or expand your boundaries or consider things that you haven't considered before. Yes, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Now go try to win some football games.
Yeah.
With your fresh young quarterback.
They did an article in The Athletic, the Chicago, I'm assuming the Chicago beat writer, did an article in The Athletic earlier this week. And it's a long-form article. If you read The Athletic, this is how you distinguish a long-form article in The Athletic. It's one of those articles that has like 8 paragraphs, then a little miniature letter A, and then it moves on to part 2, and there's 8 more paragraphs, and another miniature letter A in the page. Like it's separated into it's like a play. It's like 3 acts, and it's a long piece entirely about how cool Ryan Poles is under pressure, how he's not panicking at all about having the first pick, and I'm like, okay. Is he an outlier because of this? I know there's bad GMs that make bad picks. Are these GMs routinely people that are like tweaking at themselves and panicking and sweating over taking the first pick? Like, he's not panicking about it. What the hell? First pick in the draft, they're panicking about it?
I gotta tell you what, man. I'll tell you, we hit a little bit of turbulence, and this pilot did not poop his pants. Yeah. I was looking for it. We were getting off the airplane. I'm like, I'm sure that this pilot pooped his pants, and he didn't.
Oh my God.
Didn't. He did exactly what every other pilot in the history of piloting has done.
He made the pick.
He didn't poop his pants.
He picked a player.
Yeah.
It might work. It might not. He picked a player. Yeah, man, this Poles has everybody snowed, man.
Ryan Grigson was the exact same way, Sean. I'm looking at this. Yeah. Ryan Grigson, who once traded for one of the worst running backs in the history of football.
Trent Richardson.
Traded for
first round pick. Grigson was awful. God, he
traded
was bad.
a first rounder for. Did he trade a first rounder for Richardson?
Yes.
A man who at the time I believe was averaging less than 2 yards per carry. But there's this gushing article about him pulling back the curtain on one of the more private parts of NFL business, a meeting between the general manager and his 23-member scouting staff. But, because he allowed Peter King in, you get this gushing article about the way that he's, allows everybody to speak freely. There's this one scout who apparently seems to be a complete and total jackass, but he's friends with Griggo, so he keeps him on. But Peter King finds a way to write gushingly about even that,
Grigson.
Yeah, because Grigson invited the media in.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's brilliant with all these things.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was smart enough to draft Andrew Luck. That's what basically, and that's what Ryan Poles is getting that treatment now, because he'll invite people in. I'll be honest with you, the Houston media was guilty of this with Daryl Morey.
Absolutely.
And I think Daryl Morey is 10 times the GM of so far anything Poles has demonstrated, or certainly anything Ryan Grigson did.
Yep.
But he did get preferential treatment in some respects because he was just so open with his time. Poles is doing that right now, and it's a smart strategy.
Yeah, one of the quotes in here, one of the quotes at the very end of the article, quote, "He's done plenty of interviews, isn't shying away from the opportunity ahead, and is doing so with a steady hand." I'm like, oh, no kidding. Ryan Poles has done a bunch of interviews. Really? You don't say, huh?
Yeah. He's not shying away from it.
Yeah,
Good
no
for
kidding.
you, Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah. He went to BC also, Boston College, which I'm predisposed to hate Boston College, so that didn't help. He was teammates with Matt Ryan, I guess, on the football team at BC.
I'll give Notre Dame respect for hating BC, and that it's a pretty one-sided rivalry, is it not?
It is, but some of the losses that BC has put on us have come at the worst possible times.
Okay, I see.
My brother would have won a ring if it weren't for losing to Boston College. They finished 11-1, and BC was the only loss that year. But
oh my God! By the way, speaking of rivalries, Ryan Poles was born in Canandaigua, New York. That's a rival to Victor High School.
Really?
Well, it used to be. Now they suck.
Okay.
We used to be the team that sucked, and Canandaigua was way better than us.
Now it's
and then
flipped?
It turned into... He went to Canandaigua? I had no idea.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
Do you hate him even more now? Or you don't? You probably don't.
Okay. This feels just like a Canandaiguan. So
Don't die, everybody.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'll be honest with you. He would have been at the age... He's 38 years old. He was right around when Canandaigua really started to suck as a football program.
Okay.
So I would, he's already ruined one football program, and now he's on to a second
Canandaigua
one.
and the Chicago Bears.
I feel kind of bad now because he would have been a young guy back when I was in the NFL, and he probably looked up to me. I feel like a jerk.
In that part of the country? Okay. Yeah.
I didn't know he was going to turn into this.
Yeah. Right. Some glory hound. Some media whore. He was teammates with Matt Ryan at BC. They were in the building together in Atlanta when Poles was coming up through the business. And he got some good that part I enjoyed in the article. That like some of the Poles is a pretty attentive guy. It sounds like he's kind of been taking bits and pieces. He's been preparing for this moment.
Yeah,
I just don't need to hear about it 7 times in the month of March about how he's been preparing for this moment. That's all.
It's hard to get. You know why, Sean? It's because we're on the heels of a stretch of time when the Texans were just getting lambasted left and right, and in the media, the national media felt like the Texans were the easiest punching bag, that they could say almost anything about the Texans, whether it was grounded in any reality at all, and people would be like, yeah, that's right, you go. I'm a good person because I'm criticizing the Texans. And so because we're on the heels of that, I feel a little bit jaded. It's kind of like when your dad with his new wife is like super cool to your your younger step siblings, when like he was Joe old school when you were growing up, and you're like, I would have gotten beaten 3 times already for what that kid just did. What the hell?
He got a Snickers.
Yeah. Poles is over here getting patted on the head for stuff that we got the cane for. You know,
wild, man. It's wild. Text message, love the show, dudes. Wow. You got to go back and listen to know what that's all
it's
about.
It's spelled UWA,
okay.
So it is wow.
It's Korean for wow.
Yeah. I'm watching Physical 100,
yep.
The hit Korean reality competition show, which basically is just one huge demonstration of the ways in which Koreans are superior to Americans.
Okay.
In the way we handle failure.
Fair.
Sean, how about this? Okay, real quick. Yeah. So it's 100 people. It's a lot of it's former Olympic athletes, it's MMA fighters, it's all these people, mostly Korean, a couple of Japanese, one oddly tall white American dude who pitches in a Korean baseball league.
Okay.
But when they win challenges, and you move to the next round, because you won, you get the right to pick your opponent in the next round. And Sean, so they win this, right? Yeah. So you're like, oh, okay, go pick on the scrawny one.
Yeah.
Every single one of them is like, oh, I need to find somebody who is somebody who is will be a test and a challenge,
a worthy challenger,
so I can fight with honor and all this. I'm like, oh my God,
no.
And the American in me, the survivor watchers, what are you doing? Pick the 98 pound gymnast.
Banu.
What the hell are you
Banu
doing?
is sitting right there.
Yes.
Banu, take Banu. Oh my God.
It's like step after step of like, oh my gosh,
I gotta
this
watch
is like
this.
the best person I've ever met anywhere. Oh wait, here's another one.
It's on Netflix?
God.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Okay.
It's really good.
I got to watch this. All right, let's get back to the Astros. Was not good last night. Bad last night for the Astros. We're going to relive some of the silliest things from last night. I can't believe that a championship contending team does it as much as they do it. That they did all this stuff within 3 innings is mind-boggling. We're going to relive the magic coming up next.
I also want to applaud the person who's criticizing Sean for you having a problem with Ryan Poles spreading democracy. You got a problem with that, Sean? Sean Pendergast is the most anti-democracy host we have at this station.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on and hit high in the air, deep to center field. McCormick back, and he will watch this one go. A 2-run home run for Davis Schneider on a 1-1 pitch. The Blue Jays were down to their last out, and now Toronto leads 2-1.
You know what? I just think that he made that one mistake there. I think he honked that slider, but everything else looked, pretty good. But he just made that one mistake there.
All right, so I get it. Joe Espada's having his guys back. Josh Hader, he and Josh Hader spent 6 games together in the big league, so he's not going to throw his closer under the bus. But Josh Hader was shaky before that home run in that ninth inning.
It looked like he was terrified of Justin Turner. He was throwing it well outside the zone. Just couldn't locate it. So I'm not buying that it was one bad pitch unless he intended to walk. Did he intend to walk Justin? Was he being extra safe with Justin Turner with a 1-run lead to put Justin Turner
the
on
middle
base?
of the order up,
Yeah, that's the only, honestly, other than that, no, he didn't have control.
Yeah.
Unless you're telling me that he was going to get cute and try to just play extra safe with Justin Turner to put the tying run on base. I'm not buying it.
He faced 5 guys in that inning, and 3 of them reached base. Vladimir Guerrero led off the inning with a base hit. And then Bichette grounded into the double play. Turner walks. And he got 1 strike on Turner and then throws 4 straight balls. He got ahead of him in the count. And then Schneider.
The bullpen is currently garbage.
It's garbage,
okay?
yeah.
That's that's all. Let's call it what it is. The bullpen is garbage, including your high-priced close day. For now. Things can change, but this was the number one concern. Even having what on paper looked like a fearsome 7, 8, and 9.
Yes.
In any given perfect relief situation, it was a question mark, and it's a huge one now that one of those guys that was supposed to offset the weakness in the relief staff has looked very shaky.
He's supposed to be one of the best 2 or 3 closers in baseball, and he has not pitched like that in 2 of the 4 times he's come in. He's lost the game. So Hader, and we're going to get to all the mistakes that were made on the base paths here in a second, because Hader is not alone in the blame for last night. But welcome to privilege. This is Privilegeville, Hader. This is where you chose to sign. We've been to 7 straight ALCSs here. You get paid a lot of money, and you got for the Astros a record-breaking free agency contract.
Yeah.
And sorry, man, you're in timeout. You're in detention.
You're gonna come into this establishment with that haircut,
acting like
Mr.
that,
Wannabe Ryan Stanek.
Yeah.
No, we've got orange privilege here, and we are going to treat you like the orange Karens that we are.
Someone said on the text earlier, juice box privilege. I kind of like that.
Juice box privilage.
That's pretty good.
That.
Yeah. Never know with colors, you know what I mean? Like it's orange,
That's
blue.
I know. I don't want to.
Everything's something, All right.
Walk around in a constant state of fear that I inadvertently
mentioning a color.
Somehow.
Yeah. Juice box privilege. I like it. Whoever texted that in 3 hours ago. Hopefully you're still listening.
Honestly, it feels more like juice box might somehow be a slur somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like
That's true.
Can be sexual of some nature.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Look up Urban Dictionary. All right. Let's get to some of the follies on the base paths last night. 6th inning, the Astros got a little something cooking in the 6th inning. At this point, they're up 1-0 in the game. Fromber's dealing. So this is feeling like a game where, and the Astros are putting guys on base. They're not driving guys in. So this is feeling like a game where hopefully, you know what, Fromber gets you 8 innings, and then in comes Hader, and we all go home, and we all go home happy. That's what it felt like at the time. But in the bottom of the 6th, maybe that was a sign that there were bad things to come. Astros up 1-0. Altuve's on second base. Kyle Tucker reaches first base on a catcher's interference. So you got first and second with 2 outs and Bregman up. Bregman, who's been ice cold this year, but maybe he can break out of things here. Bregman hits a grounder. Well, let's just let Todd Callis describe it.
Broken back towards third, hits Altuve, and that will end the inning. Altuve did not get out of the way of that. Came an automatic out when the ball hit Jose.
It feels like, and we're going to play the Toronto version of that call in just a second.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was so bad, it almost felt like Altuve realized there's so many different ways in his career he screwed up on the base paths, but the one box he hasn't gotten a check yet is getting hit with a ground ball. during a rally in a close game. So he's like, you know what? I'm just going to stick my shin out here. There we go.
Well, I mean, at the very least, he was trying to run some interference. Can I make an excuse that he was trying to run interference? There was going to be an easy out anyway.
Yeah.
And yet you're like, it's not going to be. It's a much easier out if you let the ball hit you, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem in that situation.
Yeah, the inning. Now, the big beneficiary of this is Alex Bregman, who can't hit his way out of a wet paper bag right now. He got credit for an infield single on that.
That's right.
Can you imagine losing a no-hitter on that being the hit that you give up? Can you imagine you get to like the 7th inning, you walk a couple guys, so you still have the no-hitter going, and then Alex Bregman grounds one to third base, and it bounces off Altuve's shin, and you get credit for an infield single, and that's how you lose a no-hitter?
That would have been diabolical if it were a no-hitter situation.
Yeah.
We would give credit to Jose
I would give
Altuve for that, but we certainly won't do that.
We can't do that, no.
Altuve, who we've decided – because of this, finally, and don't worry, everybody, there's a more egregious base running error coming up. I do feel there's a need for an S2 base running cognition test for prospects in Major League Baseball. Like, there's got to be something. There's got to be something, and a way to fix it. Is there a way we can fix Altuve in his 3rd decade on this earth to somehow figure out, or 4th decade on this earth, to figure out how to stop doing this nonsense?
Well, it would have been nice if he had taken that test in between the 6th and the 8th innings. Well, no, before we do that, the Toronto call is great because this is where you can tell, like, Toronto has not experienced the foibles of Jose Altuve on the base paths, right, Seth? You heard these guys talking about that.
Yeah, this is Toronto watching that very same play.
They hit to the left side, and it hits Altuve, so he's out.
Wow. That is amazing. A player of his stature somehow lost sight of the baseball and runs into the ball.
Not that amazing. not really. Not that amazing.
That is amazing. No, it is amazing, though, Sean.
Yeah.
It really is. I feel like we are blessed here in Houston to have to witness an athlete who is so great in so many ways, almost every single way, except one egregiously bad way. It's something unique in sports. People earlier suggested that maybe it's like kind of like Shaq being bad at free throws. I don't think so, no, because that makes sense at least. It makes sense that a big man's bad at free throws. It's a blemish on Shaq's greatness as a player, but it's not as impossible to figure out as it is with Altuve.
Shaq missing free throws is a physical thing. It's not a brain fart.
Right.
Brain farts don't result. He's just, big guys don't have the same hand-eye coordination. These are mental errors by Jose Altuve that he's making here. Like this one, for example. In the bottom of the 8th inning, let me just set this up, Ben, real quick. Altuve is on 3rd. Kyle Tucker is on 2nd. There's 2 outs. And Yainer Diaz, isn't Bregman at the plate. Now, this is Yainer Diaz, who is your hottest hitter. He is the hottest hitter on your baseball team. And here's what happened.
The take. That's one that Yainer's flared. Oh, Tuve picked off 3rd. Tuve was off the bag at 3rd base too far, and he gets thrown out to end the inning. That is a big mistake to end the 8th.
Like, that call by Callis is indicative of the where the hell did that come from aspect of, like, what? What's he doing?
It was so weird. It was so weird. So much time had elapsed, too.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, you got to understand, if you didn't see this, go back and try to watch the broadcast if you can. The ball almost gets past Alejandro there, my favorite chubby catcher, but it doesn't. And then he stands up, and then he's talking to the ump or the pitcher, I can't remember. And then Altuve decides to make a move. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't know what Altuve is seeing or looking at or thinking. It's just like a mega brain. He's had so many brain farts.
Yeah.
And I'll give him credit. Remember a couple days ago, he stole second, or he got second on a pass pitch or whatever it was. It worked out for him then. But this was not that situation.
No.
It was so weird. It was really weird.
It was really strange. He was accountable for it after the game.
I just was trying to make something happen. I know, after you made that kind of play, and you just say to yourself, what are you doing? Wrong situation. I know Diaz, probably the best hitter right now, was on the home plate, so, I think that's a big mistake by me right there.
Yeah, nobody feels worse about that than Jose Altuve. But it can't happen. So then Top of the ninth. That happened with the Astros up 1-0 in the bottom of the eighth. We hope that it doesn't come back to bite you. Unfortunately, it did. Josh Hader gives up the 2-run home run, so now we go to the bottom of the ninth. Yainer Diaz is up with nobody on base, which is only salt in the wound. Like, oh, yeah, when was the last time I saw Yainer? Oh, that's right, when there were runners on second and third to end the last inning. Diaz reaches on an infield single. Jake Myers comes in to run for Yainer Diaz. Jose Abreu strikes out swinging. Like, that's how bad the base running was. It's swept under the rug that Jose Abreu, in another big situation, came up completely empty. It wouldn't shock me if at some point this year he's just not an Astro anymore. I don't know. He stinks again. So there's Myers on first, one out.
He's hitting 105.
Abreu, yeah. He's one. Hang on. So he had a line drive hit last night. He's got like a yeah.
He's hitting 105.
I know. God, he's so bad. But Jake Myers really bad on the bases.
There goes Myers. Pitches taken for a strike. Myers falls down. He fell down trying to steal a base, and he will be out of the baseline for out number 2. Jake was trying to steal and never got to second because he fell down. That is 2 base runners making costly mistakes on the bases in the last 2 innings.
Now, here's the thing. Watching the game on TV, here's the thing. They say that Myers is going, so you get that description. It's not in the screen yet. You're still watching the pitcher and catcher do their thing. Catcher throws it down to second. You have a wide shot now of second base, and Myers isn't even in the picture. Like, he's not even approaching second base. And Callis says Myers fell down on the way to second. At that point, Seth, I say to myself, okay, if any player is going to fall down between first and second, let's face it, it's probably Jake.
Yeah.
Let's just hope that this is something maybe where the second baseman got in his way, or that a spike got caught, or like
maybe a pigeon flew in front of him.
Something that it's not going to look good, but let's not make it look silly. It's the worst it could possibly be. He was running, and his torso got out too far in front of his legs, and he just tipped over and fell on his face.
He got too excited.
He just, there's second. Like, his head and his torso saw second base, and his legs were like, slow down, bro. Where are you going?
Sean, I'm reading all these articles about how much they're preaching fundamentals and base running acumen this spring training.
Oh my
and
God.
I swear it does. They look like toddlers that need leashes out there.
Brutal.
I don't get it. It's tough. There's a lot to be happy about with the Astros right now if it weren't for the damn 1-4 record, and if it weren't for Abreu hitting 105 or Jordan hitting 125 or Bregman hitting 174.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, early in the season, do I expect Yainer Diaz to finish the season with a 1352 OPS? Likely not. He's likely not going to have the best season in the history of baseball. And yet, he's been magnificent in everything that we hoped he could be last year. Wish we would have seen it last year if he had a chance. Altuve's hitting 360, 1127 OPS, but continues to try to confound us by undoing all. Even in that, Sean, in that 8th inning, that was thank God for Altuve. Thank God Altuve almost hit that home run, but at least it was a double. Hey, thank God for all of that. And
Absolutely.
yet, my God.
Yep.
It can't, the saving grace is it can't possibly stay this bad.
No.
Like, there's no way in hell that, like, obviously a lot of this bad, like Jordan, for instance, Jordan's been hitting the ball really, really hard. Like, that'll come around at some point. But the relievers being the issue they are, that's not something that you should feel good about right now, because we knew coming into the season that it might be an issue.
No, there's been no outing yet where the bullpen's done their job. The one game that the bullpen did their job was when they were pinned to the bench because they didn't have to come in because Ronel Blanco threw a complete game. They did their job. They made sure the bench didn't blow away in the wind. Every other game that the bullpen has been involved, they have failed. They failed throughout the Yankees series. They failed last night. Here's a text message. Espada should have brought Presley back out for the 9th. No, he shouldn't have. You signed Josh Hader to pitch the 9th. I mean, I guess in retrospect, with the benefit of hindsight, Presley couldn't have done worse than Josh Hader. I don't know, maybe he comes in and gives up 2 home runs instead of 1. But no, he shouldn't have. That's why you signed. We should have brought Presley back out to pitch a multi-inning save. Are you kidding me? No, Espada's not the issue right now, other than some janky pinch-hitting decisions in the Yankees series. But
just to lay it out for everybody, you didn't read the reliever stats yet, right?
Earlier in the show I did, but go ahead and read it now.
Earlier you did, right, but not this segment.
Nope.
17 innings pitched by the bullpen so far.
Yeah.
They have a 7.41 ERA.
That's bad.
That's a 7.41 ERA out of your bullpen. 6 home runs allowed, 309 opponent batting average. Like, I don't care if you don't care about a batting average anymore. It's bad, okay? It's all really, really bad right now. And it's going to get better. I mean, they're not going to stay at a 7.41 ERA, but I will hold the flames to them in my own heart until they get it back there, because it's aggravating, damn it. I got excited. I got so excited when Hader came into the game.
I did too.
Because I'm like, yes, this is why you have Hader.
Too.
Yes, it's a 1-0 game. You know what we haven't talked about at all yet, Sean? Is the so predictable what happens after a double-digit scoring deluge.
Yeah, they scored
the night before.
Run. Yeah.
You win a game 10-0, then what happens the next night?
Bats go
you
silent.
score a run and you suck in multiple other places.
Oh man, biggest insult I can see on the text page here: Jake Hader-Reese. It's not that bad. Come on.
You can get away to getting a shot at Odorizzi and Jake Hader
at the same time.
All
that
right.
was efficiency right there. That was some James Harden level efficiency right there. All right. Draft trends under Nick Caserio. Jordan, our friend Jordan, Texans thoughts at Texans_thoughts on Twitter, had 5 major
Canadian.
ones. He's had five major ones. He's Canadian.
He is Canadian, just like the Toronto Blue Jays.
Oh, okay.
But we like this Canadian.
Yeah, we like this Canadian.
Yeah.
He's got some interesting trends, including one about guys who were captains for their college. 8 of the 9 guys they drafted last year were captains of their college team. We'll go through and try and see and figure out which one was not the captain of their college team when they were there.
If you actually know, tell us. We won't look at the text line until after we guess it.
If you happen to know, that's coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet. I know this. Man, you are going to get
details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
At Payne and Pendergast. So we're 3 weeks from tomorrow, night one of the draft. So it's coming up, man. It is coming up. We're in that lull right now between free agency and the draft. Still some free agents floating around out there. I would imagine, Seth, if you're a free agent right now, maybe you're at this point sitting and waiting till after the draft to figure out where to go just based on opportunity and which teams might have more acute needs at your position than others, I would say. Because we're getting pretty close to it. You know, we're getting pretty close to the draft here. Just a few weeks away.
We are. I'm doing some research, Sean, on this this topic that we're about to do.
Okay.
It's in classic blogger form. Somebody has an answer for me, but they wrote 7,000 articles on it.
Sweet.
So I apologize. So yeah.
All right. So
damn bloggers. We need editors so badly. Okay.
So
everybody thinks like all these damn bloggers out there think it's awesome that they wrote a 20,000 word post.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's not.
Man, no.
It's very, very bad that you did 20,000 words and didn't cut it down at all.
It is kind of cool. Like some outlets now will give you like the 3 main bullet points of what the article's about at the top. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
they have editors.
Yeah. Now I've got a better idea whether or not I should read this thing. You know, like does this appeal to what I'm looking for? So Nick Caserio, Jordan from Texans Thoughts at Texans_thoughts on Twitter had it was an interesting thread that he had yesterday that outlined major trends with Nick Caserio in the 3 drafts that he's executed as the Texans GM. I guess in a way to kind of whittle down, like, all right, if we believe that these truly are trends, like these are the backgrounds of players that he has drafted, this is their pedigree, these are some of the physical characteristics of them, this is their, even going back to like what their high school accolades were, if we were to use these as if they are some sort of roadmap to who they might take with the picks they have in this draft, that would be pretty cool. The one that I wanted to hone in on, we'll tell you what they all are here, but the one I wanted to hone in on here was the one about team captains. Since Nick Caserio got here, he's drafted 23 players. 13 of the 23 have been team captains, 57%, so a majority of them. But in this past draft, the 9 players they took in 2023, 8 of the 9, all but 1, were captains of their college team. Maybe indicative that maybe D'Amico, small sample size, I get it, but maybe D'Amico, who is he is outwardly a person over player guy. He said that just a couple of weeks ago at the Combine, that maybe this is a sort of an indication of that, a barometer of that. Like, oh yeah, person over player. It would seem likely that guys who have traits that are captains would have the same traits in a person D'Amico's looking for.
So it is, like you said, it might be a small sample, but let's run with it just for the hell of it, since D'Amico seems to be the kind of guy that might actually really prefer that. Just for the sake of, because a couple people texted in, and I brought this up earlier when we talked about this, was, all right, well, I would guess that a lot of guys that are drafted were also team captains because they happen to be one of the best players on their football team. It's not necessarily an indication that a guy's like got inborn leadership traits. A guy on Blogging the Boys, this is back in 2015, he looked at all like the top 350 rated prospects on one website. So about 220 or so guys get drafted. But of that 350, almost 50% were team captains.
Okay.
So those guys, and then I would imagine of the guys that got drafted, it might be even higher than that. So Nick's trend of having 57% have been team captains, that I don't know if that's all that different, but maybe D'Amico amps it up that much more.
Maybe, and who knows? Maybe it is a checkbox. I don't think they're going to draft or not draft a guy based on it if they like him enough. Maybe it is coincidence, but for fun, let's see here. We've got 9 guys that were drafted in that class, and one of them did not have the qualities of a captain according to his college teammates.
So last year, I think CJ was obviously a captain.
Yep.
Will Anderson, I can almost visualize like a C on his chest or something at Alabama.
He was a captain. I looked it up. He was a captain. Yep.
Juice Scruggs at Penn State, having come back from a career-threatening back injury and having been there multiple years because of it, I would say was almost definitely a captain.
Definitely was a captain. I confirm that via Google, yes.
Tank Dell, oh captain, my captain.
Not confirmed via the internet that he was a captain.
Not confirmed? Okay.
There's only one. I'll save you a little bit of time. There's only one other Texan of the 6 remaining in the class. There's only one other one I could find confirmation of that he was a captain, and that was Jared Patterson at Notre Dame. He was a captain.
Oh, okay.
I was going to have a question about it, because the other thing is Dylan Horton and Henry To'oTo'o were both transfers. So I wonder exactly, like Henry To'oTo'o was there, Will Anderson was there, while Christian Harris was there. So I don't know if Henry To'oTo'o would have been a captain. I'm going to guess that he wasn't.
He plays a captain position, though.
That's a good point.
Inside linebacker is a position that is rife with captain qualities.
Yeah.
So it's
Xavier Hutchinson and Brandon Hill. No way of me knowing whether or not they were captains.
No way. I Googled all of them just to be clear.
I guess no way. Yeah, obviously there's a way of knowing.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
Brandon Hill, I would say, was a captain because when I Googled him, it didn't confirm he was a captain, but you know what came up? Several YouTubes of him doing his weekly press conference for the Pitt media.
Oh, that sounds like he was the captain.
That's the captain quality, right? Like, that's if you're the guy out there, if you're the front-facing guy doing media. So I would cross Brandon Hill off the list. I think your best theory here, Seth, well, Tank Dell was a transfer, too. Tank Dell went to JUCO, did he not? And transferred into U of H.
Yeah. So
too.
Also, 2022 Iowa State Cyclones football, Xavier Hutchinson was indeed one of the captains.
All right, we can cross him off the list. All right. So I think it's down. I'm going to put To'oTo'o as a captain because he played inside linebacker. If we're just hypothesizing here. So we're down to Tank Dell and Dylan Horton.
I guess the easiest thing we could have done was actually just DM'd Jordan Punn about this, but this is more fun.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out what the answer was. Tank Dell or Dylan Horton, Seth. Both outstanding young men.
I say Dylan Horton was at TCU for 2 years, I think. He was changing position. So I think he was kind of a late bloomer in a lot of ways, kept gaining weight. I would not be surprised if it was Dylan Horton just because he was a kind of a late bloomer in a lot of ways and a transfer.
He was on a team that almost won the national championship too. So they had multiple captain types on that team. Yeah. I'm going to go with Dylan Horton, and it's not out of disrespect. It's just out of trying to connect the dots. That's all. Of these other trends that Jordan has in his thread here, I'll go through them real quick, and you tell me, Seth, which one you think is the most valid of these trends. About if we're looking at who Nick Caserio could be looking at in this draft, okay? If we were to use one of these trends to create our roadmap to who the Texans walk away with in a couple of weeks, he's drafted practically all Power 5 players. The only one that is not a Power 5 player is Tank Dell, and his school is now a Power 5 school. He's about as close as you can get to a Group of 5 guy that's a Power 5 guy as there is.
Yeah.
So almost unanimity with Nick Caserio of drafting Power 5 guys. We mentioned the team captains. The Texans, one of the other trends, they value game speed over testing speed. The Texans have among the worst combine and pro day test type scores in football amongst their draftees. Yet their GPS stuff is really, really good with the guys they draft.
So I guess if we're going to start handicapping who the Texans are going to take, we'll get rid of some of the. You want to get rid of some of the non-Power 5 guys.
Yep.
Of which in the top 2 rounds, there's only a few guys that are non-Power 5 guys, but also the guys that didn't necessarily test well at the combine, but are better than what the combine results don't match the eyeball test.
Yep. Believe it or not, one of these trends is that Nick Caserio historically has avoided injury risk, and people may say, "What are you talking about? He drafted Derek Stingley Jr. and Kenyon Green." John Mechie was coming off an ACL when the Texans drafted, and this has nothing to do with how they eventually performed, just what the risk aversion is in taking them. Those are the only 3 guys that they've taken with injury issues coming into the league. Are those 3 guys? I think it feels more acute because those are 3 of the first 4 guys you took in a single draft. The first 44 picks in the draft, those 3 guys were taken in the first 44 picks in the draft. So other than that, they've largely sided with healthy guys coming in.
And they've suffered, those guys have continued to suffer injury or other issues since then. It doubles down on that. I think somebody brought this up earlier was Juice Scruggs did have that huge car crash that ended up with back issues that maybe you should have worried about. I guess I put that in a different category just because it wasn't a football injury. It didn't hint that he might be injury prone, but it was a pretty big injury that maybe did make him, more susceptible to things in the future.
Yeah, the hamstring is what kept him out this year. I'm not saying the 2 aren't tied to each other, but it is it wasn't the back. it was a hamstring. The one that
all we could tell from the car accident that he wasn't Bruce Willis in Unbreakable.
That's right.
Like, okay, he did indeed. It wasn't like he mysteriously stopped playing football despite not being injured after that car crash.
Which of these is most valid to you of all these? The Power 5 background, the captaincy, the game speed, the injury risk?
The captaincy I throw out just because I think that's a lot of good football players.
Correlation.
Captains of their high school team, yeah. The injury risk is the biggest surprise that I'm still kind of trying to digest because Nick hasn't drafted guys who have an injury history, and yet he hasn't shied away from them in the first round of the draft. And I wonder if he thinks that in the first round, if maybe that maybe gets a little bit of there's an inefficiency there that people are shying away from guys with injury histories, and he likes that so he can get them better than, I don't know. It's not like that's what the situation was with Derek Stingley.
Right.
I would say the biggest surprise to me, honestly, over the course of these last few years, I thought, like, if I were going to think that this was going to be New England South, I thought they would have rolled the dice on some small college guys much more so than they have. Where Tank Dell is the quote-unquote smallest college guy that they've taken because he wasn't yet in the Big 12 yet. That's a surprise to me. If you went back to 2019 and told me, hey, you're going to take a GM out of New England, do you think he'll take any guys who are outside the Power 5? I'm like, oh, hell yeah. They'll love those guys, especially in the 6th and 7th round.
The one that I think has the most validity is actually the one about valuing game speed over testing speed. For Nick.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the one that to me is the most valid because we've heard him talk about small school guys. Hell, when he came on with us 2 weeks ago, he led into the conversation talking about the New Hampshire kid. Now, I was joking around about the kid being a wrestling fan, but he did kind of zip in there like a kid's a good player, too. But I don't think Nick – I do think they like the fact that Power 5 guys have played in big games, especially at the quarterback position. I think there are parts of Power 5 guys, Power 5 backgrounds that they like, but I don't think it's at the expense of eliminating good football players. I think the sense I get with Nick is he thinks that a lot of the combine and pro day stuff is just malarkey. The testing and the 40s and the cone drills and everything else. Like I think real quick, Seth, even D'Amico's answer on what he likes in wide receivers. It's not size, it's not speed, it's not physicality. I like guys that get open.
It's separation.
It's separation,
can I say that? Well, no, and you know what? Okay, so where that makes sense is that if that's what you're going to go by, then it also stands to reason that you want to be sure you're seeing them do it versus the best competition. Because there are a lot of guys that get separation at Division II schools that can't do the same thing in the NFL. But then you add to the GPS scores and everything, and I think he probably trusts that a lot more. And then he also probably feels like maybe since not every team is yet doing it that way, that they've got an advantage over some of those teams. That there's going to be teams that fall in love with the test scores still. It's just like to go back to what it was like in New England when he was there. If you look at the 2013 draft, their first pick was Jamie Collins out of Southern Miss. The next pick was Aaron Dobson out of Marshall. The next year they're Jimmy Garoppolo, Eastern Illinois. They drafted another guy late in the out of Concord, St. Paul.
Yeah.
The year after that, they took a kid out of Navy. It was just, they're rife. They used to draft so many guys out of non-Power 5 conferences. I wonder if that was one thing that he kind of bristled against with Belichick.
That'd be interesting.
I wonder if Belichick fell in love with these small school guys, and Caserio was sitting there in the draft, and I'm like, oh my God, Bill, not again.
I can't wait I can't wait to run my own crew.
It'd be like when one of Clinton's staffers saw a chubby girl walk by, and you're like, oh, crap. Oh, boy, I gotta.
On that note.
All right, I'm going to draft
another good analogy
right now.
Another good analogy. All right, the Astros got us feeling a certain kind of way. I want a positive Astros topic as we round here towards the top of the hour. I've got a positive Astros topic for you. Whose fast start has you the most excited on the team? That is next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
I am in love with the back of the bullpen. I think the offense is going to be pretty darn good with a chance to be elite. Basically, avoid major injury to guys like Verlander and Fromber. Avoid major injury to the back of the bullpen and to Jordan and Altuve. I think the Astros are a 98-win team this year.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, our Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam show. We've got a problem on State Highway 99 Lanier Parkway. This is going to be westbound at Spring Stoerner Road.
Fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of beautiful hair, congratulations, man. All the studies show that that's one of the most attractive physical features a man can have. You want to know the least attractive, the most aging? It's the opposite. It's hair loss. And the harsh reality is that no amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning, balding, or receding hairline. Good news is it doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair has the quick one-day solution to hair loss and can make you look 10 to 20 years younger. We're not talking peels, potions, lotions, or topicals. No, sir. With Advanced Hair, it's just your very own natural hair guaranteed to grow. They've improved thousands of lives, and you can be next. In fact, you can see all the before and afters at advancedhair.com. By the way, with Advanced Hair, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. The ball's in your court. Call now for a free consultation, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you can get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
John Lopez here for Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. I get to brag about my friend, Louis Flory. He is simply the best. And you know what? Spring is on its way. Spring is here. Time to get those trees in great condition, and you sleep a little better at night. I'm telling you, you absolutely do. In Houston, we know we're always going to have storms and freezes, and in the spring, big-time winds. Get the complete tree care you need and make your trees as beautiful as they've ever been. The best on the block, just like mine. Louis has been out to my house multiple times. He's taken care of my kids' homes and a lot more. All over Houston, pruning and manicuring trees, spraying for insects and diseases, deep root feeding, and of course, when you are pruning and manicuring your trees, you're also making them safer. Storm and wind resistant, Louis Flory gets it done. More than 40 years as a licensed arborist in the greater Houston area. He knows our trees. He will take care of our trees. It's a passion for him, and good thing. You get your trees beautiful and healthier. 281-441-4179. 281-441-4179. AbilityTrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professional.
Odyssey presents a joint venture with Hulu's High Hopes.
Yo, what's up? This is Jared from the Dirty Heads.
It gets a little better. A secret 420 Dirty Head show. Win a trip for two to L.A.
California, rescue me. My black Impala goes 85.
Enter now for your chance to win at Odyssey.com/High Hopes. This month, reality TV hits a new high. High Hopes premieres 420, streaming only on Hulu.
What's good, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for QC Kinetics, man. The future of medicine is here, and it's QC Kinetics. They are the nation.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like this question they had on the old fan poll last night on the broadcast, Seth. As I'm watching the Astros, this is while they were winning the game last night. I'm like, man, this is a fun little poll. We're going to come in tomorrow, and Fromber's going to have dealt for 7 or 8 innings. Hader's going to have come in and closed things down. The Astros will be on a 2-game winning streak, and they'll be going for the sweep tonight against the Blue Jays. And then that all went to hell in a handbasket. But it does not take the starch out of this question that I thought was very fun. And I think as this core maybe gets a little bit older and ages a little bit, the fact that it's at least 2 of these names, I think, long-term are part of this team feels pretty good. And it's early. It's only 6 games. But the fan poll question was, whose fast start has you most excited? And the 3 choices were Ronel Blanco, author of a no-hitter, Yainer Diaz, shellacking the ball, and Jeremy Pena, who is off to a really good start as well. Ronel Blanco, Yainer Diaz, Jeremy Pena. I don't know if you saw the results on the broadcast, Seth. There was
I
one.
did not.
There was.
I did not. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say well, no, I don't want to give anything away. I was going to say something.
Okay.
I don't want to give anything away. You go ahead.
All right. My guess would be Yainer Diaz because it feels like it's been a long time coming. That this was pent up and built up, and people are excited to see him finally get his quinceañera here. This is a big moment. They put him in a nice big frilly gown, and here we go.
It was Yainer Diaz who won the poll. I was going to say the winner. I was going to say the winner won in resounding fashion. But that might have somehow given it away. I don't know. I didn't want to give any hints. But Yainer...
Yeah, I would have known if you had said resounding.
Yeah.
And now, because Jeremy Pena, it's interesting with Jeremy Pena, I guess because Pena's already he's been to the height of all heights, and being a World Series MVP, and then was let down. I feel like there's probably a certain hesitancy for people to believe that this version of Jeremy Pena, which has been very, very good, that they're kind of waiting for the other shoe to fall. So, which I totally get and understand. It's understandable, but. Yainer, this is what people have been clamoring for, and I think there's probably a lot of told you so in that.
Yeah.
They're going to emphatically say, yeah, I told you so, it's Yainer Diaz.
Yep. I told you to a lot of people. Saying I told you so about Yainer Diaz. Yeah, I think Yainer's the right answer. I really wanted to put together a good case for Jeremy Pena here because I think he is important to the future of this team. He still is very cost-controlled. He's in his 3rd year. He's not even arbitration eligible yet, I think, till next year or the year after. Jeremy Pena is going to be here for a long time, as is Yainer Diaz. They're both going to be here for a while. That collectively is very exciting. Yeah, I wanted to put together a case for Jeremy Pena, just you know what? Like his ceiling, you get a middle infielder that's got pop like that has a glove like that. Yainer's a good defensive catcher. But they're talking about it. I don't know if they talked about it on the broadcast or if I was listening to the pregame show, but there's chatter, and it makes sense given how just bereft of talent the Astros are at first base. But there's been talk that the future for Yainer Diaz is more at first base than it is at catcher. Just because, because catcher takes a toll, man. Your shelf life. It does. He's a great hitter. Your shelf life is going to be a lot better playing first base.
If he's that good a hitter, then by all means, it makes sense, yeah.
Yep.
By the way, and also one of our listeners reminding me this morning, not in a snotty way or anything, he's as distraught as we all are about this slow start to the Astros, but it is a good reminder, just as a little bit of a heat check on ourselves, that in 2019, a season in which the Astros would go on to win 107 games, they did start off 2-5.
Okay.
So if they pull out a victory tonight, somehow, some way, this is a must-win game is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes, a must-win game this early in the season. They need to go 2-5 so they can be on track to win 107 games.
I am excited to watch Javier tonight. Let's see if Javier had a great start, his first start against the Yankees. It wasn't his fault they lost that game. Stop me if you've heard this before. The bullpen lost that game for the Astros. But I'm excited to watch Javier tonight.
I don't expect to despise Josh Hader every single time he comes in, no matter how awesomely it's served up to him. In these circumstances where you get brilliant starting pitching, you only have to use a reliever for a third of an inning before he comes in, and then I don't expect him to do this every time. I do wonder as you start to think about, all right, continuing to somehow fix this bullpen in total, getting back all these healthy starting pitchers, and having Framber and Javier and perhaps Blanco or whomever else, whether it's Garcia or Verlander or whomever, having 5 very competent starting pitchers does
still give you a little bit of wiggle room with trades. It could be a swap of a starter for a reliever at some point.
Yeah, that's a great
you got some
point.
excess starters there on the back end.
That's a great point. Yeah, if some of these guys aren't equipped or groomed to be long relievers, then maybe you use one of them in a trade to go get a really good arm in the bullpen.
Well, yeah, dummy me. Let me hit myself in the head, Sean. I didn't want you to actually let me do it, but I did it. Blanco himself, this is what I worry for Blanco, is that he's only been a starter for a year now. Yeah. And, all right, is it going to be as simple as, man, after all these starters come back, hey, Ronell, awesome job so far as a starter, but here's the thing. You're going to be our long reliever now, okay? I don't know. I don't know.
Victim of his versatility. So we need a win tonight. Man, it's been a rough, really last 5 or 6 days here in Houston on the sports scene. The Astros starting out 1-5, the Rockets win streak ending, and really kind of getting a sobering sort of slap in the face about where they sit in the NBA right now. The 11. I think we all knew the 11-game win streak. We knew who they were playing during that streak, so we knew it wasn't completely indicative of, oh boy, this is a team that's now able to say that they're ascending into being among playoff teams and whatnot. So I'm not surprised they lose to the Mavericks. I'm not surprised they lose to the Timberwolves. I love the way they fought against the Timberwolves, especially after the way the Mavericks looked a couple of days ago. But the Rockets win streak ending, the Astros off to this slow start, the Cougs getting knocked out. We need some good stuff to happen, man. We need some good stuff to happen.
You know what? At least we've got it better than Kansas City.
Dude,
it's been a horrible sports.
Are you reading these texts?
Yes. I'm I wasn't really. You had pointed it out to me. I hadn't really been paying attention to him, but you pointed out to me that we've been. For anybody that doesn't know, sports radio there's a sports radio station in Kansas City that's called 610 Sports Radio or something. There's some glitch that when people try to text them, we get their texts. And a lot of times it's no big deal. We get one here or there. Today it's been a constant deluge of people complaining about this stadium vote, where apparently the vote for a new stadium was shot down, and now all of a sudden people are worried that the Kansas City Chiefs, is this right, or is this the Royals?
It's both. It's okay. So real quick, it's a new stadium for the Royals, and it's a renovated Arrowhead for the. Yeah. I don't think the Chiefs have any desire to move out of Arrowhead. That's a great environment. But
it's awesome. It's awesome.
Right. They want Arrowhead renovated, and the Royals want a new stadium. That Kauffman Stadium's actually pretty nice. I've been there a couple times, but it's old. It's been there forever.
It's old, yeah. And there's always talk about maximizing revenue, the luxury boxes, this, that, the other thing. And if you've never been up there either, it's a really cool setup they have in Kansas City. The baseball stadium and the football stadium are right there on the same property, and it's super easy access. It's a good setup. But they, sports owners being what they are.
Philly's like that. I was in Philly last week for the Sixers game. The Sixers arena, the Eagles stadium, and the Philly stadium are all right there next to each other. You're right. It makes it super easy on game day. But yeah, dude, they are heated about this up on that station, at least according to the people who are inadvertently texting you and me right now on this thing.
I can't. It's a shame that they've had such a rough go of it up there in Kansas City.
Well,
I mean, it's one thing to have a championship football team, I suppose, 3 times over, but their baseball team sucks. I mean, come on.
I'm hoping when I listen to the drive today, I wonder if they'll mix in anything about this, just in any of the, kind of the equivalent of what we do at 8 o'clock, where we have all the stories. Because Ron's from there, and I'm curious. The sense I get from reading all the articles is that this is all happening on the Missouri side. That's where the stadiums exist, on the Missouri side of Kansas City.
Kansas gets a free ride, huh?
Well, but here's the thing, is that it's not as if, from what I'm gathering, it's not as if the Chiefs are going to leave and move to whatever city is the next one to get a football team here. This is not an Oilers situation where they've got Nashville sitting there. They're not going to leave the Kansas City area, but apparently there's all kinds of tax dollars sitting over on the Kansas side, showing some leg, and
they're going to be out there in Excelsior Springs.
You say
Kansas.
so. Overland Park, Olathe, whatever. Those are the cities I know.
Pleasant Hill, I don't know.
Yeah, but apparently there's all kinds of tax money, a big pot of gold waiting for them over on the Kansas side. So that's why I'm curious. Is there a Missouri Kansas thing?
They're no better than that cheap hussy Dorothy, just out there looking for the best deal.
Right.
My God, in Kansas.
Yeah. Go show some leg in Oz, see what the Scarecrow thinks of this. But I guess that's the deal, is ultimately they're not like changing metropolitan areas. They could just change sides of the border that they're on there.
What is the border there? Is it the Missouri River, or is it just a vertical north-south
I'm
line?
looking at a map, and it looks like a dotted line. No, I'm just
It's
joking.
just a straight north and south line?
I think
it's
so.
Not, it's
Yeah, I
not the
don't
Missouri River. That wouldn't make sense.
It'd be fun if they actually drew a dotted line on the ground, like somebody had spray paint out, and they're like, what's the divider? Go Google it, Seth. Look, they drew a dotted line between these two states.
You're big time in Kansas City, at least your family is.
Big time. We ran
We're on the Missouri side, though, right? Is that the
Yeah.
Is that the snobby side? Do people look at they look down on the Kansas side of Kansas City?
My travels to Kansas City, that's the sense I get, is the Missouri side seems like the more uppity side than the Kansas side, but I don't know. We could ask our boss, Sarah Fraser. She's from Kansas City. I'm sure she'll get us the
She'd
info.
tell us.
I think she's from
Feels
the
like
Kansas
if
side.
Feels like if you're from the Kansas side and you live in Kansas City, it's almost like wearing huge logos on your clothes. Like,
Yeah.
all right, we get it. We get it. You're into Kansas, all right?
Gotcha.
Nothing that we would know about here in Texas, but still.
We're not ostentatious at all here.
Nobody would ever wear a flag on their gear.
Well, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe Lopez knows. He's traveled quite a bit. He's a worldly kind of guy. He's been all over. Do you know, John, you know that we're getting a bunch of texts here from Kansas City people. It probably happens to you guys, too, during your show, right? 'Cause of
Occasionally.
The whole 610 thing. They're 610 there. We get inadvertent Kansas City texts, and they've got a big thing going on there now where they're trying stadium. They're trying to get Arrowhead renovated and get a new stadium for the Royals, and it got voted down yesterday.
Yes, I saw that.
So now there's all kinds of posturing and hemming and hawing going on. Do you know, from your knowledge, is there one side of the Kansas City border, the Missouri or Kansas side, that's viewed like is the more uppity side or the more bougie side? Do you happen to know?
Kansas City. The Kansas City side, the Pleasant, is it called Pleasant?
No, the Kansas side or the Missouri side?
The Missouri side is more uppity.
More uppity, okay.
Yes,
that's my
the
question.
Missouri
That's
side
what I
is more
thought.
uppity.
That's
yeah,
what I thought.
No doubt about it.
Okay. So these are the ones trying to keep their stadiums.
I'm just now realizing that that Missouri is on the eastern side and Kansas is on the western side. So whichever, yeah, I don't know. These Midwestern states, I don't pay attention.
Dude, I get so mad when I watch game shows and people get map questions wrong.
Oh, yeah.
I get so angry.
No, dude.
Which of these states borders Wisconsin? And I'm like, oh, my God.
Come on.
Not Indiana, you dummy.
Come on.
No, the Midwest, it's a barren wasteland to me. I don't have a clue, like, what abuts what. I don't have a damn clue.
You're dead to me. You are dead to me.
They're all just these square and rectangular shaped states.
No, it ain't
with a bunch
sexy. I'm not going to argue that. But you got to know which ones border which ones.
You can take your waves of grain and keep them to yourself, okay? I don't give a damn.
I'm anxious to watch this little battle play out on the text page between Kansas Cityans over the next breaking news.
Yeah.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All righty.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh.
I've been saying it, and I've been saying it. They got something else coming down the pike. How do you feel about Stefon Diggs traded
Shut
to
up.
the Texans?
All right, no. Yesterday was April Fool's Day, or 2 days ago. No, there's no way in hell.
Wow. Adam Schefter. The Bills are
Shut up.
The Bills are finalizing a trade to send four-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Stefon Diggs to the Houston Texans for draft pick compensation.
Okay, I need to know what the draft pick compensation
Yeah, we all do.
is. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Holy crap. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a good reaction right there.
Wow.
Whoa.
That is huge.
Yeah.
That is huge.
I'm against this trade. What the hell?
I'm against this trade.
Oh, my God. Okay. Did Seth's mic just get
look,
cut
it's
off?
10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, look at the clock.
Okay. Something happened
Are
to
you guys
Seth's
done
mic.
yet?
All right, I guess we are done.
Antibodies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Antibodies.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. KILT, HD2. Bye-bye.
Wow. Okay. Thanks, teammates. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. In the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Stefon Diggs. They start now.
Stefon Diggs traded to the Houston Texans. Now, here's my thing. I do want to know what that draft compensation is.
Yes.
And I guess now we have the answer to the question, what were the Texans up to when it came to clearing the salary cap space? This is it. He's been wanting out of Buffalo. Now, I think this is kind of, as I look at this, first of all, receiver no longer a need. You have your number one receiver. You have your complementary guys. And we've been talking about offensive weaponry. This is offensive weaponry. At what cost does it come? I will say that's something to keep an eye on, but I'll also mention this. I think this elevates the Texans as a football team, and I also think one of the teams that we would be talking about them competing with at that tier, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
You gotta push them down a notch. They've now lost their top 2 receivers. So this is kind of a double-edged sword for the Houston Texans when it comes to the moves. You're just tuning in. The Texans have acquired Stefon Diggs from the Buffalo Bills.
6 straight 1,000-yard seasons, double-digit touchdowns 2 of the last 3 seasons, more than 100 catches 4 consecutive seasons. I mean, say no more. And as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I actually am not that overcome or that crazy about what is the compensation. What is the compensation?
What do you mean you're not?
Because here's the thing. Adam Schefter said draft compensation. Okay. Draft compensation. I can deal with that. You know, it's 2 seconds this year, 2 seconds in the first next year.
No, that's not the compensation. That's what they got.
No, I'm saying that's what the Texans
that's what
have.
they got.
Yeah, that's what
you just kind of made it.
No. What I'm saying is it's not going to be something where like, oh my God, you know, they gave up too much. I can feel that already. You know, it's like just based on what they have in the next couple of years. Unless it's all of them.
I've been very much against this trade because I know he wants a new contract. I don't see how you're unhappy in Buffalo. Although it sucks, it probably sucks to live there. Unhappy.
Oh, because he hates it.
Yeah, as far as the football situation, I don't know how you're unhappy. He obviously had the really bizarre start to the season last year where Stefon Diggs, by the way, we have the compensation.
Yes.
Here we go. You ready for this?
Diana Rossini reporting. You might change your minds here, boys.
Uh-oh.
The Buffalo Bills are trading wide receiver Stefon Diggs to the Houston Texans in exchange for a 2025 second-round pick.
Wow.
The Texans also receive a 2025 fifth and sixth round pick.
Wow. They really wanted to get rid of him. So they basically traded their first-round pick for...
Do we know which second-round pick it is
second.
next year?
The 2025 second-round pick via the Vikings.
Okay, so it's a Vikings pick, so it's probably the better of the two.
Yeah.
Picks.
So they basically
who cares?
But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like who cares. You know, I'm just saying a second-round pick.
They basically traded their first for Stefon Diggs in a second. If you look at the trade, they basically traded their first for Stefon. Am I doing this right?
I'm trying to think.
Because they're giving up a second. They got 2 seconds.
Yeah.
They got 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
One of those seconds is gone.
Yeah, from the Vikings.
But 1 second remains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they basically traded their first round pick for Stefon Diggs in a second.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's a good job.
That's an excellent job.
And you know what the beauty of this is? This is just how far we've come as an organization. By the way, just tuning in, Stefon Diggs, Houston Texan. This is how far they've come. So this was their backup plan, right? If they really tried to trade for Keenan Allen, this was their backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
Stefon Diggs was the backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
I remember once upon a time, last time a receiver was involved in a backup plan was when they failed to sign Carlos Hyde as their starting running back, and they traded DeAndre Hopkins for F. and David Johnson.
Think about that. Think about that right there. You know, side by side, those two trades and who's doing them and what's happening here. I knew it, man. I mean, I knew it when they
knew something was going on.
I kept, fighting the good fight here. Something else is coming down the pike. And is this I kind of feel like this changes everything, in terms of how we're feeling already.
Are you surprised by what the cost was?
Yes.
Did you think that it would be a little bit more?
Yes. I mean, a second-round pick? I mean, you're going to pay the guy. But you cleared the cap space, and
for next year too,
and for next year exactly. And the thing about Diggs is that he's a fall out of bed, 80 catch, 1,000-yard receiver, 8 to 10 touchdowns. I mean, just falling out of bed. I said 80, 100 catches, 1,200 yards, 8 to 10 touchdowns automatically. And then what it does for Nico Collins, Tank Dell. The entire arsenal, and you got Joe Mixon lurking in the background as well. We came into the offseason saying they got to get weapons, they have to do everything they can to surround C.J. Stroud with something that makes him an immediate contender. Landry, today, the Texans are an immediate contender, and I don't know what the ceiling is.
No, I mean,
I don't know what the ceiling is.
What have I been saying? I've been using these two words. I've been beating them to death. Offensive weaponry, offensive weaponry, offensive weaponry. I've said it 100 times.
Yeah.
They got it.
Yeah.
And they gave up a second next year.
Mm-hmm.
So they still have the 2 seconds and third. They can do whatever the F they want now.
Yeah.
And you're not at the mercy of these receivers. Like, I was starting to wonder, okay, it's cool to say that you need a receiver, but you're sitting there at, 41? And this receiver might go at this point, this receiver might go at this point, this receiver might go at this point. And now C.J. Stroud's going to be throwing to Stefon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. How about that?
And Dalton Schultz. And, Mixon out of the backfield. That's what I'm saying, because we were already very impressed with what they were doing on the defensive side of the ball. They got better. They got a lot better on the defensive side of the ball. Now, let me just say this one more time. The Texans, ladies and gentlemen, are a contender right now before the draft even occurs. Flat out. They have the explosive offense, the elite quarterback. They have a defense that can come at you from both edges. They have a shutdown corner. I mean, all the elements are there before the draft even occurs. That player makes that big of a difference. That's what we were looking for.
Now he's going to get a new deal, I'm sure.
Yeah, and
what's the new deal going to look like? How much are you going to give him? All that, and then we figure it out. How does he fit in? How does he fit into this culture, this organization? The other thing is this that I think is big about this with the Texans. You're just tuning in, Stefon Diggs. Give the compensation again.
Stefon Diggs traded from the Buffalo Bills to the Houston Texans. The Texans trade a 2025 second-round pick, the one they received via the Vikings. The Texans also receive a 2025 fifth-round pick and sixth-round pick. So they actually get a fifth and sixth and Stefon Diggs for a second-round pick. That's robbery. You're going to pay him, but you planned for this. You had, I by the way, just to tear up the old rundown here, but I was like,
it's torn.
I was like doing math, which always hurts me before the show. And I'm like, only one team has spent more guaranteed money on free agents this offseason, yet only 2 teams have more cap space. The math adds up to they had another deal coming down the pike. This is it.
And this also goes back to the Vikings thing.
Yes.
Because
he had a plan.
Yeah, he had a plan, I guess. I mean, golly. I mean, this came together quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Stefon Diggs.
They stole him. It's not my money. I mean, it's not my money. Think about this. Like I've said this, already, but when you look at what he produces at 30 years old.
Well, I just like the cost.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just like the cost. I think it's weird that Buffalo traded with. I mean, I guess Buffalo doesn't give a damn about that, in the conference division crap.
Yeah.
Because this is a team that you're looking at to chase.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Texans are in a better position by far right now, all due respect to Josh Allen, than the Bills are. I think. I think they're certainly right there with them. At least they're right there with them.
Well, I mean, the Bills have no receivers now.
Yeah. This is a pretty incredible offseason. If you start taking the whole.
No, it's not. I mean, it's
the whole picture.
No, and they have a full draft.
Yeah,
Like that's the thing you got to remind yourself.
Yeah.
Because they traded. We go back to the original move. You trade your first-round pick. You get 2 seconds. And then you have the pick swap. One of those seconds is next year. So you're wondering, okay, what's going on here? Then you trade that extra second that you get for Stefon Diggs, the Vikings. You get a little bit back, and you keep your full draft.
And the second.
Usually when you make a move like this, you do it. It's kind of a give-take type of thing. A lot of times you give away draft compensation, and you get a player.
Mm-hmm.
They still have their full draft compensation, and they got one of the most productive receivers of the last few years.
Yes. Now let's talk about the plan here. bravo, Nick Caserio. Like, this was a brilliant stroke. We've said it. That's why I said I knew something was coming down the pike. Like, he doesn't make a move without knowing his next move. It is chess. You use that term a lot. Chess, not checkers. It is chess. So not only did he work that deal knowing that he had something else coming, by trading your first round pick, now even your rookie pool cap money is lower. So you're going to have more money there and more money that you cleared with the with the restructuring of the contracts. So he made the deal knowing he was going to make another deal to get someone like Stefon Diggs. It ended up being Stefon Diggs. And you reduce the rookie pool money you're going to have to pay this year because the second round is the highest pick you have. And you restructured contracts to get even more money to sign Diggs. This is a brilliant plan that Nick Caserio has put together here.
But was it a plan or was it an adjustment?
It was a plan. No, it was. There were adjustments along the way.
That's always been the biggest praise of Nick Caserio is his ability to adjust.
Yes.
And they try to get Keenan Allen, they pivot, and this is their pivot.
No, absolutely they adjusted along the way. But he knew, okay, I'm going to do this, which is going to lead to these restructures, which is going to lead to a trade, which is going to lead to less rookie pool money that we're going to have to spend this year, more cap money for either Keenan Allen or whomever. It ended up being Stefon Diggs. Like, Nick Caserio has put on a clinic. He has put on an absolute clinic.
It's amazing how this organization is run now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing because you would think you're in a desperate time. You're not. You got this deal. And the other crazy thing about it is where this organization is, brother, I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, but there was a time where people used to want to leave here.
Yeah.
Like, this was the place where you were unhappy. Deshaun Watson wanted out. DeAndre Hopkins, unhappy, but B.O.B. ended up getting rid of him. J.J. Watt granted his release. Player after player after player, not too long ago, leaving here for better opportunity. You have a guy that was in Buffalo. They were seconds away from winning a Super Bowl a few years ago. He was a first-team All-Pro.
Yeah.
This year, they were a missed field goal away from perhaps beating the Chiefs. He's unhappy in Buffalo, and where does he end up? Right down the street.
Right down the street. Right down the street. Absolute brilliance, an absolute game changer. It changes the entire structure of the AFC. The Chiefs are not just looking at Buffalo and Cincinnati anymore. They're looking at Houston. I mean, flat out. Like, they are a contender. They are a huge threat in this conference, and they have an elite quarterback that is just starting. This has been an absolute brilliant offseason.
I mean, this is and it's not over, sir.
Yeah. Then you got to draft. Oh, he's pretty good in the second, third round as well.
Yeah, you have a full draft, and now you can get real crazy. And by the way, you have a full draft next year too. So it's not like you gave up a draft pick like that. You gave up what you got.
Yeah,
house money. It was basically house money. It's unbelievable that they pulled this off.
And just let's just look at their weapons right now, keeping in mind what C.J. Stroud did without these weapons. You know, with an unproven Nico Collins, a rookie Tank Dell, who knows Robert Woods, etc. Now you got C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year, going into his second year with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Stefon Diggs. They re-signed, they re-signed Dalton Schultz. They brought in Joe Mixon, who's good out of the backfield. And, oh, by the way, the story of the offseason until the last few weeks was the defense and how much better you got on the defense. You always know. I mean, we are always honest on this show. And when we see something that we think is dog crap, like what happened with DeAndre Hopkins, in real time, we tell you that it's dog crap. In real time, I'm telling you right now, this is an absolute game changer for the future of the organization.
Yeah, and you just you wonder when you first hear that, you're like, okay, they're going to give up 2 seconds because that was where I was going to be like, hey,
maybe, yeah.
I don't know about that. Now you gave up the extra one.
Yeah.
So you take the optimal trade, and this is what I was talking about when it was them trading up. at the end of the day, if we go back to the start of this month, the Texans traded the optimal trade when we put it all together. The Texans traded their first-round pick for Stefon Diggs and an extra second.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
we can deal with that.
Let's go.
We can deal with that.
So let's go. So they basically what happened was they did a pick swap.
Mm-hmm.
Second for a first, and you give us Diggs.
Yeah. Dude, that's like if that was fantasy football.
What are they saying in Buffalo right now?
How fast would you make that deal in fantasy football?
How fast?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
If someone called in, and I'm dead serious, if someone would have called in 3 weeks ago and proposed this sequence of events, you got to be ready here. If they would have proposed this sequence, you know where I'm going. If they would have proposed this sequence of events that the Texans do what they did with the Vikings and then do what they did with the Buffalo Bills, you know where I'll tell them to go.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Playing Madden, man.
He was ready. He was ready.
It sounds like a Texans Twitter trade proposal, man.
They're playing Madden.
Somebody calling in. What
about Diggs for a second next year?
Yeah, sure, pal.
Like, all right, man.
Sure, pal.
Playing Madden, baby. 713-572-4610. If the people want to get in, this is a good time to hear from you. If you want to get in. Stefon Diggs, newest member of your Houston Texans. You didn't give up much. We'll react more to this. We're also talking about everything it means, and we'll celebrate with you. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. In the Loop continues next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest need is cornerback. The one that I'm actually more concerned about would be in finding a third receiver, just because I think there's plenty of good cornerbacks out there in free agency.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your channel, 610.
Sports Radio.
Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, Texans have acquired offensive weaponry. I asked for it. Stefon Diggs, my goodness, from the Buffalo Bills in exchange for a 2025 second-round pick via the Vikings. So the extra second-round pick that the Texans got in their trade with Minnesota. Texans also, I guess you got to throw something in there. The Bills also threw in a 2025 fifth-round pick and a sixth-round pick. So Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. Sean Pendergast joins us now. He was on the air when it happened. I don't know what to make of this because we've been through this in different ways where you get the news DeAndre Hopkins has been traded. You assume that you're going to at least get good compensation. You get bad compensation. All of a sudden, it feels like you're in hell. Now, the Texans trade for Stefon Diggs, step one. What the hell did they give up? It's less than you expected. And now, all of a sudden, you feel like in a short time, you've gone from football hell to football heaven.
Yeah. You move down 19 spots in this draft and basically pick up Stefon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about all the shrapnel of the 7th and the 5th and the 6th. Texans made out huge on those picks, too. But at its core, this trade is the Texans getting Stefon Diggs from moving down from 23rd to 42 in the draft, which, if you feel like this is a draft where you can get a player at 42 that you really like, that you like nearly or as much as you would have got at 23, right?
They've told us.
Well, and I think the big thing about this draft, not to get too far off in the draft weeds, like this first round of this draft is going to have so many guys taken in it prior to 23 or maybe even in the first round overall that the Texans I don't think ever would have been on it in the first place.
Right.
Because they actually have a roster now that has real offensive linemen and a quarterback and wide receiver. Well, now another wide receiver to go with it. So I think if you feel that way about the 42nd pick versus the 23rd pick, it's almost like you got Stefon Diggs for free.
Yeah.
Now, I heard you guys talking about it in your open, talking about the EA Sports aspect of this trade. This is a trade, and I heard one of you guys say fantasy football. Like, this is a trade to me. Like, I'm a commissioner of a fantasy league. If there was a fantasy equivalent of this trade that came across my desk and I approved it, the rest of the league would be livid with me.
They'd be nuts.
They'd be livid with me. Yeah. So this is a great day, man. This is a really good day to be a Texans fan. I think it's further validation of where they're headed to, if not at already, in terms of just the tier that they're on.
Yeah.
And it's made 2024 even more fun than it's already going to be.
I always check myself when I go one extreme or the other, like really, really adamant, strong feelings about something that is happening as it breaks. So tell me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I just texted the family text because they're obviously huge Texans fans too. I said the Texans are Super Bowl contenders as of 10 minutes ago. Yay or nay?
Yes. Yes, they are.
I think they got the thing they needed most, and this is like, it's kind of my adjustment because you're used to trades. They still got a full draft, man. Like normally, like when you make a move like this, it's like, okay, well, we traded our first, we traded our second, or what? They got a full draft. That's weird. I mean, it's good weird, but that's weird. Isn't it weird to you? Like,
Yes.
I mean, is that not strange?
And you can pick from the and like I said, this I'm going to be variations of this theme all day long. I've been in this game a long time, not to be that guy.
Oh, look at you.
No, this was brilliance on display from Nick Caserio.
Yeah,
just absolute from the very first day. You know, when we were talking about what they didn't do to the second day to what they did do. Every step he knew where the chess pieces were going to be next. And that to me is something you just don't see.
He knew the teams that were desperate. I think that's the big thing. I think you look at you look at the chain of events of these two trades. He knew that Minnesota is desperate to move up and go get a quarterback in this draft, and they would want that first round pick. I think you combine that with probably how he feels about the Texans draft too and the way it lays out. You got to be willing to pick at 42 if you're going to make that trade.
Yes.
So but he knew. I think he knew. He initiated those talks with Minnesota. Nick did. And I think I don't think you need a ton of inside information to know it ain't going well with Stefon Diggs up in Buffalo. I do think if there's areas of concern with this trade, because we're
I
all
know where you're going with this.
We're
I'm
all
with you.
celebrating right now that they gave up Stefon Diggs, who was a linchpin in their offense. He's what put Josh Allen on the map in some ways, right?
Yeah.
That they're willing to give him up for this paltry sum that the three of us are celebrating right now is indicative to me of some pretty rough stuff behind the scenes, if I had to guess.
Well, I just put something on the top of the dock that ties in just with that. Let me ask you both this. Is he a bad seed? Is he a problem? Or did he just not like it there and want a new job?
He didn't like it in Minnesota either. So there is that.
Yes, there is that.
But there's, I mean, Caserio was there when they traded for Randy Moss. It cost a fourth round. It cost a fourth round pick. I remember I was watching the draft. I remember it like it was yesterday. But the other thing about it is this, and I think you said this, Sean, and I was listening to you and Seth on the way in this morning. I think it was in the 7 o'clock hour, and Seth said this. He said, it's great that they have all these leaders and they have all these captains, but at some point they need to get someone that needs to be led. And if Stefon Diggs needs to adapt to like a culture in a locker room and be led, then I think Seth kind of in a strange way kind of gets his wish, because I heard him say that and I was like, I guess that makes sense. Like if everybody's a valedictorian, who are you tutoring? Like who are you tutoring? So I think this kind of speaks as much to Nick Caserio and where things are. I think it speaks as much to kind of the culture now and the fact that they feel comfortable doing this.
Yeah, I think it speaks to DeMeco Ryans and the leadership he provides. Nick has said, even before DeMeco got here, he said it one of the first times that he appeared on the station, that not everybody's going to be a Boy Scout.
Yeah.
Like he had already kind of indicated that there's some latitude, not horrible bad stuff, but like I think when you ask like, okay, what's the issue with Stefon Diggs? I think the issue with Stefon Diggs is he's more like the normal wide receiver in the NFL than we're used to having here in Houston.
That is a great point.
Right? I mean, we're used to Andre
selfish.
Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins, who kept his mouth shut largely through a series of bad quarterback play. I think, and obviously it's a bunch of young receivers now that are in that room. So that'll be an interesting combination, to see how he fits in with these younger receivers that they have both on the field and in the room. But I think that's to me, if I had to guess, that's all it is. But it got to such a point with Buffalo, and I loved your point too, Landry, in the open about like this weekend's Buffalo too. Like a lot of times, man, when you can get a move, like I think when Tennessee signed Calvin Ridley, they're like, man, not only signed Ridley, we damaged our division rival.
Yes.
I think that's a big thing here. I mean, I think Buffalo is on that tier that the Texans are now in, but aspiring to get to the last couple of years.
Yes, and Kansas City is this is something we mentioned in the first segment as well. They're not just looking at Buffalo and Cincinnati anymore and Baltimore. They're looking at the Texans.
Yes,
they're looking at the Texans as a team that that's one that we have to take serious because they are a serious contender.
You're listening in Indy or Jacksonville or Nashville today. They're all like, oh crap.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in the division, right? I think so.
Great.
I would think so.
I would think so too as well.
I think so.
Yeah. Sean, enjoy, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Nuts.
Hey, real quick, like you brought up DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
Circle of life.
Yeah.
Remember the trade that happened the same day as Hopkins that we were all going, why didn't the Texans get that for Hopkins?
Yeah.
With Stefon Diggs to Buffalo. Same
right.
day.
Look at that.
That's right.
Look at that. How about that?
Yeah.
Circle of life.
How about that?
Forgot about that.
Mind blown.
Mind blown.
So Stefon Diggs is coming here from New York. Let's take a trip up in that area. Let's go to Dominic from Jersey. You're on In the Loop. Go ahead, man.
Oh, my God. Still tipping. Hit a little harder today, boys. Absolute masterclass by Caserio. He remained patient and executed. When they traded that first-round pick, I'll admit I wasn't happy. Didn't fully understand it. I also felt there was a little more meat left on the bone in free agency. However, I was wrong. We live in a world now where we could finally trust the Houston Texans have a plan. A few years ago, we had Rex Burkhead as the focal point of our offense, and now this could be the best offense in the NFL. Now I just need Tunsil to stop jumping off sides. I need Titus to stop tweeting, get back in the gym, stay healthy. J-Lo, you said it best, brother. Immediate contenders. Let's go Texans, baby. What a day.
All right, there you go. Stefon Diggs is a member of the Houston Texans. How about that? Now we got to see what the contract is. I'm imagining they'll try to fit it in the C.J. Stroud window, some sort of raise, extension, whatever, the cap space.
3 years.
Yeah. We'll see. And this is, I like this because I was, my biggest fear this whole offseason was assuming that Nico Collins and Tank Dell, assuming the best was yet to come.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do that.
Yeah.
They got their offensive weaponry.
You know,
those of you who said they didn't need it, where you at now?
Yeah.
Where you at?
all those
They disagree.
All
Where
those
you at?
tweets and texts
Yeah,
and
where you
comments
at?
and YouTube and Twitch. You guys, Nico's a number one. Nico's a number one. Nico's a number one.
He still might be.
Well, he still might be, but
He's got some comp,
but
though.
Nick Caserio just said, "Let's make sure on that."
Yeah.
let's make sure on
Let's
that.
add some firepower.
Yeah.
Man, this is a good time. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. We'll get more into this. We'll also try to figure out what's up with the Astros. Damn. When did they become a buzzkill? We'll talk to Baseball Spo. We'll keep you updated on this Stefon Diggs situation as well as stuff comes down. Nick Caserio making huge moves here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of huge moves, one of the
Sports Radio 610.
All right, Stefon Diggs. He's a member of the Houston Texans. I can't believe they got him for only the extra second that they got from the Vikings last year, and then they got a 5th and 6th next year as well. So this year's draft not impacted by it. Now it's impacted because you're probably not sitting there saying we need a receiver.
Yeah.
But as far as draft equity, draft compensation, not impacted at all. J-Lo, you say they're a contender now?
I think they are absolutely a contender, and you hesitate to say it. I think they are in the mix to be a Super Bowl contender.
Okay.
Before the draft even happens, knowing that they have specific needs now. You can call me crazy. I don't feel crazy. And I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen this team, and I don't know if I've ever said, maybe once or twice back in 2011 or 12, I think this is a Super Bowl contender. They are a Super Bowl contender.
By the way, you know something else nobody's talking about with this?
What's that?
He made magic with Case Keenum, the Minneapolis Miracle.
That's right.
Minneapolis Miracle against the Saints. Case Keenum up to Stefon Diggs. Touchdown. Boom. Now, we're excited about it. During the commercial break, someone kind of hiked his leg on it.
You can always count on old Spo.
Someone kind of hiked his leg on it.
John McClain in there?
Who they want? That's what I want to know.
Who they want, who they want. Baseball Spo.
Spo, we'll get into the Astros in a sec, but you don't seem to be the biggest fan of this Diggs trade.
I want to preface this by saying what John just said about them being contenders. I totally sign off on that. I totally agree with that. I think that they are absolutely contenders. I think they are huge favorites to win the division. I think that they will challenge Kansas City and whoever else for the bye. I think they are that good and that talented. And they have the quarterback.
But
Stefon Diggs is 30. That's kind of a red flag for me. I don't like the guys who are 30. Once you're 30, you're kind of on the downside. The other thing, do you know how many 90-yard receiving games Stefon Diggs had after week 6 last year?
How many?
As many as me.
Yeah.
I had, and just so people know, I did not have any 90-yard receiving games last year.
Man, I thought you did.
So listen, that could just be circumstance. That could be new offensive coordinator. He just didn't gel. So I kind of need to know, okay, well, why did the production, because he had 500-yard receiving games in the first 6 games of the year. So why did it fall off over the last 11 regular season games plus the 2 postseason games? I just need an answer to that question. And then the other thing, Landry, you just said they didn't give up a whole lot. The Vikings could be starting J.J. McCarthy at quarterback this year. That second-round pick could wind up 35, 36, maybe even 33. That's a pretty decent haul to get back for a guy who clearly was kind of on the way out there. So I thought that they gave up a little bit too much. I would have preferred to give up one of the second-round picks this year because, again, the Vikings might not be trying to win next year with their rookie quarterback. And I just want to know why the production with him fell off last year.
There's no world in which I think they gave up too much. Just because of what you're getting back. You know, you're basically trading a pick and getting him 127 catches, 103, 108, 107. That's the last 4 years.
No, I understand that. But again, why did the production fall off the last 11 games of last year? That's all I want to know. If hey, there could be.
He was also pouting.
That's not. Hey, listen, that's not great either. Like that seems to be a little bit of a theme where he can be a little pouty, and he had a pretty good situation there in Buffalo, and he never seemed to be happy. I just want to know why. These are just questions that I have. There could be completely reasonable answers for all of it, and I'm an idiot, and I'll stop talking about it. But these are the things that the first things that entered my head.
The thing for me is you gave up a first round pick for Stefon Diggs and a second and a 5th and a 6th. That's like the optimal trade of the thing. So I think even like the negative to me, it's worth the risk. I don't think you're like
it's 100% worth the risk. I hope they don't. I don't know if they're going to give him a new contract after this. I hope they don't.
Oh, they will.
It's not great.
Yeah, they will.
But
they absolutely will.
I think that I think the good thing is that they aren't. He doesn't have to be the number one here because they got a lot of weapons now. So I do think the one thing that hurt him in Buffalo, and this could be the reason why the production fell off, is that it was basically him and that's it.
Yeah.
And here you have Collins, you have Dell, you have other guys that can really take some of the pressure off of him. Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon. He was the guy that you game plan for. He should have a little bit more space to operate this year, with the Texans. So that could be the answer to why the production fell off. And then maybe I'm sitting here talking like an idiot, which is very possible. But I don't know, those are the first things that came to mind. The 30-year-old thing, that always scares me a little bit too.
Do want to get to a couple of things Astros related because it is a very big story. And for me, it comes down to one thing. I have never, ever, ever seen a player as great as Jose Altuve that is as bad at one element of his game as he is in base running.
It's like Shaq and free throws.
I put it down. Shaq free throws, Peyton Manning running the ball, Brett Favre interceptions. He's worse than all those.
Yeah, and it seems to pop up at the worst times possible. And, he tried to make something. The whole trying to make something, it didn't make, what he was trying to do didn't make sense, because it's one thing if you think, okay, it's a dirt ball and I have a chance to score on this. He didn't think it was a dirt ball. He was just trying to time up the pitch. It just, it was, like you said, it's one of those confounding things, and it keeps popping up time and time again. It's one thing if you're trying to turn a single into a double or a double into a triple, but I don't even know what the whole point of that was yesterday. And it got them nothing. And then, as it is going to happen, it's going to bite you in the end. And it did. Yeah. And, he could have easily scored. Yainer Diaz is swinging the bat really well. He could have easily scored on a Yainer Diaz base hit or something. And he winds up not scoring. And then the Blue Jays take the lead in the ninth. And the Astros have another mistake in the bottom of the ninth.
At what point do they just say, "All right, thank you for your service, Jose Abreu. We're gonna take it on the chin," because that dude's terrible. And I thought it was really I thought it was really telling yesterday. And I've never seen this, especially from a guy who has played the game and understands hitters counts and all that. But yesterday, Abreu's at the plate, tying runs on first, and he takes 3 straight balls. He takes another. And then Jeff Blum is basically begging for him to take another. Jeff Blum is basically saying, "Oh yeah, make him do it again, make him do it again." When you're a $20 million or whatever the hell he is type of ball player, and you're up there and you're supposed to be a power guy, and you have a guy who knows baseball, who's played baseball, begging for you to take on 3-1, that's pretty damn telling. By the way, he swung late, and then he swung late at the next one he struck out.
Yeah, it's not a great at bat. It's not been a good start to the season, really, at the plate, in the field. How long? It's going to be a while, I would think.
We've seen this before.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But he came on towards the end of last year, and so maybe you're hoping that you catch that again. I don't know if you can count on that at this point. Again, he's 37 years old, but he's owed $40 million. And that price tag, that's a lot. And so I can't imagine that the Astros are just going to cut bait at this point. Now, if we're going through this same thing and having the same conversation in a month, then we'll see. But I just don't see them moving on. I just don't see. And plus, they don't really have anybody to take that spot. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that they sit there. I've seen some people say, well, Mauricio Dubon should be playing first base. Mauricio Dubon's not a first baseman.
Yeah.
And they really value him coming off the bench as just a do-it-all utility guy. They don't want to waste him at first base every single day. So that's, if they had somebody, in AAA or somebody, they don't really have that at this point. So it's Jose Abreu's job.
We're going to dig in heavy on Stefon Diggs traded to the Texans, but I can't let you get out of here without giving you some flowers.
Oh, yeah.
Ronel Blanco.
Well, I didn't remember what I said.
We dismissed you, man.
I think all I said was he had a good spring training.
No, they really liked what he was doing in the spring.
We dismissed you.
Yeah.
We dismissed you. We apologize. That's why you're our leader.
This is a Dana Brown thing. Because Dana Brown saw him in spring training. It was a spring training game last year, and he said, "You know what? I think that guy maybe can be a starter." And he has.
Boy, Dana Brown likes tooting his own horn, doesn't he?
He
sure does.
He has the build for it. He's big. He's got a good arm. He throws more strikes than I think people realize. And the development of the changeup has obviously been huge, because it's really hard to be a starter and only have 2 pitches. And the fact that he has that third pitch, and it's as good, that changeup was great.
Awesome.
And he threw it a ton. I think that was the pitch that he threw the most in that start on Monday night. So if that pitch can, and he can throw it to righties too. I mean, you're starting to see, the Astros probably do this more than maybe any other team, where they'll throw the right-on-right changeups, and that's usually kind of always been a bit of a no-no. But they'll do it, and they've had success with it. And I think all 7 of his strikeouts on Monday came with the strikeout. The Blue Jays did not hit anything hard in that game. I think there was one line drive that they hit the entire game. So it's just it's obviously a really good start. He's a great story as a guy who signed as a 22-year-old. You never see that. And it's just another win for their player development when it comes to just their ability to find guys in Latin America, because they've had a lot of misses in the draft when it's come to starting pitching, whether it's Mark Appel going 1-1 in 13, Brady Aiken going 1-1 in 14, Forrest Whitley, J.B. Bukowskis. We can go on and on and on. There's a big list of guys that they have taken in the first and second round, third round, Corbin Martin as starting pitchers, and all those guys have flamed out. And then you have all these Latin guys who have come in. They signed for nothing. They basically signed for less than what a 10th round pick would sign for. And whether it's been Urquidy or Framber, Christian Javier, now you have Blanco, and I'm sure I'm missing guys, off the top of my head. It's been pretty remarkable, and that's what's kept this thing going. Like their ability to sign those guys has kept this thing going for as long as it has, because if those guys don't step in the way that they have, then you can't overcome the losses of Garrett Cole and Dallas Keuchel and all those guys.
Spo, we appreciate you, my friend. Congratulations on seeing the vision.
Texers don't kill me about the Diggs trade. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, they're okay. They're okay. Someone was asking why is Spo always sweating. He just sweats a lot.
I come from the gym. Relax.
No, it's his natural look. It's his natural look. No, he just sweats a lot.
I'm coming from the gym. It's a long day. This is the best time for me to get it done. No, that's why.
No,
it takes work to look this good.
Coming up next, Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. Let's get into that, as well as Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio, we going to give him his flowers? Oh, maybe. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest need.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
Texans have traded for Stefon Diggs. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. The Texans trade a second-round pick next year, and they get a 5th and 6th back. They get Stefon Diggs, who's 30 years old, who's the skepticism is starting to come out a little bit. I don't think, the skepticism doesn't matter as much to me in this situation because you didn't give up a ton.
Yeah, you talk about low risk, high reward. I think that's what it comes down to. It comes down to low risk, high reward. It also comes down to it's not like we don't believe in Nico Collins and Tank Dell. We just weren't sure if either one was going to be the type of number one weapon that can complement C.J. Stroud and give him what he needs. Well, those two questions are answered. You got a low risk, high reward, and you got Stefon Diggs, who has had 4 straight 100-yard receiving years, 5 straight 1,000-yard receiving years, 11, 10, and 8 touchdowns his last 3 years. Even if he just gets in the neighborhood of those numbers, what does it do for Nico Collins and Tank Dell? Not to mention Joe Mixon out of the backfield who can catch the ball, and Dalton Schultz.
You have a full draft. You have a full draft.
And a full draft.
You have a full draft. You got a second rounder from the Vikings, so you basically traded back 19 spots, and you got Stefon Diggs. So I don't think the risk reward is always something that you take into account. If you would have told me that they traded 2 seconds or something, I would be a little bit skeptical. Because I think those second-round picks are extremely valuable. But when you tell me that it's the second from next year and the draft plans don't change, now the positions of need change, obviously you don't need a receiver as much, but when you tell me that, I can get down with that.
Yes, and frankly, that's one of the kind of under-the-radar elements that makes me feel really, really good about this trade. We know what they're going to do now in the draft. We know the 2 or 3 options. T'Vondre Sweat, come on down. That's a guy I really have liked a lot, or whomever it might be, a defensive tackle. Kool-Aid McKinstry, or someone like that, a cornerback, come on down. Maybe they'll go, somewhere else, safety or something like that. But they don't need a wide receiver. The running back is going to be a later pick if they add another running back. That they can add elements that can affect this team and help this team immediately at those 2 positions. So it's a bunch of levels on this.
And I think Nick Caserio, it's crazy because this wasn't their first plan. If we are to believe the Keenan Allen news, this wasn't their first plan. This was kind of the backup plan. And they were trying to trade. It also tells me this is the second time that they've been involved in a trade for a wide receiver, and they've offered draft equity for next year. So they might have some big-ass plans for this draft or some sort of big-ass vision because, I mean, I don't know. Was that a deal breaker? If the Bills had said, hey, you know what? We really would rather have a second this year. Is that okay? Would that have been some sort of deal breaker?
Maybe.
Really?
Because we know that Nick Caserio is not averse to drawing a line in the sand. We know that because they were in on Saquon Barkley until they weren't. They were in on these deals until they weren't because he had a specific thing in mind. And by the way, I think I slightly disagree with you because they did go after other players and ended up with Mixon and Stefon Diggs. But one thing that Nick Caserio has often done when he joins the morning show is he uses this. It's like a corporate term that can be a little bit irritating when people use it in a staff meeting, but it's accurate in this case. He talks about buckets. We've heard him talk about, all right, we put these players in this bucket. So I think he had these buckets, we're going to do this and we're going to try to get a receiver. First choice would be Keenan Allen. But also in that bucket was Stefon Diggs. He talks about the bucket about going for a running back. Saquon Barkley was the first choice, but also in that bucket was Joe Mixon. So it's not. I think he had this exact plan. He just didn't know the exact names that were going to be associated with it. And that's to me what was brilliant.
Do you have any skepticism, pessimism, whatever at all, given the fact that Spillane just brought up the stat? I think it's crazy. 5th round pick. Are the first 5 of the first 6 games, Stefon Diggs had 100 yards receiving in Buffalo. And then after week 6, he didn't have a game over 90.
Yeah.
So why did the production drop off? Why are they willing to give him up to a team that's in the same tier as them? And are they just throwing in the towel, or do they just think he's cooked? Because I think that is something to keep in mind when it comes to this Stefon Diggs situation. I mean, because that was part of the reason I didn't want him here, because he's the headache. We know that, or he's been unhappy. That was weird last year. We covered it a lot. It was a weird situation. Remember when he left early?
Yeah.
And then they said he did, and then they said he didn't, and then it got kind of weird. There was that, and I assumed that Buffalo, if they were going to trade him to a team that was trying to get in that tier, that they would want a little bit more.
I think they probably did want a little bit more, but knew they couldn't get more than that. As far as Stefon Diggs and this bad seed or this bad attitude, whatever you want to call it, I don't think it's fake. I think he was a problem. I mean, that's undeniable. He was a problem. But I also feel, what you brought up that Seth mentioned is very key here. Like, that's Buffalo. This is DeMeco Ryans. This is, a bunch of true leaders and the culture and all that, which can be trite, but it also can be very accurate. And then the second part of it, and by the way, I texted my family. They're all excited, all but one. One said he's washed.
Okay.
The oldest.
Yeah.
All the other ones are like, oh, my gosh, this is a Super Bowl contender. Because I said that. I said this is a Super Bowl contender. And I think you and everybody that I've asked that to is agreeing with it.
Well, I just thought they needed offensive weaponry. Like, that was it. Like, I didn't care if it was Keenan Allen. I didn't care if it was – like, they needed offensive weaponry. And I think this is obviously offensive weaponry.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that anybody who says that, like my oldest son, is inaccurate. We're going to find out. I get the point. He caused problems. The lack of production at the end of the year. I personally am not worried about that because of where he is now, and the fact that his production may have waned. He still had 1,100 yards receiving, and 107 catches. I mean, he's 30 years old. That's on the upper end. We were getting giddy about 30-year-old Mike Evans, So do you think, I mean, you got to pick your spots here if you think he's going to be able to still be contributing for the next 2 or 3 years. And I think, yes, he will.
This was, they're putting up a tweet that RG3 had talking about Stefon Diggs. How important is Stefon Diggs to being with Josh Allen as long as he's there, their championship window's open? And then someone replied to the tweet, does Josh benefit from having a top-tier receiver? Yes. Is he essential to his success? No. To which Stefon Diggs replied, you sure? And then look at that. Like, he literally replied to a reply on an RG3. This isn't replying to RG3. This is RG3 talking about how important Diggs is.
You sure?
Someone says that he benefits, but he's not essential to his success. And Stefon Diggs on Twitter says, you
that
sure?
Was a couple days ago, too.
That was awesome.
That was 2 days ago.
I like him already. I mean, he could be an issue, but I am not worried about that.
713-572-4610. I texted someone who was a former teammate of his, former Texas Longhorn, Brian Robinson, longtime Minnesota Viking, fisherman too. Doesn't use that Crocker.
Let's go.
Big fisherman. Croker.
Yeah.
He is a huge fisherman.
Let's go.
Like massive fisherman. That was like his touchdown celebration. But he said Diggs is a great dude, hard worker, great teammate, plays with passion. So that's his. And he knew him when he was young back in the day. Mm-hmm. Case Keenum, Minneapolis Miracle. Stefon Diggs got it.
Yeah.
So Case Keenum knew him when he was young as well. The reality of the situation is, if you have a good organization and you're building something and you have a stable environment, you have a stable atmosphere, a lot of times guys might not be fits in certain places, and then they end up being fits when they come to your spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It happens all the time.
We see it all the time.
I mean, you can go back. How far back you want to go? Just ask. I mean, let me know.
20 years.
All right, we'll go back 20 years. What year was 20 years?
Spot.
That's 2004. 2004. That was right around the Randy Moss era. A few years later. Before that, you want to go 93, 94. Charles Haley with San Francisco 49ers. Is he washed? Is he cooked? Man, he's peeing on teammates' cars and slapping them with his dong and all that but he goes to the Cowboys. He's the missing piece. That's a true story. But
But I am aware.
Yeah, but so sometimes, like, if you build a culture and you build an atmosphere and stuff like that, then guys can come into situations. Sometimes they can be recharged. And Stefon Diggs maybe he's going to be recharged just by being able to come down here and play some ball. And, oh, by the way, I don't know how much this matters. I don't know if this is a factor or anything, but I would assume that his brother likes being 3.5, 4 hours away instead of all the way in Buffalo. His brother's out there in Dallas doing his thing. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of appeal here when it comes to bringing in Stefon Diggs, but I think the most important thing is the risk.
Yeah.
There is not as much risk.
There is not as much risk because of what you gave up. And then I mentioned Mike Evans a second ago. Mike Evans is a that
would have been expensive.
He's a teacher's pet. Yeah, like he's a great great dude. Like
shots fired.
No. He's an absolute great dude. Nobody can say nobody. You won't find anyone who can say a bad word about Mike Evans. Stefon Diggs was kind of he wanted out. He was kind of a problem. Let's say that the culture here works. He is recharged. He does fit. He's finally happy. He clearly won't want out because he's going to get a new contract. Can I interest you in some stats?
Yeah, always.
Stefon Diggs, because anybody who's saying he's washed, well, then I sure hope you didn't. I sure hope you thought Mike Evans was washed too, because Stefon Diggs is 100 days younger than Mike Evans.
Okay.
Mike Evans over the last 4 years has had 486 catches. Stefon Diggs 445. Mike Evans has had 4,420 yards receiving the last 4 years. Stefon Diggs 5,372. 45 touchdowns to 37 touchdowns. 14.1 yards per reception, 13.1. Stefon Diggs is a stud when it comes to football. Because Mike Evans was like, we were all tripping over ourselves.
I mean, he hasn't had a game over 90 yards, though, since week 6 of last year.
Look at those numbers over the last 4 years, and he's 100 days younger than Evans. So what I'm saying is, like, Evans is beloved. Stefon Diggs is not always beloved. But you put them on a football field, they're almost the exact same player.
Now, this is the other thing, and this is where the mystery really comes through, fellas. And we've asked a lot of questions. How's he going to fit in the locker room? What is the compensation going to be? Like all that. This is like the real question, though, that we need to know. And I can see Figgy already in there laughing because he thinks I'm about to say some sort of joke. Is Alex Bachman going to come off of 14?
Hey.
Is Alex Bachman going to come off of 14?
He's not good enough to ask for a price, is he?
No. You kidding me? If he tried to stand his ground, Alex Bachman.
He comes into the locker room. Hey, man, that's my number. What are you going to give me?
I got something to prove.
Yeah, I got something to prove, man.
I wore this with pride on the practice squad last year.
Yeah.
Where the hell were you?
I was
in Buffalo.
This is my number since high school.
I was a good student.
Stefon Diggs, Houston Texans. Figgy, your thoughts on this?
I'm happy, man. I'm ready for the season to start, man. I don't even give a damn about the draft at this point.
What do you mean, man? We got a full draft.
I'm ready for training camp.
We got full draft compensation.
I'm ready for training camp, man. I'm ready for the game, man.
We got 3 picks on day 2, and the world is your oyster. The world is your oyster. Here's the other thing. I think now this can allow you to perhaps attack the cornerback position.
DT and cornerback is where I would go.
I would not be shocked to see a running back or tight end in day 2.
That's a 3rd round pick, though, right?
Yeah, but on day 2, I would not be shocked to see a tight end or running back.
Yeah. With that 2nd round pick, I'm looking at defensive tackle and cornerback. Studs.
Okay, thanks, man.
Studs.
Yeah, always. Studs. I'm always looking for studs in the draft.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to apologize for that.
Stefon Diggs coming through, man.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. You go to the Texans jersey shop, you got some choices to make, man. You want the Stroud?
Oh, that's a good point, too.
You want the Tank Dell? You want the Nico Collins? You want the Dalton Schultz? You want the Joe Mixon? Do you want an offensive lineman's jersey?
No, not anymore.
Yeah, nah.
That's so 2020.
We don't need a Tunsil.
Yeah, that's so 2020.
You want the Stingley? You want the Will Anderson?
Okay, C.J. Stroud's off the board.
You want the Daniil Hunter? You want the Christian Harris? Man, that jersey shop stacked.
Yeah.
They can go all the way left to right now.
Yeah.
Used to be.
Remember when we
two out
saw
there.
some of those jerseys in the team
Dude,
shop?
you can go to that jersey shop and get crazy now.
Yeah.
Big time crazy.
They had David Johnson jerseys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They had Burkhead. Burkhead was up there.
They had Burkhead?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one, but I
Good
believe
spot
it.
right now.
I believe it.
Good spot right now. Question of the day when it comes to Jose Altuve's crappy base running.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, do you remember B. Scott last week?
Saying...
I'm glad you forgot this.
Well, I'm sure y'all remember as soon as you say it.
This was B. Scott last week. We'll get into this Diggs thing. There's someone who's skeptical about this Stefon Diggs thing. One of the big voices of NFL media has spoken. He might hike the leg on your excitement. We'll hear that in 5 minutes, but this was B. Scott last week. His 5 bold Astros predictions.
Mm-hmm. Jose Altuve turns into an intelligent base runner.
Come on, man.
And this
come on, man.
This is playing.
Oh, my God.
See if you can come with me on this.
Get out of here with
this
that.
This is why. Wanting to be more intentional about them running the bases.
You
all right?
are crazy,
I think part of the problem with Jose Altuve, they stopped being aggressive base running team, and Jose Altuve, he's got some autonomy. He's able to swing at whatever pitch he wants.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to run whenever he wants. And so he's just out there like a bat out of hell.
Gets picked off a lot.
And just does silly things. He's out there kind of left to his own devices.
Yeah.
I feel like if there's going to be a more organized, orchestrated base running plan because of Joe Espada, then he should become a more intelligent base runner, maybe return back to what he was in his previous days. He's still got the athleticism and the speed to do it, even at 33 or 4, whatever he is.
My thing with that is I could see him trying to steal more bases, but the way you framed it as intelligent
Or not get picked off.
or intelligent is where I have a problem.
I got a problem with that. Last night was – he had autonomy last night. Yeah, he definitely had autonomy last night, so there wasn't anything there. B. Scott will be joining us tomorrow, by the way, at this time. Landry, I mentioned this to Adam Spillane. I'm talking like ever, going on 40 years in this business. I've never seen a player as great as Altuve be as bad at a very key element of the game.
What's his awareness in the show? I know we got a lot of gamers. What is his awareness in the show, Jose Altuve?
I have no idea.
It can be over a 22 out of 100.
I mean, he is great at everything.
He is trash at base running.
Except that.
Absolute garbage. Coming up, Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. I haven't heard too many bad things about it until now. My goodness, one of the big voices in media has thoughts. We'll hear what he had to say about the Houston Texans' newest receiver next.
What's Nick Caserio cooking up with all the Energy.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with.
All right, so the Texans have gotten Stefon Diggs, second round pick next year. In exchange, they get Diggs and a fifth and a sixth next year. Here was this is Kyle Brandt of Good Morning Football talking about Stefon Diggs and what this means for the Texans and what this means for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, Stefon Diggs, no longer a Buffalo Bill. Jarring, but not shocking. I personally am not shocked. I think the Buffalo Bills looked and said they have a number one wide receiver who's going to be 31 this year, who's very expensive, and frankly, who underwhelms in the playoffs. Stefon Diggs' last game as a Buffalo Bill had 8 targets for 3 catches and 21 yards and the drop of a generation. They moved on. And let's not be naive about this either. It's hard to imagine that Steph's relationship with Josh or his relationship with the Bills or both had absolutely nothing to do with this because those relationships were mercurial at best. So I don't think the Bills organization is going to collapse, and I don't think Josh Allen's career is going to collapse because Stefon Diggs is not there anymore. Josh Allen's all grown up now. I will say that there's over 1,900 yards that have walked out of Josh Allen's huddle in the offseason between Gabe and Steph, and Big Baller Bean, who pulled the trigger on this, better do it a bunch more and get some players in there and better get some playmakers in there. And they got the 28th pick in the draft. I don't know where that leaves them, but I am just not going to mourn the Buffalo Bills after moving on from Stefon Diggs. That era will be looked back as the one in which they reached one title game, which they lost, a lot of regular season production, a few division championship t-shirts, and the quarterback being asked 1,000 times over the years about his relationship with the number one wide receiver and if they're good. And that's it. That's it. This is football. Move on. Bills continue. Let's go to work.
All right.
It's not an oh, by the way, when you say that's 1,900 yards walking out of the building. Yeah, look, this is they're going to be better off without him. He was a problem, et cetera. And oh, by the way, yeah, they lost 1,900 yards in receiving. That's not a little thing, man. Like the Bill, Josh Allen. Clearly, there was some sort of friction, some sort of something there. Now maybe it was Stefon Diggs, making, and I don't think it's unfair to say that he's been a problem here and there, but I don't think it's necessarily like it's always that way or it will be that way here, because other than wanting out and that slight lack of production at the end of the year, he's still just an automatic 100-catch, 1,000-yard guy. That's not a little thing.
Yeah, and I mean he could be washed if you think he's washed. He could be washed. But you didn't give up. You didn't give up compensation like you traded for a number one guy. You didn't give up that type of compensation.
Thing. Yeah, like risk reward is clearly.
And you combine it with the Vikings trade where we were saying, well, what the hell is this going to look like? I talked about, if they trade up, that might look weird. You combine the two trades. Pendergast gave me this. The Texans gave up total with the two combined trades, the combination of the trades. They gave up a first-rounder this year, a seventh-rounder this year, and in return they got Stefon Diggs, a second this year, a sixth this year, and then a fifth and a sixth next year.
Come on,
that's nothing.
That's something for nothing. With getting Diggs, and I had to look it up, so I'm going to put you on the spot, knowing that this is an unfair question.
Okay,
can you name two starting wide receivers for the Bills? Two. Two receivers. Forget starting.
They signed Curtis Samuel, right?
They did.
Yeah, they signed Curtis Samuel. So
that's one.
Curtis Samuel and
that's the point.
They only got three on the roster.
Yeah, they lost Gabe Davis and Diggs.
They're starting wide receivers right now, according to our lad's projection of their depth chart. Curtis Samuel, 2022 fifth-round pick Khalil Shakir, and 2023 fifth-round pick Justin Shorter. Come on, man. Come on, man.
They drafting the receiver in the first round.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You often have to wait to see who won the trade, but right now, come on. I don't even care about winning the trade. I care about what the Texans got. Versus Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Stefon Diggs, Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon. That's not even counting some of these other guys that are behind there. Like Bryant McFadden, who's really good, and I know you know that. Just absolutely was. I mean, he didn't mince any words.
If, and every team in the National Football League, Zach, at this time, there's a lot of ifs associated with them, right? Number one, a clean bill of health. If the Houston Texans can be healthy, that's one important factor. But if C.J. Stroud can play the way he played last year with all the additions they've made, they are the next best team, in my opinion, outside of the Kansas City Chiefs. When you talk about teams that can compete with the Chiefs to get to that championship-like opportunity this upcoming season, it's Kansas City. And right now, with all the additions that we've seen, added Stefon Diggs, the Houston Texans, they're right there. And that's surprising to think about when you think about the Houston Texans maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Look at the drastic change they made. And when you talk about championship aspirations, it's not about the AFC South anymore. No, they're buying in. It's about Super Bowl moments, trying to get to that level, and they're the second best team in the AFC, in my opinion, right behind the Kansas City Chiefs.
Look, here's how I'm looking at it, okay? The upside is clear, like what Stefon Diggs can be when he's good. Yeah. The upside's there, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, I think washed is a subjective term. That's my thing. Washed is subjective.
It's thrown around pretty casually.
It's thrown around casually, and it might be true, but let's just make this clear. A washed up Robert Woods is much different than a washed up Stefon Diggs.
No, Robert Woods is washed.
Yeah. But Stefon Diggs might be washed, but when you're washed, that means you're not what you once were.
Yes.
I mean, he's a multiple time first team All-Pro. Mm-hmm. So if you take a quote washed Stefon Diggs, and let's say he's lost a step. Let's just say for the sake of the argument, he's lost a step. First of all, you didn't give up a lot. Second of all, you still have Nico Collins and Tank Dell there. So washed is subjective. Washed, there's different levels of washed. If you start up here and then you get washed, you come down here. If you start down here and you're out of the league. So okay, he might not be a first team All-Pro caliber receiver anymore.
Does he need to be?
John, I remember Sean and Seth were talking about, and I'm not picking on them. I'm just saying, and I've been sitting here saying, maybe you draft a receiver on day 2. Like I've been saying, like you draft a receiver on day 2. Who the hell is that going to be?
Yeah.
Like we're throwing guys out. Who the hell are you going to draft? Okay. Who knows? He's not going to be as good as Stefon Diggs.
And I've been saying there's no guarantees.
It's not even going to be close.
No guarantees either.
It's not even going to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, Seth and Sean were talking about, Tyler Boyd.
Yeah. That's where we were.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Tyler Boyd. I'm not saying that to pick on him. I'm just saying you've gotten Stefon Diggs. Now, usually when you make a trade, especially in the NFL, it's at the sake of draft compensation. But the fact that you were willing to go back with that Vikings with that Vikings trade, you have full draft compensation.
Yeah.
Next year you have a full draft. So you gave up a second rounder, but you have a full draft. They have a first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
Yeah.
This year you have that first that you traded is now a second. You have 2 seconds, a third, all that. So I heard Figgy say earlier today, and I'm not like disputing it, but I heard Figgy say, I don't even care about the draft now. I want the season to start. And I don't disagree with what Figgy is saying at all. But what I will say is that this makes me more excited for the draft because you have one less need. Like, it's basically icing now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that because I know we still have a draft.
No, I feel you.
Like, even next year, we still have a full draft next year.
I feel you.
That was just an extra second-round pick.
I feel you on that. And that's the whole thing for me now, though, is they can be even more aggressive. Because the only thing that I felt, there was 2 things that I feel at the mercy at with the draft. And that my biggest thing was bringing in offensive weaponry. But, J-Lo, I felt like it wasn't going to be easy to find offensive weaponry at wide receiver in this draft.
That was my big, this. We talk about it multiple times. I was like, there are no guarantees, man. You got to go get somebody. I've been like saying, like, there's something coming. It has to be this way because if you're relying on the 2 second-round picks is what they had.
Yes.
Yes. We need to get a receiver here and either a running back or a cornerback or whatever here or there, and they have to start. That you're not in the business of they have to start anymore. Now, maybe you get a second-round cornerback. I have a couple in mind, but they will start, but it's not like you can go play right now.
Yeah.
And that's something that I didn't feel good about until about 9:59 a.m. today. Love the timing, by the way.
We got to revisit how we kicked Sean off the air today.
It's going to be a confession.
We got to revisit.
And the confession is going to surprise you. It's going to surprise you. Yeah. 9:59 a.m. Woo, baby.
I just remember where I was right here when DeAndre Hopkins, the DeAndre Hopkins trade happened.
Oh, and I was right there.
And then we have the Stefon Diggs today. It's just kind of, it's just things have gotten really good around here for a while. And it's just fantastic to see that the Houston Texans are being aggressive. Free agency, okay, there you go. You won free agency and you added a guy who's really, really good. And the other thing about it is if you do believe the Texans are in that tier of knocking on the door, they at least made Buffalo somewhat uncertain.
You think?
We got to at least admit they at least made Buffalo, regardless of what Diggs is, they made him a little bit worse,
Look
right?
at those receivers we just mentioned.
Like they're drafting a receiver at 20.
They have to.
They have to. And and
he has to start, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that echoing F, like the F word, as soon as the Diggs trade happened?
Oh, was there one? I didn't.
Yeah, there was it was from Mo City.
Buffalo.
It was from Mo City. It was Adonai Mitchell saying, "Oh, damn, I'm gonna have to go to Buffalo.
I wanted to be here.
I got to go to Buffalo now and freeze my ass off. Damn it."
Yeah.
Coming up next, the hits are lit. Everything is good. Texans, man. We needed this in more ways than one. We needed it because they needed some offensive playmakers, but we also needed it because yesterday absolutely sucked. That's next.
All right, you're looking for
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Oh my gosh, how the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Texans making a trade for Stefon Diggs.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Stefon Diggs. He's a Houston Texan. He is coming to town for a second-round pick, and he comes along with a 5th and 6th. All of these draft picks next season. Texans needed offensive weaponry. Texans added offensive weaponry. Nick Caserio having a hell of an offseason. Oh, by the way, he has full draft equity as well. So this is let me just say this. It's going to be sold out every game next season. I'm just telling you right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be sold out every game next season. And the Texans are going to be a dark horse Super Bowl pick. Believe that.
I think they already are. Even before the draft. And imagine they snag with that second-round pick, somebody who can really come in immediately. You know, we're obviously talking about this a lot, and there are a lot of hits to get to. But if you want, like, just, quick hitter-type takeaways, to me, it's that. They've become a Super Bowl contender, and I don't think very few people are going to say that that's crazy. Number 2, and I think this is the most important thing, Houston, I almost said Houston, you have, and I hate stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Oh, wow.
I didn't mean it as reference to the movie. I literally mean, Houston, you have yourself a next-level general manager. Like, all these things that he's done are just absolute chess moves, man. Every step of the way. He knew what he wanted. He had those buckets, as we've talked about, of a receiver here. Maybe Keenan Allen. Okay, let's go Stefon Diggs. Maybe Saquon Barkley. Okay, that didn't work out. I drew a line in the sand. Let's go to Joe Mixon. Like, that's number 2. And number 3, if you think Stefon Diggs is washed, I'm not going to say you're absolutely wrong, because I think it's a fair argument.
It's proportional, though.
But if you really wanted Mike Evans, his numbers the last 4 years, he's 100 days younger than Mike Evans. His numbers are virtually identical the last 4 years, from yards to receptions to yards per catch to touchdowns. He's like 8 shorter on touchdowns to Mike Evans. So if that guy's your number 2 or 3 receiver, you're a lot better.
Yeah, you're good.
You're a lot better.
You're good, man. And the cap space is nice. This is insane. They have a hell of a lot of options right now to improve their football team. I did not see this coming. Quite frankly, I'll be honest, I did not want this trade to be made because I assumed it would have cost more. And there are some question marks, but with what they gave up and with the previous move that they've made, I think that this is a good move. This is good navigation by Nick Caserio.
And I got to get my flowers, right?
For what?
I've been saying something is coming. Something is coming.
John, so is everybody.
No, not
when
like
they
I
cleared
did.
Cap space?
Yeah, not like I did. I even put it in the doc today. Like I did the math on why something big is coming. Something big is coming down the pike is what I kept saying. I deserve it.
This guy's like a needy girlfriend on her birthday.
No.
Always wanting flowers.
No, it's my birthday month, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, you could just feel it. You could feel it happening.
Goodness gracious. How you have a birthday month when your birthday wasn't even in April?
No, I was just playing along.
Oh, okay. I was
just playing with the needy
you're
girl.
adding to my point.
I was playing along with the needy
So
girl.
it's good navigation by Nick Caserio, bad navigation by Jose Altuve. I have a couple of questions about the Astros, and I want to try to attack these one at a time. Why does Jose Altuve suck so bad at base running?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea?
I really don't. I'm perplexed because he's great at everything.
Terrible.
He's awful. He is awful. I was actually looking at videos of how bad he was this morning. Like, some of them are just ridiculous. Like, absolutely.
You went back to 2013.
I went back to 2013.
Yeah, it was the 11th inning, and there was a runner on first and second with 1 out, and they hit a single. Winning run goes to third base.
You can't win by 2 runs unless it's a home run.
Winning run goes to third base, and he gets caught. Next question. Why do the Astros suck so bad at home? I don't. They're 2-10 since the postseason at the Juice Box. 2-10.
Mm-hmm.
They were 39-42 last season. They haven't won back-to-back games. This is a Will Kunkel stat. I'm going to call it Kunkel Stats and Info from now on because that fool throws out some numbers. Shout out to Will Kunkel, Fox 4. They haven't won a back-to-back home game since September 10th against the Padres.
Oh, my goodness.
Why do they suck so bad at home? What is it? Is it just a coincidence? What's the deal?
It's not a coincidence.
I'm going to blame Train Guy. I think Train Guy gets too much too much big screen time.
He gets his arms going.
Yeah, I'm going to blame Train Guy. Whoever that Train Guy is, I blame him.
It's something. And this is what Cody says a lot, and I like when he does this. I think it's accurate. It's not nothing. It's something that is preventing them from being the same team at home. Train Guy.
Put the overalls on, man.
Overalls, both arms coming up. Waits for the camera to get on him before he starts waving his arms.
Who gets louder because of him?
I don't know.
Yeah. I blame Train Guy.
Yeah.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Mm-hmm.
Next question. And this was brought up by Todd. Shout out to Todd. Big loophole. So he posed this question. This was after the Astros lost yesterday, and they looked very undisciplined in doing so. Playing the hits. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. You bet your ass we're going to cover that top to bottom. But he asked this question. This was a tweet on Twitter. Not sure how long the honeymoon phase lasts with Espada, but Dusty would be getting killed for this lack of discipline and leadership. Close quote. Was there a honeymoon phase with Espada, or did this just kind of feel like you settled for a marriage? Like, doesn't this just seem like an arranged marriage? Like, doesn't it feel like you decided to divorce your husband or wife or whatever, and then you just took the easiest option? Like, you just said, oh, yeah, we've been friends since, 2015. I could see us getting married. We're not going to have to bang or anything, so we might as well just get married in our 80s and just live this out on the retirement place.
You know what this is? This is marrying the girl that your parents like, not the girl that you really want to marry. Because like Joe Espada,
there ain't no honeymoon phase.
Because Joe Espada is the girl that your parents like. Jim Crane, everybody else, let's just slide him on over.
No
to the
one was
manager.
pumped for him.
No. But
was there anyone that was like, okay? But was anyone like, oh hell yeah, Ime Udoka, oh hell yeah, D'Amico Ryans, go. Dusty Baker, come in here.
Yeah,
like nobody was pumped for Joe Espada. There's no.
No, it was more like good move.
I think there's a chance he might be a dope.
I don't want to go there yet.
Okay, let's hear him then, because this is where I start to judge it. Let's hear this guy explaining the base running blunders. So you have Jose Altuve making multiple mistakes, including getting picked off at third. Then you have Jake Myers falling down on his way to second. Let's hear Joe Espada.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't talked to Jose about that one. I don't know if he thought it was a dirt bolt read or he was trying to time Kirk throwback to the pitcher. And on Jake, he had the green light.
Why?
If it was kind of slide step, so I was hoping that he shut it down there. But we wanted him to get a jump if it was the 1-4, 1-5 that Chad Green normally takes delivering the ball. So it just didn't work out that way. But I really want him to be aggressive. That's why he was in the game, maybe trying an opportunity to steal a base there.
All right, bud. Here's my thing. Can Jose Abreu bunt? You got a runner on first, no outs. It's a tying run. Like, can Jose Abreu bunt? He damn sure can't hit.
Yeah,
I'm back on it.
Yeah, we're back on that.
Damn sure can't hit. Jeff Blum is basically begging for Jose Abreu to take a 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah.
That tells you all you need to know. They would maybe say that with Maldonado, although even Maldonado might be swinging 3-1 because that's such a hitter's count. He was openly begging for Abreu to take on 3-1. That tells you all you need to know. Jake Myers has the green light for what?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. No, look, Jose Abreu right now.
I think Espada might suck.
It's a little early for me to sign off on that. But nothing is changing.
Okay.
Nothing is changing at home. Nothing is changing with Jose Abreu, with Jose Altuve's at base running. Nothing has changed with Montero, if you want to extend it to that. Abreu's batting 105, man.
Yeah, he's awful.
Where have we seen this before?
He stinks. Then you have Josh Hader, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hader, clout chaser. He gives up a home run to give the Blue Jays the lead. They were down to their last out. It was 1-0. 4 straight balls, 5th ball, home run. Mr. Hader, what do you got to say for yourself?
It's unfortunate, that's not what I want to do, is go out there and make mistakes. And the one mistake I made, it paid. So it sucks. I think it comes down to that one pitch.
Pet peeve. That's my pet peeve.
Dude, you threw 4 straight balls before that.
Yes.
What do you mean it was one mistake? Now you threw 4 balls before that. And you threw a 5th straight ball there, which allowed you to have to cruise it.
That's one of my biggest baseball pet peeves.
One mistake.
Well, I just made one mistake. No,
that's your job, man.
You made the one mistake that they capitalized on.
One mistake. That's your
job. You made a lot of
It's
mistakes.
your gig, man.
You made a lot of mistakes. I'm not really worried about Hader, but that was tough luck for Fromber, man.
More Kunkel, Fromber Valdez. He goes 7 1/3 scoreless. And you waste that effort. 5 hits, 5 Ks, 0 walks.
Mm-hmm.
That's how
huge.
you bounce back.
Yeah, that was huge.
More Kunkel stats and info. I'm telling you, this Fox Sports dude be throwing out these stats. So the Astros actually have the best starting pitching in baseball. The ERA of the starters is 1.46. They have the 3rd worst bullpen, 7.41. Just like we thought it was going to go.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's just how we saw it.
Yeah, that's the way you drew it up.
Rockets last night, they lost to the T-Wolves. 2nd straight time they've played a good team that needed it as bad as they did.
Mm-hmm.
Fred VanVleet, 20 points in the 4th quarter. Jalen Green, 2 costly turnovers in the final minute. Teaching moment, though. Not that big of a deal. It was a good effort by them. I thought it was kind of an admirable loss. That shameful loss by the Astros.
Painful
admirable
loss. It was a costly loss.
Yeah, but they fought.
They lose tomorrow. That's a wrap.
Well, it's already a wrap.
You think it is?
They're done. Yeah. They're done.
Back 3 games, 7 games to go.
Yeah, they're done.
I think tomorrow's it.
They're cooked.
Yeah. Good season, boys.
Yeah, and you know what else I blame this on?
Mm-hmm.
It was all downhill as soon as they put up that whack-ass Amin Thompson graphic on the TV broadcast.
One with Dream?
Oh, my God. They put Amin Thompson up there with Arvidas Sabonis, Hakeem Olajuwon, and
David Robinson.
Mm-hmm. And it put first random-ass stats that they put up where it's first 6 starts, this many points, rebounds, assists. It's what are we doing here? I knew they were screwed as soon as they did that.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that.
That was a wrap.
But it hadn't been good since.
That was a wrap. Todd Callis and Jeff Blum, they kind of spoke on their no-hitting habits. We'll get into that during lunchtime confessions. Also, I got to be honest, I don't want to. I'm glad I'm not alone in this, but something happened yesterday with some of our 610 teammates. I don't know what in the hell it was, and I was very happy to hear from you after the show. I'll just put it that way. We'll get into that, but it's time to talk about Stefon Diggs being a Houston Texan. 713-572-4610 if you got thoughts. Stefon Diggs is coming to the Houston Texans. We'll give you all our thoughts on that next.
In the Loop. It's live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
All right, Nick Caserio got the internet going nuts. Stefon Diggs, come on down. You are the next member of the Houston Texans. This offseason, a lot of focus on defense, but the Texans have added Stefon Diggs to this receiving core. I wanted offensive weaponry. I got offensive weaponry. And he comes from Buffalo. A lot of drama last offseason with Stefon Diggs. Got to be honest about that. It got really, really weird. He left the facility at one point. There were questions about what was going on. At one point, McDermott said that nothing was going on. Then McDermott said something was going on. Then he said he wasn't. And then Josh Allen tried to speak to it. But now he comes to the Houston Texans, and he's coming here for cheap, J-Lo. A second-round pick, you get a fifth and sixth and him. I think you have one of the strongest reactions of anyone in this town. So let's go ahead and revisit this Stefon Diggs thing with the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
Well, I think the Texans become a Super Bowl contender. And I keep, every time I mention that, whether it's texting friends and family or saying it on here, saying it to Sean Pendergast, saying it to Adam Spillane, I keep thinking, waiting for someone to say, get out of here. You're nuts. Nah, I think most people, when you start to kind of absorb the trade, and specifically what I think you're highest on in this trade is return on investment, the value that you had. Like, you traded nothing. You traded a first-round pick for Stefon Diggs and a second, in essence. That's number one. I think you become a Super Bowl contender. And then the second part of this is you are off the shelf. You are ready to play right now, even before the draft. Even before the draft. This is one of those paradigm-shifting kind of moves for the direction of this organization. You and I have both been saying they got to get some weapons. They have to surround C.J. Stroud with, give him every opportunity is what I always say. Give him every opportunity to make the most of his talent and become that elite quarterback and take this team to another level. And then on top of that, until just a couple of weeks ago, this was a team that you're thinking, wow, are they just trying to make it an elite defense? They made such hay on the defensive side of the ball, and then they moved and moved and moved to the offensive side. And this is my big takeaway here. Nick Caserio is brilliant, has been brilliant this offseason. Like, not good, not great, brilliant.
Okay.
The moves that he has made from the beginning of the offseason with this plan in place, we're going to do this first. We're going to have a line in the sand. We want this bucket. I'm using that word because he uses that a lot. We have these buckets. We have this bucket of players that we're going to target. Maybe it's Keenan Allen. If not that, it's Stefon Diggs. Maybe it's Saquon Barkley. If not that, it's Joe Mixon. Or maybe there was somebody else in the mix that we didn't even hear about. But the moves that he has made, the step-by-step, process that, and now I'm kind of sounding like him, the process that he's had to get the Texans from where they were at the end of the season to where they are now has been a clinic. I mean, Nick Caserio, and we're always fair with Caserio. We're not always nice to him over the last few years.
No.
But he has put on a clinic in how to build a championship level team. And yes, I said that.
Whoa.
It is.
We seen him play
Who's
yet?
better?
Who's him play first?
No, but have you seen any other team this offseason?
That's done better?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I have not.
Who's better than them in the AFC? The Kansas City Chiefs, for sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
Baltimore,
I mean,
come on.
They beat them pretty good.
Yeah, Baltimore.
But the defense is an altogether different defense now.
They got Derrick Henry.
I would put Baltimore up there too, but I mean, they're on that. I think they're in that level, in that discussion.
Stefon Diggs, though, does come with baggage. Rob Gronkowski actually called him out not too long ago. This was Gronk calling out Stefon Diggs for all the drama that was happening in Buffalo. Stefon Diggs, a Houston Texan. This is former Patriot Rob Gronkowski calling him out.
It doesn't make sense. Stefon Diggs, you're paid. You got an unbelievable contract. What's the worries? You're a main receiver. You're the number one wide receiver. Josh Allen looks to go to you about every single time that he possibly can. You got your stats. They're up there. It's not like your stats are going to be better with another team. You were in the possibility of winning the last 3 years of contending for a Super Bowl. You know how hard it is to be on a contending team year in and year out like that? I don't know what the problem is with Stefon Diggs. I don't know why his brother's tweeting that out like that. I think there's some serious beef behind it. If his brother is tweeting that, I think, it's not anything fake news or anything. It's definitely a reliable source, and obviously he's unhappy, but I don't know why. Trade deadline has passed. You're not going to get cut. You're too good of a player. You're making too good of an impact. Just suck it up. Why cause these problems? Why? Josh Allen's a great quarterback. There's all this turmoil going on with Stefon Diggs. It doesn't really make that much sense. There's been smoke. There's been fire for the last 2 years about Stefon Diggs, and I don't think he's going to be there after this year with the Buffalo Bills.
There you go. He's right.
He was right
about that. So he's now a member of the Houston Texans. I think there's a number of things here. First of all, when's the last time the Texans made a move and you're like, damn, that's a lot? The Will Anderson trade? That was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, regardless of how you look at it, that was a lot.
Yeah.
But even the Danielle Hunter thing, and I was talking about this yesterday, I mean, you gave him a 2-year deal. You gave him all this money, but it was a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
It stays in that window.
Mm-hmm.
Stefon Diggs, you basically, if you go back to the Minnesota trade, you did a first and second round pick swap, and you got Stefon Diggs in the 5th and 6th back.
Yeah.
So there's not much like it's weird that even when they're aggressive, it's somewhat conservative.
No,
or it's just good. Am I just so scarred by the football hell and the football idiots that I saw run this organization for a long time, the POS and Bill O'Brien, that an actual like decent trade to me just seems like you're robbing someone?
Yeah. Well, I don't think so. I think this is
you looking for a Tunsil type trade.
God.
My gosh.
What would Caserio have gotten? You probably would have had to give up a fourth, first, and a fourth
for Tunsil. No, just a fourth for Tunsil. There's two elements here that we do need to address that I think they're very, very important. Foremost, yes, Stefon Diggs had issues. You just heard Gronk had issues in Minnesota, had issues in Buffalo. Okay, that is definitely on the table. Is he going to be an issue? But that comes back down to what the culture of this team is now and how is he going to react. And by the way, he wanted out of Buffalo. He got out of Buffalo, so he can't be pouting now. If he is, then that's a real problem. But, yes, he has those issues.
He is ecstatic.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So if you're thinking, oh, look at what he did in Buffalo. Yeah, because he wanted out. He wanted out of Buffalo, and he had issues with Josh Allen. Didn't they have a sideline thing going on, too? A couple times.
They had a sideline thing, and then they had the weird ass. Remember when McDermott kind of backpedaled?
Yeah, in the post game.
Yeah, McDermott. No, it was in the offseason. He left the facility.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like a post game thing he was asked about.
No, he left the facility, and then McDermott said that he did, and then the next day he backtracked and said he didn't, and tried to blame the media.
Yeah,
it was so dumb.
It was very dumb. So yeah, he's had issues. You can't ignore that. But you said it.
It's low risk.
I think he's ecstatic here. You didn't risk a lot, and if he becomes a problem in 2 or 3 years, cool. That's fine. And then there's a second thing that I think is really important here, and you heard me what I believe Nick Caserio's offseason has been like. But I also think Nick Caserio, he might just be a tiger in negotiations. Like, to get the deals that he's gotten, like he might just be. Like, we don't see a side of him that just,
What do you mean?
Like, I think he's tough negotiator. Like, he draws those lines in the sand. He has those things in his mind, and that's it. If you don't like it, he'll just move on.
Well, I mean, they tried to get Keenan Allen.
Yeah, and then didn't.
And then this is the fallback.
Yeah, Saquon.
Yeah, and then the Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, this is just kind of weird, man. Like, it's weird. That, and I mean, maybe you can say it's a desperate move if you want to say that he's washed and there's like some sort of headache or something. Maybe it is a desperate move. Maybe they were in a situation where they just needed to make a move and they needed offensive weaponry. I don't know. I don't think that this locker room is one that's going to get polarized. I don't care how much older Stefon Diggs is than C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and all these guys, I don't think you're going to polarize this locker room. I don't think you're going to disrespect it. I think it's a lot easier to disrespect a locker room with Mike Zimmer or Sean McDermott in it. And maybe this is where the player-coach thing comes down. But I don't think you come in a locker room and you piss and moan and you make scenes like this with D'Amico Ryans, because I don't think anyone's going to be able to fill you on that.
That's what I'm saying about culture.
Yeah,
this is a different area. From that to what the deals that Nick Caserio has made 2-3 years ago. How many times did you hear me say the word dysfunctional when it came to the Texans? 1,000. This was a dysfunctional organization. We didn't sugarcoat it, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it now. This is about as smooth and operating and efficient an operating organization as there is in the NFL this offseason. Who knows? It might fall apart, whatever. But this offseason, this is about as an efficient a show, if you will, that you'll see a general manager and head coach in an organization make. Man, how far have they come in just a short amount of time?
I mean, even when there's panic, it's like, what are we panicking about? What are we concerned about?
Yeah.
So he's going to be rocking that 14, right? I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's not going to change it up a little bit.
No, he's not going to change it up.
Yeah, so he's going to rock the 14, just in time for the new uniforms. Yeah, man.
New uniforms, new squad makeover.
I'm imagining something right now, man.
And that is?
Ready for this?
Him in that home uniform?
Man, I'm just imagining warm-ups, receiving group coming out, Tank Dell all spatted up, the visor, Nico coming out with the visor, the sleeves rolled up, looking like he's been lifting weights in the offseason. Diggs coming out there, probably going to be carrying his pads, chilling, hanging out, low-key. And then all these other receivers running behind, hustling extra hard. But that receiving group coming off the bus, that receiving group coming out the tunnel, that receiving group coming on the practice field, it just looks a lot different, man.
Yeah.
Like this football team, like go back and imagine. Just imagine that you're sitting. Imagine Texans fans. Let's just use our imagination at lunch, okay? Let's have dessert before we even eat the sandwich.
Can you imagine?
So, just imagine you're just sitting there, and 2.5 hours ago, you're imagining the Texans coming out to warm up. Okay, you got CJ, you got Tank, you got Nico, you got the offensive line, you got Joe Mixon. That's not a bad-looking football team.
Is that Kenyon Green down there?
Oh, well, yeah, I think he's on the bench. But that's not a bad-looking football team when they come out and warm up.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got Stefon Diggs coming out there with the sleeve on, the gloves, number 14 jersey out there. It just kind of adds a little bit of kick to the football team, doesn't it? It just seems like something you want to – I'm getting a little more excited, this team coming off the bus, coming through the tunnel.
That reminds me of something. Is it cool to finally have a diva wide receiver in Houston?
Well, I think Nuke was a diva. He just didn't want to admit it.
He wasn't like this.
Yeah, no, he was a hardworking dude. I mean, he wasn't making stinks.
He had
or anything.
the behind the scenes.
He was a passive aggressive. He was a passive aggressive guy.
But like all these receivers, like the reputation of receivers around the NFL is, they're just a bunch of divas. There's some exceptions, as we know. Andre was one, Mike Evans is one, but by and large, like, these guys, they're a bunch of divas. It's kind of cool to have like that guy that everybody's going to be. Your eyes immediately gravitate to one of those guys.
Now I'm going to ask you this though. Is he going to get a press conference?
Oh, for sure.
You think?
Yeah, for sure. You don't waste this opportunity.
Okay, Stefon Diggs will get a press conference?
Yes.
Boy, he might fire some shots at Buffalo.
He might. He might. He's not.
He's just not going to say anything?
No, he's going to say something.
Oh, okay. And if it's not at the press conference,
it'll be somewhere.
Whether when we talk to him at camp or whatever, he's going to have some things to say.
Yeah. Man, how about our camp schedule? Who do we got today? Oh, we got Tank Dell. Okay, cool. Who do we have tomorrow? Oh, C.J. Stroud. What are we getting on Wednesday? Stefon Diggs. Cool.
Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Derek Stingley. Sure, we'll take him.
He doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, but we'll still take him.
Yeah. Come on through, Sting.
Yeah. Oh, Joe Mixon. Okay, yeah, we'll take him Friday.
Come on through. Do your thing. What's up, Joe?
Yeah. How many gone are the days of looking at the roster to make sure you got the right guy?
Hey, y'all want to talk to Derek Rivers today? Nah, we're good, man. We got it. There's plenty of content. We're good. Guys, y'all want to talk to practice is about to end.
We got this guy, and this guy.
Texans PR looking at the thing. Yeah, we got Reeves Maben. Hey, we're all right, man. All right.
His jersey was actually in the store, too.
Yes, it
was. That was the one that was in the store.
Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Who would have thunk it, man? So yesterday, I enjoyed a two-piece combo. Astros and Rockets. I enjoyed it till I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
2 losses, 1 shameful, one okay. It's fine. It happens. Rockets, it's good. We're not that far along in the process. Still a lot of good things. So salute to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a little doom and gloomy. We were going to come on the air. We were probably going to talk about how crappy Jose Altuve is at running the bases, how the Astros bullpen has been bad, and how the Rockets, man, it looks like they're probably done. And then I'll be damned.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans save the day, and the Houston Texans really put the whole city in a different mood right now.
Oh, my phone's still blowing up.
Put them in a different mood.
Yeah.
How about that?
I don't even have time to eat my sandwich. I'm answering texts.
I have a question before we talk about the internet going nuts.
Y'all want Farrell Brown today? Is that the question?
No.
We got Farrell Brown coming.
David Johnson, hello. I have a serious question.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an easy answer to it. Which is worse, Altuve's base running or Jalen Petrie's coverage?
Altuve's base
Not even close.
Not close.
Jalen Petrie is Ed Reed compared to
yes.
Jose Altuve on the bases, right?
Yeah. Not close.
Internet going nuts. You already know one thing, but there is a lot more. Lunchtime confessions, I should say, but the internet is going nuts at 1:20. Lunchtime confessions. I can't even keep track of time. Next.
In the Loop.
610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. By the way, Stefon Diggs, a Houston Texan. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I definitely sinned this morning. You said we confess our sins. I definitely sinned. I was mean.
What was her name?
I was mean to our friend Sean Pendergast.
Were you?
I was.
Well, was I?
Yeah, you were too. But here's my real confession. I really don't mind it. I'm kind of glad I was. I was all giddy, ready to go. And this is what happened this morning.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
By the way, hold on. This was right at. So we literally got this news at 9:59. 9:59. The great Tyler Milner.
Yeah. He
told us the news, and we walked in, and it was right between the passing of the baton from Payne and Pendergast to us. I
really don't feel bad about what I did.
All right, well, let's
I really
should
don't
you?
feel bad.
Should you?
Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
All righty.
Okay.
Here we go. I've been saying it, and I've been saying it. They got something else coming down the pike. How do you feel about Stefon Diggs traded
Shut
to
up.
the Texans?
All right, no. Yesterday was April Fool's Day or 2 days ago. No, there's no way in hell.
Wow. Adam Schefter. The Bills are
Shut up.
The Bills are finalizing a trade to send four-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Stefon Diggs to the Houston Texans for draft pick compensation.
Okay, I need to know what the draft pick compensation is.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
What? Are you kidding me? Holy crap. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a good reaction right there.
Wow.
Whoa.
That is huge.
Yeah.
That is huge.
I'm against this trade. What the hell?
I'm against this trade.
Oh, my God. Okay. Is Seth's mic just
Oh,
get
look,
cut
it's
off?
10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, look at the clock.
Okay. Something happened
Are
to
you guys
Seth's
done
mic.
yet?
All right, I guess so. I guess we are done.
Antibodies, et cetera, et cetera, et
Antibodies,
cetera.
yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. KILT, HC2.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Okay. Thanks, teammates.
Yeah, well, I really don't feel that bad about doing that. We were ready to go. Yeah. Antibodies, whatever, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
You go, bye-bye.
Yeah, good joke. Bye.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I sometimes when someone has a joke or saying that you don't know, you just kind of shake your head.
Oh, man, I'm glad you're bringing this up.
And you just kind of especially if you're like crunched on time or something, you just kind of nod your head and say, oh, okay. It happened to me yesterday, and to pull back the curtain, as soon as we got in the elevator, you were looking at me and you were like, all right, I'm about to sound stupid.
I did.
And in the back of my head, I was thinking, well, what else is new? But, I'll let you keep talking. And you go, I have no idea what show was talking about at the end of the show.
I didn't.
Ron Hughley.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, dude, I didn't either.
And that made me feel a lot better.
I had no clue what he was saying or anything like that. Figgy, I know you're in between shifts, so you're kind of line changing and going to your desk. Maybe you can help us out here.
I heard him mention something about a husky.
Okay,
I got a husky.
But he went on to other things.
This is my confession. I don't know what he was saying. This was the end of the show yesterday, and this. Tell me if y'all know what this is.
I said to Clint yesterday. I said, now UConn's going for back-to-back championships. You got a UConn Husky?
Hurley.
You got a Husky. That's crazy though. And then I said, you got an Iowa Hawkeye? you got a LSU Tiger?
I got you.
It's great, but I don't think he's alone.
Pause it for a second.
I wonder how many people.
I thought he was talking about his thing. So I was like, okay, now I think I go. And then after he went on, I'm like,
why are you laughing, man?
Because I thought he was doing a bad joke about his boy.
People have very many UConn Huskies.
Yeah. Then they got to this point.
They got a first-team All-American in Tristan Newton. I mean, how many people have a UConn Husky? Crazy.
Not a ton. Not a ton. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
I still don't know.
Look at Landry talking about, not a lot.
Not a lot.
Not a lot,
we were just getting out of there.
I feel you, man.
Yeah.
I had no idea what was going on.
Good job faking the funk.
Do you know?
No, I didn't know.
Does Tyler know what he was talking
do you know
about?
what that was? What does that mean?
Yeah, he said, "Do you have a Yukon Husky?" See, I thought he was talking about, trying to be a crude joke. But then he went on, and I went like, "Okay, that's not it."
Are we about to feel stupid, or?
Oh, I already felt stupid.
Here's Tyler Milner.
I already felt.
What does
stupid.
that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, he was asking if Clint or whoever he was posing the question to, he was asking if you could list at least one player on the Lady Huskies basketball squad.
No, but he was talking about. I thought he was talking about the men too.
He may have mixed and matched with the men and women. I'm not sure, but that specific.
He said
part,
you got a Yukon Husky.
Yeah, because
that's why I thought he was kind of being,
Yeah. And then he goes LSU, and he's like, "You got a Tiger." So he was trying to find out if anyone had good knowledge or had been watching enough of this women's tournament to know players on the actual squad.
Okay,
I didn't get that at all.
I didn't get that either.
That went over my head.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, thanks for the tip at 9:59, by the way.
Oh, no problem, no problem. But
Thank you, sir.
we know Ron can get stuff more confused than it needs to be. So.
Might be an us thing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of Ron, he tweeted something very nice, potentially a really good option for the Houston Texans. He said, book it, Texans at Chiefs opening night. Not so fast, my friends. I think there's a better option.
Okay.
The Texans play the Buffalo Bills at home this year. Bills at Texans opening night. Sign me up. That would be pretty dang sweet. Little Stefon Diggs, Josh Allen action. Would you prefer that one over Chiefs at Chiefs?
Whoever, man.
Yeah. By the way, we're getting into.
I'm not worried about any of them.
Almost right after the draft, we'll be getting some schedule stuff too.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any of these fools.
Oh wow, that's confidence.
To be honest with you,
that's confidence.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so Todd Callis, Jeff Blum, they were explaining themselves as to why exactly they decide not to mention that a no-hitter is happening. Michael K. thinks it's a joke. Todd Callis' dad thought it was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Callis used to do it, and now they don't mention that a no-hitter is happening. Now the radio broadcast does. This is crazy. This is Jeff Blum and Todd Callis. And shout out to both of these guys. They're elite. But this is the one thing they do that it's not even a fight worth having, but this was their explanation for it.
I always used to say no-hitter, and it got to the point where fans were just so upset hearing no-hitter on the broadcast that now there's so many different ways we can say it without saying it, and our truck has a great way of showing it whenever they show a graphic of how many hits there are, that I will not say it now, just out of kind of respect to what fans want.
And good for you for doing that, because you're the professional, and on the radio, it's a different story because you have to tell the fans what's going on. We have the visual medium where our truck works in concert with our vernacular to be able to explain that the Astros have all the hits. But for me, being the unprofessional and the ex-player, you can say no-hitter all you want. I will not.
Okay. I love it.
But you kind of jumped on that bandwagon, and it's worked for us.
It has worked well.
Because I feel like those 5 no-hitters that we've called, we have been adamant about not saying.
So he's taking. Hold on. So Jeff Blum's taking credit for it.
Well, I don't know if he's taking credit for it, but
he just said it's work. What about all the ones they've had broken up? They've had more than 5 broken up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
He literally just said, "Yeah, we've been successful with it. We've had 5 no-hitters in doing it."
Yeah. What about the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings that gave up hits?
Yeah,
and you hadn't said
which has happened more than that.
And I am adamant about this. Your job is not to be soft compared to what listeners and viewers are telling you. Your job is to do the job.
Listen to more to what Callis said, because Blum basically said, yeah, we're really helping him out right now.
Yeah.
And I know it's not universally loved. There are people that want to hear those words, even if they feel like Look, I still don't think we have no control over what happens on the field from up here. But if fans, and I did a Twitter poll a few years ago, and it was like 80%, we don't want to hear it. So why would I say it if the fans don't want to hear it?
We're all in this together.
So, yeah, I know there are people that want to hear us say no-hitter. I get it. As Blummer said on the radio, you have to say it. On TV, there's other ways around it. You have to kind of stay with us.
All right, here's my problem with that. Number one, shout out to Jeff Blum, because anybody who raises triplets is a god to me, and does what he does. But I'll put him aside because he's kind of taking the player perspective. But for Todd Callis to act like a Twitter poll is your audience. That's what's wrong with a lot of bad philosophies in business. Is you look at that. Yesterday they put out a Twitter poll, the Space City Network. They asked a question. 800 people voted on it.
Yeah.
So you're telling me because 80% of a Twitter poll said that you think that that's what it is? Nah, you just need to turn off your mentions and do your gig, man.
Yeah.
Like I hate this for Todd Callis, and I've heard him say this multiple times. Polls show one Twitter poll showed that. You know how many
of
fans
Astros fans?
Yeah, the Astros don't have 2,500 freaking fans watching the game. So a Twitter poll of 80%. And by the way, Twitter's where you go where people are going to complain no matter what. I hate that, man.
Yeah, to me, it's just old school, but really not. It's accuracy in broadcasting in order to expand your audience. And I can't get over that. Like, your job, whether it's radio or television, is to get people talking about that no-hitter so they can come in and tune in. People take these little things that we call phones. People say, hey, man, I'm watching the Astros game. They just said he's got a no-hitter going. Boom. There's 200 more.
The truck does other things.
The truck shows a graphic? What are we doing?
Man.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so have you ever been invited? This is a non-sports one, but it's an important one. Neighbors that you've never hung out with.
Yes.
Well, this is what happened to us. And then I have a confession. Neighbors that we've chatted to, but never really hung out with, invited us to a concert last night.
All right, that's weird.
I thought so.
What kind of concert?
Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. Really good swing band. They were in the movie Swingers. Vince Vaughn's first movie. They're pretty big.
Yeah.
At the Heights Theater.
Where that guy was so pathetic with his girlfriend.
Yeah. And it was the band that was playing all the swing music. That's Big Bad Voodoo Daddy.
Okay.
All right.
Where'd y'all go?
Heights Theater.
Okay.
Front row.
Yeah.
Drinks. Astros and Rockets games were on, so we could see those in the back. I got to tell you, I think I got to do this more often. Had a hell of a good time. Never have hung out.
So the neighbors were cool?
Never hung out with them. We go over there and say, hey, what's up? Or see them on the street or whatever. They came over.
They were cool?
They came over last week and said, hey, y'all want to go to a concert with us? And we're like, yeah, sure. And then when we got in, we did the usual, I don't know. I mean, that's
So it's fun?
It was a blast.
There you go,
Absolutely.
man.
I think we need to do this more often. Would you do that? Would you come up with an excuse?
I mean, it kind of depends.
I was just sort of in between.
A concert's kind of a little bit.
It was really good. Really good time.
That's a commitment.
It's a big commitment. And that's why we were like, we'll see how it goes. Had a blast. Sometimes you got to take those risks, man. Take a little risk. If it wasn't a good time, who cares? We were home by 10:30.
Coming up, the state of the Texans. Are the Texans the team to beat in the AFC South? And are they the team to beat not in Kansas City? In the Loop next.
In the Loop.
What have I been?
required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Aaron Rabel just brought this to my attention, and this is from Jimmy Shapiro, Bet Online. The Texans are now third in Super Bowl odds to win the Super Bowl.
Win.
Tied with Baltimore. San Francisco and Kansas City are the only teams above the Texans. Before the Stefon Diggs trade, they were 22-1. Texans.
Well, there you go.
Now they're 10-1.
I thought I was really going out on a limb saying they're Super Bowl contenders. They're not. It's not.
The Texans are 10-1. This is before a draft, so we don't know what they're going to do in the draft. They have a full draft. They gave up no draft picks this year. So the Texans, and by the way, they still have a full draft next year. They gave away their extra pick that they got in the Minnesota trade for Diggs. I just can't believe that we live in a world where the Texans can make moves like this, and it's not like they're throwing all their chips on the table. Like, it almost feels like they're still keeping their powder dry, but they're making aggressive moves to where we're talking about things like Super Bowl contention and all that while still keeping their powder somewhat dry.
Not only that, and maybe this is just kind of an offshoot of that, they're still building with the picks they have and C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract. I mean, who's to say that there aren't even more little tweaks, especially through the draft, that are impactful, like for not just this year, but 2, 3, 4 years down the road. Like, this is a building team. This isn't like, oh, we got to figure out the cap, like the Chiefs or the Ravens or something, and restructure contracts so we can keep all these guys. No, they're adding young players and inexpensive players and players that are going to be off their contracts by the time CJ is on his next contract. That's the real thing. Like, building it for the long haul. I mean, they're still doing that. Like, they're all in, clearly, and building for the long haul. That's the perfect scenario.
It's a good balance, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at what they've added, and you look at Daniil Hunter, you look at Stefon Diggs, you look at Autry, you look at Shire, you look at Joe Mixon, you look at the corners. I'm not even going to mention them because I don't know a damn thing about them. That's 2 busts and an undrafted guy, a slot guy.
Mm-hmm.
You've set yourself up now to where you can fill those holes in the draft.
Yeah.
D'Amico can go defense now. I still think they walk away with a tight end. I think that's one of the surprising things. I think they walk away with the tight end.
I've been saying DT and cornerback. Yeah, you could be onto something.
Multiple tight ends. They still need one that can block.
Mm-hmm.
Might have a crack at your top pick, assuming that Bowers is gone. So I still think that's a possibility. Also, I mean, maybe now you can trade back into the first. I mean, now I think it might make a little bit more sense because initially I thought you might have to do it to get a receiver. You already got the receiver. So if you have those 2 seconds, like what is 2 seconds worth? How far up can you get in the draft? I think you could perhaps get further.
What's the second they have now? I forget the exact number it is, 53 or something like that. One thing you can do, and it wouldn't be as expensive, is move up when the player starts to drop to you. Move up like 4 spots.
Yes.
You don't have to go into the first round necessarily, but keep in mind they have a second and a third, 2 fourths, 2 fifths, and 2 sixths.
2 seconds.
This year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got multiple picks that you can include in a trade.
It's time to get greedy, man. It's time to get greedy.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest fear has been eliminated. I don't know what your biggest fear was heading into the offseason, but my biggest fear has been eliminated.
Much the same.
And I think it's hilarious when you say Stefon Diggs is washed. Because you might be right. But a washed Stefon Diggs is different than a washed Robert Woods.
Yeah.
And you're not asking him to do as much.
They're playing in different neighborhoods. They're like falling from where Robert Woods was and falling from that versus falling from where Stefon Diggs is. Because he's still had another 107 catches, 1,000+ yards, 1,100+ yards, and I think 8 touchdowns this past season. And that's with somewhat of a drop-off at the end of the year. So that fall-off is not much, even if he falls off a little bit. So, yeah, all we wanted from the start was let's get C.J. Stroud. Don't make C.J. Stroud save all butts. To use your point.
Yeah, that's what we've always said.
Well, they're not.
Yep,
they're not. By the way, there's something else with this Stefon Diggs trade that a texter actually brought up about an hour ago or so, and I've been meaning to mention it. Keep in mind, Andre Johnson is very, very much involved in this club now, with this team now.
Yeah.
I mean, having Andre Johnson with Stefon Diggs is not a bad thing.
I don't think he needs it. Like, I don't think he's
doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt, but I think having D'Amico Ryans is all you need.
Yeah, it's the culture. It's everything.
Like, I just don't know, because you've seen locker rooms broken up, and I don't think, like, the player coach thing, you can kind of roll your eyes at it at times, because, like, all right, well, this guy's not a good coach, and some of the best coaches of all time haven't been players, so I don't think it's like an end all be all. But I do think that when it comes to just completely disrespecting a locker room and just completely throwing a fit and completely being, as D'Amico Ryans calls it, an energy vampire, I don't think too many players can make themselves disrespect a locker room that D'Amico Ryans oversees.
Yes.
For a number of reasons. I just don't think you can make yourself do that.
No, I totally agree, but I'm saying to have Andre Johnson, he'll be out at camp. He'll be out. Obviously, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, so he'll be around a lot. When they go to do that, I mean, there's a guy right there that is universally respected, and when he says things, they just resonate more, especially with his peers. So I think that's just another little part of the culture. Yes, D'Amico Ryans is where it starts. C.J. Stroud, clearly, all these other quote leaders that they bring in and the way they do things, and now you got Andre. And the biggest aspect of it that I just keep going back to is if you think he's washed. He had virtually the identical season as Mike Evans last year, and people were tripping over themselves trying to get Mike Evans here. He's the same age.
Aggie crime by you.
No, I'm saying he's the same age. He had virtually the same numbers. So pick a side here. I know there's an attitude problem, but I don't see that happening, at least in the near term.
No,
because he's thrilled to be out of Buffalo.
Yeah, he's out of Buffalo. He's in Texas. He's still playing with a really good quarterback. There's a lot of excitement. He's gonna be more than excited now.
He's gonna be more than fine, too.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, maybe.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm imagining now?
What's that?
God, I got a few visions.
You have visions?
I got a few visions. All right, you ready for this vision?
I think so.
Stefon Diggs? Get ready for it.
I'm trying.
You ready?
Now I am.
I'm going to be the producer, okay?
Okay.
They just hired me at Fox.
Okay.
All right, guys. Stefon, Trevon, Diggs, I want you to sit here. I want you to sit here. We're going to put a Thanksgiving dinner right here. I'm going to mic you up.
Oh, man.
I'm going to bring Terry in, and we're going to have a Diggs family feature as the Texans take on the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
See?
That's our special right there on Fox. We got the Diggs spending Thanksgiving together, Cowboys versus Texans on Fox. Diggs versus Diggs on Fox.
That's beautiful. So we got Texans hosting Buffalo on opening day so he can face his former team, and then the Diggs brothers on Thanksgiving. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. And maybe at the Chiefs on Christmas or thereabouts. Something like that.
No, we don't need to play on Christmas Day.
Whatever.
You're just trying to take
they've
them all
added
away.
Christmas games, right?
Yeah, they've added them, but hey, let's not get carried away there.
That's not getting carried away.
Dump that.
He's
just trying to take away all their families.
Dump that.
Dump that.
So is that 3 primetime games?
They'll have
4 at least.
They'll have at least 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
When it has as much to do with the opponents as them. You're playing the Chiefs and the Cowboys.
Yeah. And you got the star power.
And you got Buffalo. That's drama, man.
Yeah.
They want that.
They're going to play a night game opening night, man. Monday night.
Monday night or Thursday night?
Or maybe Thursday night.
Thursday night,
they play 2,
they would
right?
be in Kansas City, though.
Oh, yeah, because, KC,
Yeah.
Man, it's exciting. We have gone from dysfunctional to one of the, if not the most functional team this offseason in just over a year's time. Pretty incredible turnaround. All credit to D'Amico and especially Nick Caserio, who's just been fierce, just put on a clinic this offseason.
Do you think that this was more of a Nick Caserio thing, more of a D'Amico Ryans thing, or just a little collab?
Yeah, the easy answer is yes, it was a collaboration. But I think the way that it broke down and the way that the discipline of going step by step, I think that's got Nick Caserio written all over it. Like if you just go back to the very first move, the first day of free agency, when we're like, man, what's going on here? And then the second day, okay, if we feel better and et cetera. Like it was all with this plan of these possibilities, 2 or 3, whether it was Keenan Allen and Stefon Diggs or Saquon and Joe Mixon or more than that. All these possibilities were already rolling in his head. And the evidence is clear because, once they made that trade, you start realizing, okay, they like these players in the second round, but is that going to guarantee a receiver? Like a starting receiver with your second round pick? No. So then you go, okay, well, they like these players in the second round, so they clearly have an eye on someone there or some players there. Well, then what are they going to do on free agency? Oh, by the way, they just restructured Titus Howard's contract, and they just restructured what's his name's contract?
Mason.
Shaq Mason. So like we're sitting here going, man, this is all part of the plan. He went step by step by step, never deviated, never, lost his, what do they say, eye on the prize or what, all that stuff. And here we are. Here we are with the Texans as on April 3rd, by most accounts, a Super Bowl contender. That's
yeah, and you're a good draft away from being a legit Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
Like if you have a really, really good draft, which they're very capable of, then it gets even more interesting. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is Stefon Diggs, man. I reached out to one of his teammates and his former teammates, local guy, and asked him about Stefon Diggs. He had some good things to say. But I went back in time and I found out there was one thing that Stefon Diggs' teammates absolutely did not want him to do. You'll hear what it is next.
In the Loop.
What have
Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so I texted Brian Robinson, 10-year NFL, might have played 11, but he national champion at UT, and a teammate of Stefon Diggs. Just asked him about him, and he said he's a great dude, hard worker, great teammate, plays with passion. All right, that's good. But it got me to remembering one of my favorite videos, and these are the kind of questions I like. And this was when Brian Robinson was with the Minnesota Vikings. He had a web series, much like KJack TV. It was called 96 Questions.
96 questions.
But it was just because his number, yeah. So 96 questions. And he asked the teammates, who would you least want to date your sister? Well, there was a clear winner. Here's what it sounded like.
Davin, what guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
What the hell? Diggs.
Why Diggs?
Man, no. We're going to leave it like that. No.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Oh, Stefon Diggs.
Why Diggs?
He's crazy. He's just outrageous. Don't know what he's going to say. Just don't know what to expect every day. So he couldn't date my sister.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Least like to date my sister, Diggs. 100%.
Why Diggs?
Because he's not a guy that you want to bring home to your parents. Like, you don't want your sister to bring him home to your parents, so therefore she can't date him.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister? And I might add, you're starting to be the runaway favorite for this.
Well, nobody want me to date this, is it? I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
There's actually seems to be a few guys that don't think that.
You feel differently about me?
Yeah.
They just don't know me well enough. That's what it is. It's the appearance. All right, who don't I want to date about sister? Weatherly.
Why Weatherly?
Because he's ugly. I knew that was coming. That was the problem.
Yeah, well, okay, so he's got, a couple things working there, but don't want him to date your sister, huh? Pretty unanimous.
Who at Sports Radio 610 would you least want to date your sister?
I'm trying to think of a really good answer here.
Okay.
I would say I was going to say Tyler, but I think Tyler'd be good.
Nah, he'd be a great guy.
Yeah, he'd be a great guy. Maybe Clint.
Why?
Because that dude, man, he's just slayed, I'm sure.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I would
quarterback.
take the under. I would take the under.
Really?
I would take the under.
You don't think he's slayed?
I'd take under 20.
No.
I would take under 20.
Probably knocking them off in Arkansas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think
Quarterback.
He might get tied down, though. I think he might get like a main chick. He strikes me as someone who would like in Baytown, like the homecoming queen. He's with her, and then it's the next one.
No.
I'm take the under.
I'd take the over on 40.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice number.
And nothing against him, good
Yeah.
dude, but I mean, come on, you slay that much.
40 a lot.
I don't know.
People are probably laughing at you on the text line.
Well, you said 20. That's why I said I doubled it.
I know you're one, but
yeah, definitely.
No, that's good, man. It's good.
You said 20, right? So I doubled it. I'll take the over on 40.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So Clint, I would say I think Clint's perfect. You see how he treats her on dates and stuff?
Oh, he's a different man now.
Yeah, Clint's like at the top of the list.
Yeah, he's a dad's
Clint's
dad.
at the top of the list, man.
Well, then how about you?
Least?
Yeah.
Sean or Seth?
Nah, they're good.
Yeah, one of them.
I mean,
it's my answer.
I know. I'm just disagreeing.
My opinion.
My opinion, man. No, I'm allowed to have an opinion.
That's like my opinion.
Isn't that always
Figgy?
good? Isn't that always good when someone informs you that they're allowed to have an opinion?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to have an opinion, okay?
You really?
It's
Figgy?
just my opinion. Honestly, I ain't trying to sit on the fence, but I feel like everybody's some good husbands, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll be fine with my sister dating anybody.
All right.
here.
All right.
Okay, anybody, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's her number? No, just kidding. That was unfair, but you teed it up for me.
Nah, it's all good.
Are we going to get the Clint Slay number at... Nah, we ain't.
No,
gonna do that.
I wouldn't
ain't
put
gonna
him
do
on the
that.
spot
We
like
ain't gonna do
that. Yeah, I wouldn't put him on the spot like that.
Yeah, I gotta say Sean or Seth.
Okay.
Sean goes out too much, man. Like, I don't want my sister going out and getting drunk and going to like all that.
What's wrong with that? He's
addicted to his phone. Like my
he's
sister
loyal.
needs some attention. Like
Yeah.
like some family time. Like he's addicted to his phone.
Get your nose out of that phone.
His wife also is on her phone all the time. Like they're like
Well, that's
tweeting
why they're
their
a
whole
good
vacation.
couple.
I want my sister to have a husband that's going to enjoy the vacation with him and not just be tweeting about the whole time.
Doting on her and
Yeah.
her alone and all that
Yeah.
stuff. What about Seth?
Trying to make her hang out with like rich folks and stuff.
That'd be a good thing, right?
No.
Your sister be sitting courtside?
Nah.
Hanging with some billionaires and all that?
Man,
That'd be a good thing.
Nah.
What's wrong with Seth?
I don't know. I just don't.
It's a tough call.
It's too much, man.
Yeah.
Too much. A lot of.
I want my sister to stay in Houston.
A lot of book reading. Random books. Stuff like that. Seth would be all right. I'd say Sean probably. Sean would be the lead.
Sean.
Yeah.
Dang, that's a surprise to me.
He's always on his phone.
Oh, that's true.
Do you want your sister to have a
Give
husband
my
who's
sister
always
some
on his
attention.
phone? No, I mean like she's
Yeah.
always on his phone.
Yeah. My sister deserves better than that.
Isn't that how most married fights start? You're on your phone too much?
Yeah.
My wife's probably listening to this saying, "Oh, you're one to talk." No, I think Figgy had a good answer. All of them.
Yeah, they're all good dudes.
We're not counting. Are we throwing Creighton and Bajani into the mix?
Yeah, let's throw them in. I was.
Bajani's too short.
He's too short?
Yeah, he's too short.
Damn, man. What's wrong with short people, man?
I got to look out for my sister. They're too short. And then not Creighton.
Mm-hmm.
I think the New York accent would be too much at home. Yeah, I like Family Guy. I don't want to hear a New York accent.
Yeah, he might be judged by that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there you go. So who would you most then?
Most want to date my sister?
Yeah.
Figgy.
Okay.
Why me?
You're a good dude. You stay out of trouble.
Someone says Ron's too cheap.
Not controversial.
I don't think Ron's cheap. He has all the family house essentials. He's not cheap at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, he holds it down. He's got the grill, all that.
How's he cheap?
He's not.
I don't even see it.
No, he's not. You?
There's a lot of good candidates, man. I would say maybe T. Mill, man.
Well, the right answer is me.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Why?
You just go fish, man.
Nah, but I take
All
her
you
with
do is
me.
go fish.
I take her with me.
Yeah, I don't want to have to pretend that
Laid
she has
back.
to.
I go shopping with her. I go to all the antique stuff. Lay low. Don't go to bars. Don't unless we're going to a restaurant or something. I'm like the perfect husband. I'm a catch. I'm a catch.
Okay.
I am.
All right, I gotcha. I believe you. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Texans acquire Stefon Diggs. Do the Texans have a top 5 receiving core in the NFL now?
You know what? I'm pondering. First of all, I'm trying to think of some of the other receiving cores. We know some of them.
So Miami has Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, the Jags aren't bad.
What?
What's got Zay, and they got Christian Kirk, and then they added who'd they add? The Jags aren't bad at receiver. No, they're not.
What are you saying?
No, they're
They
not.
lost Calvin Ridley.
But they got in. Who is it? I'm trying to think of who it was.
What are you saying?
Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
They've got.
Oh God, you and Gabe Davis. I didn't know it was this bad.
No, it's not that bad. I'm saying Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, and Zay Jones. You think that stinks?
Yeah, I think that's pretty. I don't think that's great.
I think it's pretty good. I said they're not bad. They're not bad. Texans are better, but that's not bad.
Did they get better though?
Yeah.
Did the Jazz get better?
It depends on what you think of Ridley.
The Dolphins got Waddle and Hill. That's up there. The Jets just got Mike Williams, so they have Mike Williams and Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
Cowboys have CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
And they just lost Michael Gallup. They got Brandon Cooks. He sucks now.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. The Eagles got Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown.
Yeah,
I would say that's the best.
That's the best.
And it doesn't matter who they have at third. Cincinnati still has Higgins and Chase.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to put that up there. Bears got DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
they're in the mix.
I would say top 5.
They're in the mix. That's for sure.
Top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Rams got Cooper Kupp and Puka.
Oh, Puka, that's up there too.
Yeah, they got both of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texans top 5 conversation for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's just at receiver, and then of course all the other things that they've added. It's good to be a Texans fan right now. That's for dang sure. That is for dang sure.
How good though? That's the question.
Great. The best thing about this deal is it's not just like, okay, we're all in. Let's see if they can do anything in 2024. Even if they fall short or they of expectations or they get another early exit in the playoffs or whatever, it's not like, okay, well that's that. Now what? It's not like the Jets where the window is so little, and they're going all in. They're trying to do a lot of things, and they're making some moves and bringing in some additions. And if it doesn't happen, then it ain't going to happen. Here, if it doesn't happen, you're good. You still got a lot of draft picks. You still got the young quarterback. A lot of things that are happening. That's why it's so good to be a Texans fan right now. I was going to say even the Eagles, but Jalen Hurts will be around for a little bit. But they're not completely sold on him.
Do you think that he's
in some circles?
You don't think that he's on the decline?
Nah, I don't think so.
I do.
Okay, well then you can lump them in there. It's like if it doesn't happen for the Eagles, then they're going to be like
by decline. I don't think he's going to be in MVP talks.
Yeah,
I think he's good.
Yeah,
but I don't think he's going to be in MVP talks.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Miami
Dak Prescott type of thing. Tua,
right?
I mean, do you love Tua?
So like those teams are like, well, we better win it now, and the Texans are like, we sure think we got a chance to win it now, but even if we don't, we're good for a while. That's the difference.
Text line talking about the date sister thing. 281 says Captain Mickey used to slay.
I don't doubt it.
Speaking of mouths, you want to wrap your mouth around some of this sausage right here.
713 says I'm coming for the Short Kings. I'm not coming for the Short Kings. I'm just saying, like, if we're picking, like,
yeah, it sounds like you coming for the Short Kings,
I mean,
man.
If you're setting someone up, like, if you're set up a chick with someone short, they're like, what the heck?
Who cares?
Can't wear heels. You didn't tell me it was this short.
Yeah, I'll take down a tree. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll take down a tree.
I climb trees.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Short my ass.
Oh my gosh. Short my ass. It's making cuts, man. I don't mean it like that.
Yeah.
Lopez is actually bottom 3, probably.
Nah, I'm number 1.
You're bottom 3.
I'm number 1.
Bottom 3.
Everybody should want me to date their sister. Consistent.
All right, then let me just make your case. All right, let's really put you on the spot. How strongly do you feel about this?
I don't even think it's an opinion.
Okay, well then, make your case against each person that you would be going up against.
I don't have to. I'm just saying.
Go ahead, Figgy.
No.
Why are you better than
No,
Figgy?
that's twisting what my words. I'm not saying I'm not saying there's not any.
Why are you better than Sean and Seth?
I'm not saying there's not any other really good candidates. I'm saying I'm the best one.
Okay, but why? What makes you better than Sean?
So why should I pick you to date my sister over everybody else?
What makes you better than Sean?
I'm consistent. I'm good with commitment. I'm laid back. I like to have a good time, but I don't party too hard. What's up, Timo? I can keep a job. Got a good living. I like the outdoors. I'm willing to do your stuff, whether it's antique shows or shopping. Like I'm a great catch. I'm a great catch.
Okay. I mean, you made a good case. I can't really push back. I mean, I'm damn sure not. I'm not stepping to the plate. I'm throwing other people in the ring. I'm not putting myself front and center.
Yeah.
I'm bringing other people to the ring. I'm just saying, what makes you better than Sean and Seth if we're trying to set you up with someone's sister?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
All of the above.
And they don't?
No, I didn't say they didn't. But I got it all.
They don't?
Maybe they have a lot of it.
But?
No buts. No buts.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Someone says
and they'll come back for more.
There's Lopez's Tinder profile.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. Plus, they'll always come back for more.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got you. You just had to make it weird.
I didn't.
Kind of feel like you made a good case for yourself.
You know, Lopez, he's a lightweight, kind of creepy guy.
Yeah, you just had to make it weird, man.
That's not weird. That's being attentive.
Coming up next, the internet goes nuts. I think you know why. We'll talk about it. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. What is the internet saying about it? And is there some pushback on this move? We'll hear from a skeptic next.
the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The obvious, walking into the show, I had a hell of a show planned today. There was a lot going on yesterday, but as I'm walking through the hall, Tyler Miller comes up to me. He has his phone in his hand. He reaches it out. I think he's going to try to show me a picture of Joy Taylor's nipples or something like that. But it was a trade. The Texans trade for Stefon Diggs. Adam Schefter reported it at 9:56.
Mm-hmm.
Diana Rossini reported the compensation at 9:59. Second round pick in next year's draft, along with the Texans receiving a 5th and 6th in next year's draft, and Stefon Diggs, and that was the news right there.
Mm-hmm.
Two-piece combo. Schefter, then Rossini. Been kind of a consistent theme this offseason, and the internet is going nuts. The takes are going wild.
They've been killing it, Schefter and Rossini. Rossini especially, she's had a good offseason.
Yeah, she's definitely someone that you need to pay attention to with the Texans. She knows the 411.
She's definitely getting it right. So, fortunately, people are understanding, this is a big trade. This is a big trade in the NFL by any standard.
Right.
For any team.
No doubt.
So, just retweet it, give them credit, and move on.
Well, that didn't happen everywhere. Some people said sources that the Texans were making the trade.
They did not.
Yeah, it happened,
They did not.
Like 10:05, 10:06-ish.
Don't tell me the name I think you're going to say.
Nah, I'll just keep it moving. But yeah, it happened. 10:05, sources.
Come on, man. Look. I see it now, and I swear he thinks I have like a personal thing against him. I do not. You know that. I've told you off the air. Like the guy, think he busts his butt, but you can't have this big of a blind spot in normal journalistic etiquette. You can't have this big blind spot. This isn't some, street free agent signing a futures contract with the Texans.
Yeah.
That maybe somebody tweeted 2 minutes before you, whatever, you still got it.
It's a biggie.
This is Stefon Diggs getting traded to the Texans.
It's a biggie.
You've got to give credit to the people who broke
what if I
the
text?
story.
What if I text an agent and they confirm it?
You're late.
Or what if I text PR and they confirm it?
You're
to me?
late.
This is the question though.
You're late. This is it shouldn't get me.
So it won't count?
No.
So I can't say it 6 minutes after.
Schefter broke the story.
Schefter broke it.
No.
Rossini broke the comp.
That's what I'm saying. Schefter broke the story. Rossini broke the comp. That's who you credit.
Okay.
Like, this is journalism.
You don't like the can
this
confirm?
is less than journalism 101.
There's a can confirm and then there's a source.
I don't mind the can confirm. Don't mind it at all. That's one of the proper ways to do it. I like to just say regarding the Stefon Diggs trade and then add a layer of information that people might be interested in. Whether, like, he comes to Houston with this, and this in his contract, and Andre Johnson said this, or, whatever. But don't just say you're breaking the news when two other people broke the news. This big. If you want to do the little peripheral
Derek
practice,
Rivers.
Derek Rivers, knock yourself out if it makes you feel good. All right? But you can't do – this isn't even journalism 101. This is high school journalism.
But I also think that I could – if I wanted to get in this business.
Yeah. Well, you've been in it.
Well, I'm not a newsbreaker. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a newsbreaker, but I could.
But you've been in it.
I know, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if that's all it takes,
you can do it
I
easy.
can text Texans PR as soon as I hear the Diggs news and say, hey, is this true?
I could.
And then I could say sources.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is a joke. This is a joke. I don't mind you, obviously you're trying to build your brand. You're trying to, gain followers, make your, help your company that you're working at, all that stuff. But this is beyond, just playing the game, trying to help yourself.
I got the internet going nuts.
I'm still bothered by that.
Stefon Diggs, by the way.
Yeah.
There are skeptics with this trade as the internet goes nuts.
There have been some skeptics.
Some people say he's washed. Adam Spillane this morning. 5 100-yard games in the first 6 games of last season. No game over 90 yards for the remainder of that season. Kyle Brandt. Love Kyle Brandt. Love Peter Schrager. Love Good Morning Football. Love those dudes. He had an interesting outlook on this. This is what he had to say.
Okay, Stefon Diggs, no longer a Buffalo Bill. Jarring, but not shocking. I personally am not shocked. I think the Buffalo Bills looked and said they have a number one wide receiver who's going to be 31 this year, who's very expensive, and frankly, who underwhelms in the playoffs. Stefon Diggs' last game as a Buffalo Bill had 8 targets for 3 catches and 21 yards and the drop of a generation. They moved on. And let's not be naive about this either. It's hard to imagine that Steph's relationship with Josh or his relationship with the Bills or both had absolutely nothing to do with this, because those relationships were mercurial at best. So I don't think the Bills organization is going to collapse, and I don't think Josh Allen's career is going to collapse because Stefon Diggs is not there anymore. Josh Allen's all grown up now. I will say that there's over 1,900 yards that have walked out of Josh Allen's huddle in the offseason between Gabe and Steph. And Big Baller Bean, who pulled the trigger on this,
kind of a big
better
detail.
do it a bunch more and get some players in there, and better get some playmakers in there. And they got the 28th pick in the draft. I don't know where that leaves them, but I am just not going to mourn the Buffalo Bills after moving on from Stefon Diggs. That era will be looked back as the one in which they reached one title game, which they lost, a lot of regular season production, a few division championship T-shirts, and the quarterback being asked 1,000 times over the years about his relationship with the number one wide receiver and if they're good. And that's it. That's it. This is football. Move on. Bills continue. Let's go to work.
Yeah, he kind of glossed over a kind of important detail there for the Bills and going to work. 1,900 yards in receiving is walking out the door.
Yeah. I mean, multiple first-team All-Pro and a weapon for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Internet going nuts. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan.
I got the internet going nuts.
Hey, Caitlin Clark surprised me, man.
Caitlin Clark?
Yeah.
What'd she do?
And obviously Angel Reese.
What'd she do?
Those women's basketball ratings were higher than I even expected.
Okay.
And we talked about it. You agreed with me that they would be the highest
ever.
Dude, you put some of the numbers in particular down, but I'll just put it this way. This is where my mind went. It's incredible that it was higher than even any of us expected in terms of the rating. I think 12.3 million people at one point watching. That's an NFL game, man. That's a good NFL game. But this is where my mind went. Did you know that the highest rated NBA Finals games ever happened between 1988 and 1998? The 3 highest rated between 1988 and 1998. The 3 lowest rated since 2020.
Yeah, I think it beat all NBA Finals games last year except one.
The NBA has an issue.
And some people try to justify, oh, it's an elimination. Come on.
No, the NBA has a problem.
It's an elimination.
You're getting jack slapped by women's college basketball, which deserves it. I'm not saying that, but you shouldn't be.
The biggest smack to the NBA is going to be next year when the NFL continues to take over Christmas, and they got a couple of games on streaming apps.
Mm-hmm.
And the NBA just has ABC or whatever the hell it is, and it's going to be a whooping.
Yeah.
Dominant. Because every sport is really kind of thriving right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like as far as ratings.
Baseball local ratings.
Yeah, I mean, baseball's not.
But it's thriving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's doing better. Mm-hmm. For sure. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Why do you suck so bad at base running, Jose Altuve? Mm-hmm. He nearly broke the internet yesterday. And the craziest thing about it is that the Blue Jays broadcast, they seemed surprised
It was awesome.
that he was so bad at this. I was like, where have you guys been?
Yeah.
This is the norm, fellas.
Yeah. Did you hear them? They were like, well,
a player of that caliber should not be making mistakes like that. It was like, well,
yeah, pay attention.
Yeah, you can catch that quite often.
Yeah, if you go to an Astros game, it's a pretty good chance you're going to see something.
I got the internet going nuts.
Is that a wrap, or would it be a wrap if the Rockets lose tomorrow? Rockets in the play-in game. The Warriors have won 5 straight. Rockets have lost 2 straight. Rockets are 3 games back for the play-in tournament with 7 games left. Do you think that's a wrap, or
it's over?
You got to see what happens tomorrow against the Warriors.
It's done.
I want to see what happens tomorrow.
Good effort, guys. I mean, seriously, I'm not even just saying that condescending. It was a hell of an effort. I mean, you ran into teams that needed it as much as you did, and they're just better.
Yeah.
Good job. I mean, good fight. Seriously.
They would have a chance if they win tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
2 with 6? They don't have the tiebreaker, though, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they have the tiebreaker over the Warriors.
Yeah.
I think they have it over the Lakers and not the Warriors.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
It's probably information I could have used.
Yeah. I could be wrong. I know Spo had the basketball. Spo had the information, but yeah, that's where that is. Let's get more into the Stefon Diggs move. Is Super Bowl or I don't want to say or bust. Are Super Bowl expectations upon us? And I'm really intrigued to hear what the guys on the other side have to say. That's next.
In the Loop.
What?
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, what are the expectations for the Texans now? They've added the offensive weaponry. They still have a full draft, by the way. That's the crazy thing about this. They still have a full draft this year and next due to the initial trade with the Vikings for draft comp and then this. What are the expectations now? How have they changed in the last 4-ish hours for you?
They've gone to, I mean, let's just put it bluntly. I won't bury the lead. I think they are a Super Bowl contending team as we sit here. Before the draft, it might even be more impressive after the draft, depending on how these players fit in, training camp, rookie camp, all that stuff. But as we sit here right now, compared to everything everyone else has done and the where they are and what they've done, I mean, they are. Like the Chiefs are the standard, without question. But after that, I think they're right there with the Ravens.
Well, the odds on betonline.com have them with they're third on the Super Bowl odds board right now at 10-1.
Mm-hmm.
Tied with the Ravens.
Yeah.
Right below the two participants in the Super Bowl recently, the 49ers and the Chiefs.
I mean, it's weird. It's awesome, but it's also weird that we're even having these discussions or these thoughts. Like, I was reluctant to mention it, a couple of times today. But I don't think anybody's going to say I'm nuts, about where they stand. I mean, the odds makers say I'm not nuts. And then the other part of it that's just real, I think probably the most important part. Even if you take a big swing and miss this year, you're good. Like, you're not like the Dolphins or the Jets or those teams that have kind of put all their eggs in this basket. Shout out to Easter. Because
hello, Jesus.
This basket this year, if it doesn't happen, then it ain't going to happen. This year for the Texans, if it doesn't happen, it still could happen. You're still in a good spot. And that's the thing. It's not just the short term, it's the long term for me.
And now you go into the draft and you're not at the mercy of everyone with receiver, because that was really where you're at the most mercy, where there was going to be a run on receivers. You don't know how good of a receiver you're going to get. Now you don't have to partake in that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you benefit from it. That's another
for
thing.
sure.
Well, that's
Because,
another thing. They're the receivers. The more receivers that are taken, the better.
Mm-hmm.
Receivers, tackles, quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Like the more of those that are taken, the better, because it just pushes it back to you.
Hell, just those 3 positions alone are going to be prime in the first round. Receivers, quarterbacks, and tackles.
Do you think that's part of Nick Caserio's process? Because I know he's a descriptive mofo, and I can't imagine like how organized he is like in his everyday life and charts and stuff like that. But like when you're trading back from 22 to 41, are you factoring in? Okay, they're talking like there might be 9 or 10 receivers taken in the first round. Like how many ever?
Yeah.
If we know that we're going to trade for one, whether it's Keenan Allen or Diggs eventually, then really we can kind of push ourselves back because we don't need a receiver. So basically you're taking away 10 because what happens is, and this is how I always look at the draft, if the Texans are drafting at 41 and there's 4 quarterbacks that are going to go in the first round before their name is called, then I move them down to 37.
Yeah.
Because you're not even considering those guys.
Mm-hmm.
If there's 10 receivers, then I'll move them down to 10 more spots.
Yeah.
I'll move them down to 27.
Yeah.
So, and then tackles too.
Tackles going to be prime.
How many tackles are there going to be?
Now there's going to be some cornerbacks which you could use, but still not all of them.
So then you're looking at, if you're eliminating those things from your board, I don't think you do that. You're looking at like top 19. I mean, there's a lot of positions where the Texans that they're not even considering drafting.
Yeah, no, and I think that was part of the equation. I can't imagine, everything he's done has been with the next move or moves, kind of in mind. It's like when you're playing somebody really good at chess. And
when's the last time you played chess?
Long time. I'm just saying,
it's like a hell of an analogy.
We talk about chess, not checkers. I think it's a very good analogy.
How about pickleball or something?
You're Mr. Chess.
Golf.
You're Mr. Chess, not checkers.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about.
Y'all know how to play chess?
Oh yeah, I used to play, but
I'd beat you.
I used to play, but
it's an easy dub.
Oh wow,
beat you, boy.
Ooh.
I'd beat you.
You ain't talking to me, man.
I'd beat you and you. I'd beat you and I'd beat you.
I'm not going to deny that you beat me. I'm saying I haven't played in a long time. It's an analogy.
I'd beat the OG by 100. I'd beat.
Okay, well that fits with this analogy.
2 minutes, Figgy. 5 minutes.
Okay, so that fits with the analogy I was about to make, and this is Nick Caserio. Like when you play,
how often you play chess?
I play it kind of often, to be honest.
Oh, my money's on Figgy.
I used to play it on my phone.
My money's on Figgy.
I used to have it on my phone.
Landry's starting to look a little nervous. Landry's starting to look a little
Whenever
nervous.
I catch a flight and you had them little games on the little screen, I usually play chess.
Oh, he's got you, Landry. I think he's got you. But here's the analogy.
I think we got a showdown.
Like whenever you play someone really good at chess and you make a move and they say, don't do that, I'm going to beat you in 3 moves if you do that.
Yeah.
That's Nick. He's not just looking at the move that others are making.
But this wasn't his first move.
No, that's what I'm saying. In 3 moves, I'm going to beat you. Like he's making a move knowing that what his next move is 2 down, 3 down the road. And that's what he did. I mean, let's put it in practice. So they make a trade, right? Well, why are they doing that? Well, they like the guys in the second round that are going to be available and maybe the third round too. Okay, cool. What are they going to do at wide receiver? Are they going to draft a wide receiver now? No, look what he's doing. He's clearing cap space. Titus Howard and Shaq Mason. Okay, that means they're going to sign a free agent. Hunter Renfrow, I was talking about, all that stuff. Nah, man, you don't understand. Because they traded the first-round pick, now the rookie salary pool is going to be even less. So they make more money there. They clear salary cap space. Oh, hell, we can make a trade for Stefon Diggs. Like it's 2, 3, 4 moves down. He's been looking. He's the chess player that says, Landry, don't do that. I'm going to beat you in 3 moves if you do that. And he did.
Well, I also think he's
hell of an analogy, by the way.
I also think he's conservative,
but smart.
Yeah, I think he's conservative and aggressive. Mm-hmm. Conservatively aggressive. Boy, I want to play Figgy in chess now.
He's gonna beat your ass. I admittedly haven't played in 10 years, so I'll get beat. But I think Figgy. I've actually seen him playing chess.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That's not real.
Doesn't count.
That's not hand on board.
It's chess.
Yeah, that's electronic.
There are world championship poker players that played nothing but online.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Well, they won.
It's not the same, man.
Yeah.
Keep your hand on the piece, all that.
Oh, you're that guy. Did your finger come off? I think I saw some air in there.
That's a violation.
Yeah, I saw your finger
That's a
come off.
violation.
I know you couldn't beat me in checkers. That's for damn sure.
Oh, now you're changing the goalposts here, moving the goalposts here.
No, I'm just showing my versatility. Showing my versatility. It's kind of crazy though when you see the Stefon Diggs stats and you have Spillane bringing up, and I think it's a fair point, but he brings up, well, he had 5 100-yard games the first 6 weeks of the season, and then he didn't have over 90 yards the remainder of the year. Dude, he had 107 catches and 8 touchdowns.
That's what I said. That's literally what I told him. I said he still had 107 catches.
That's a crappy. Yeah. That's a crappy season.
Yeah, he still had 107 catches.
Like when you bring Stefon Diggs in, you're not expecting him to be the number one guy. And I also think the fact that you made Buffalo worse matters.
For sure. And by the way, I do expect him to be the number one guy. He's a number one wide receiver. Now, if he proves otherwise and he's a number 2,
if he's not, cool.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got 3 guys. Some people said, and these are the ultimate optimists, and I love this, the Texans have 3 number 1 receivers now. Which, I mean, come on. But they do have, I will
3
say
weapons.
This, but they do have 3 guys that have performed like number 1 receivers
right, they have the 3 weapons
in the last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you have that.
Mm-hmm.
I still think you could add some depth at wide receiver, whether it's on the back end of the draft or something like that.
Yes, but not.
It's not a big need.
Keep in mind, you got
I'm talking day 3.
2 fourths and 2 fifths.
Yeah, I'm talking day 3 or maybe even like on the market.
That's the other part about the little throw-ins, the little 5th and 6th rounder. All of a sudden, maybe you can package a couple.
Do you
of
think
those
Robert Woods gets cut? You say $5 million.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked he's still on the team.
Yeah,
that's our boy, man.
I think he does.
That's our guy, man.
I know it's a business, Landry. It's a business. Yeah, I kind of think he does.
Who are we going to talk to?
Yeah. Well, guess we'll have to settle for Stefon Diggs.
Laramie Tunsil has weighed in. He said it's lit here now.
I saw that. Case Keenum weighed in.
Oh yeah, because he threw the rock to him.
He said
Minneapolis Miracle, man.
This time he said let's finish the job.
They got him paid, right?
Come on, Case.
Hey, he'll be on the sideline.
Come on.
He'll be on the sideline.
All right. Why did he have to ruin it? Come on, man.
They're teammates.
I mean, geez.
They're teammates.
Yeah, he was the starting quarterback at that time.
Mm-hmm.
This time, let's finish the job, me and you, Diggs.
Yeah, man. Let's go.
Come on, man.
They're teammates.
Oh, come on.
If John Weeks tweeted that, it'd be the same.
No.
They're still teammates.
Weeks is out there.
Well, kind of.
Come on.
No, I'm kidding.
I want to see Stefon Diggs. I want to see his introductory press conference.
And he will have one.
I want to hear if he talks crap.
He probably will. No, and that's him. That's his personality.
About Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to hear what kind of jokes he's got.
Yep.
Supposedly a pretty funny dude.
And also the serious side of what happened, man. Like,
yeah, I think,
like what happened.
I mean, surely someone's going to ask that, right?
Yeah. Like
what was the beef in Buffalo?
The real
why
question
are you here? What are you doing here?
No, the real question for him, I think, would be like, why should we believe that you're going to be happy here?
Yeah. What went wrong in Buffalo?
Yeah.
Because it was weird. We talked about it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What went wrong? And then he'll say,
and why should fans buy in now?
Well, he'll just say, look at my resume.
No, in terms of like his penchant for a distraction, being a distraction. Why should the fans believe that that's not going to happen now?
Well, even being a distraction. The funniest thing about this is when Randy Moss became a distraction with the Raiders before they traded him to the Patriots, they sucked.
Yeah.
It was a disaster. When T.O. became a distraction in Philadelphia, they kind of bottomed out a little bit. They didn't bottom out, but they got worse.
Yeah, they took a step back.
Man, they were a missed field goal away from perhaps making a Super Bowl run last year. They were going toe-to-toe with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They missed a field goal.
Boy, what's it like in Buffalo right now?
Oh, they got to be going nuts. Or I bet, I mean,
some people said that
some
they're
will be
happy.
going nuts, but some will be like, oh, thank God that headache's gone.
Okay, Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, I've heard that too, and I just like, okay, I mean,
what they got back, I kind of would have been going nuts. I kind of wish it would have been, if I was them, I would have wished it was a second-round pick this year.
Yeah.
Someone says on the text line, this is a good point. Appreciate you, my friend. The 281, shout out to the Loopholes if you listen, you are one. Said he was listening on the, I guess, Buffalo radio, and they said that perhaps his production went down because they changed OCs.
Yeah, they changed coordinators.
So they went from Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady, and perhaps that's why the production dropped off. Production drop off or not, you give me 107 and 8, I'm okay.
Yeah, and
especially if you have other receivers.
1,100 and something yards too. So you had 107 catches, 1,100 and something yards, 8 touchdowns, 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, 5 straight 100-catch seasons, including one for 127. 10 touchdown season, 11 touchdown season, an 8 touchdown season, and you're supposed to say that it's not going to be a huge impact here?
Yeah. Look, if a Stefon Diggs, like, he's washed. If you say he's washed, then that's proportional. You're not expecting as much from Stefon Diggs. So, I mean, this was really, when you factor in what they gave up, the fact that they still have full drafts, the fact that they have all of this cap space, and the fact that they needed offensive weaponry, it was a home run deal. And I'm very happy that it happened at 9:59. I thought that was cool. We had a good show plan.
When you say it's still there.
Yeah,
our rundown is still there.
Well, I don't have to complain about Jose Altuve's base running too much. It's all good. Whatever. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley here. I got to give you some props.
Jake and Jose getting theirs now.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened, Bob?
I got to give you some big props, man.
What'd I do?
My wife was very impressed with you the other day, because Clint Stoerner, without missing a beat on Thursday, he managed during his Coors Light read to incorporate Jesus and drinking a beer for Jesus.
Drink one for
in the
Jesus.
read, smooth as possible.
That was dicey.
It literally made me want a Coors Light for Easter. It was smooth as I've ever heard.
Come on, baby. Drink one for Jesus.
Silver bullets for Jesus.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate that one, man.
That's an approach. There.
I looked over in the middle of that. I looked when I said it. When I said it, I looked over at Ron. He's got this look on his face like, boy, you get dicey over there.
Hey, you're doing the read. You kind of just, the other one's doing the read.
You just kind of tune out.
That jump up.
Whoa, wait a minute. We're drinking beer for Jesus?
We moved past that C store. We moved past that C store.
To be fair,
Jesus,
be fair, I think we were all drinking beer for Jesus this past
Come
Sunday.
Come on now.
We got confused by the Yukon Husky thing yesterday, Ron.
Yeah, I heard.
We got on the elevator.
I heard.
I was like, okay, that's what he.
So was Tyler right with his explanation?
I don't know what Tyler said, but the deal was you had two women teams playing each other. You had Iowa and LSU, and I said, Clint, can you name any players for either one of those teams?
Okay, so that's what Tyler did
not
say.
Reese or
and then you have a team in the Connecticut Huskies,
the
men's team that are going for back-to-back championships.
Oh yeah.
And can you name any men on those teams?
The tall white guy. The tall white guy.
Yeah,
that's where we are right
big
now.
White guy stays in the paint.
Yeah, it's college basketball.
Because right now, I bet you, if I said the last team to repeat, I bet you could probably almost give me the starting lineup.
Corey Brewer, Al Horford, Joakim Noah,
Torian Green,
and then that point
and then
guard.
Humphrey. The white.
I got to admit, man.
Oh, number 4, right?
He's like number 12. He's a shooter. Lee Humphrey.
I got in the elevator and I looked at Landry and I said, I feel like I'm just stupid.
Like you missed that, huh?
And I said, I had no idea what show was talking about.
Listen.
And then he goes, I didn't either.
It's Ron. Listen, it's me. It's the explanation.
It's all of us.
Yeah.
I think if you go back, I was still.
So I said to Clint, he said, "Ain't got one."
No. Well, we'd already hashed that out a bit, I think, the day before. So I knew what you were talking about. But yeah.
How y'all feeling about the dig stuff?
I mean, we're gonna get into it. I just
horny.
I love the deal. I just want to make sure, because there are some dicey concern things in there that are very fair and valid. But there are some people in this fan base that don't get a chance to talk about them dicey things, because y'all have been just telling us.
I know what you're talking about.
In D'Amico we trust, and CJ's got it. Well, all right. This move says, yes, we know there is some spiciness that comes along with this player. But We got CJ, we got D'Amico.
So we good.
We can handle it.
Yeah.
So y'all should trust it. I don't know how I feel about that,
Yeah.
but y'all should trust it. But I think it's a hell of a move.
Yeah.
I think there's layers, Lock Dog, man, and some of them I love and some of them I hate.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's overall as a Texans fan, I'm absolutely stoked.
Yeah.
But we got to talk about it.
All right.
Yeah, definitely. The compensation I think is interesting too, because when I heard I was like, okay, I mean, that's worth it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the Bills wide receiver room right now and letting this guy walk and paying. I've heard reports of upwards of $30 million to accelerating the cap to let him walk, and you got a question like, why in the hell? What's going on? Why would you let that cat walk?
Yeah, to a team that's trying to get on your tier
Right,
and some think is
right.
knocking on it.
Right.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-HD2. Why did he sell me that car for $15,000? The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, and ESPN is silly for what they're doing right now. They're doing Reunited between Case Keenum and Stefon Diggs is what we're doing here. All right, stop this right now.
That may have been the. They may have called Case in and said, Case, you've been with the kid, man. What do you think?
No, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. And listen, if you are under a rock and you miss it, or you're just not getting in your car or whatever, you're just seeing it, the Texans have made the move of the day, and I think maybe the biggest move that this crew has made. They have traded for 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro. They have traded for Stefon Diggs. They give up the Bills are going to receive that second-round pick, and it's the second-round pick from the Vikings, so it's the better pick. They receive the second-round pick of the Vikings, and the Texans, they received Stefon Diggs and a sixth-round pick this year, as well as a fifth-round pick in 2025. And that second-round pick is in 2025 from the Vikings. So not one of the two this year. In 2025 from the Vikings. So a huge deal for Stefon Diggs. And I will say this, Clint, I believe I wear this flag more than anybody in Houston media. I am as fair as it can be. I don't have a lot of dogs in the fight, and I just speak honestly with what I see. And I would say this to Houston, to the Fighting Tylers, to the fans out there, to the Larrys, to the Tonys, to the Treys, to all of you out there.
Hold on, so.
How in the hell does it feel to have a legit Super Bowl contender as your football team? Because, in my opinion, this move puts them in the top 3 in the AFC. And if you're in the top 3 in the AFC, you are a legit Super Bowl contender. How does it feel, Houston, to be there? I cannot believe we are here after what we set through here for the first 3 years of us being here. But they are here going into the season with this addition and everything they have on this team right now. Clint, I believe this is a real Super Bowl contender.
I'm glad you started with that. I'm glad you started with the Texans instead of starting with Stefon Diggs, because to me that's the big statement that's being made here is more about the Texans and on two fronts, offensively and as an organization. I think it's loud and clear right now that the Texans viewed last year as, hey, we are well ahead of the curve. We have got to get aggressive. We've got to have a sense of urgency, and we've got to give ourselves a chance to win a Super Bowl, make a run at a Super Bowl for the next 4 years. Yep. Let's not be patient and wait around and see if we have enough and see if this guy works and see if that guy works and roll money over to next year and have this, a bunch of cap space left and sit here and see how many draft picks we can accumulate and how many guys we can develop. No, this organization has made a statement in free agency along with this trade that what they saw last year is a team that was legitimately a couple of pieces and ultimately talent short of being able to make a run at a Super Bowl and being able to compete with anybody in the league.
They saw what the hell they had in their young players,
Absolutely.
In particular their quarterback, had said, let's go.
I've seen enough. Let's go. And so the organization overall, I absolutely love it that that's the frame of mind of Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and company. Secondly, you look at the trade for Stefon Diggs and what this means offensively. You can couple it too with the signing of Joe Mixon. You can couple it as well with the re-sign of Dalton Schultz. You can couple it as well with the fact that you've got Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, who I don't think anybody's going to argue their strength is definitely in pass protecting, not run blocking. This trade, accumulating talent, adding to the pass catching group with the Houston Texans, screams that this offense is going to run through C.J. Stroud. We are going to be a pass to set up the run team. We are going to be a heavy 11 personnel team, which means all three of these wide receivers and Dalton Schultz are going to be on the field with Joe Mixon in the backfield a lot. One tight end, one running back, and three wideouts. And we're going to go as C.J. Stroud goes. We're not going to be the organization that tries to build like San Francisco, because that's where D'Amico and Bobby Slowick came from, even though they talked about that last year and wanting to dominate the line of scrimmage and yada, yada, yada.
But, Clint, this move helps that, though.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely.
This is going to help Joe Mixon, too. This is going to help the guys up front.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna lighten that box up without a doubt. It's gonna give you more space to run. It's gonna give Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and Shaq Mason and Juice Scruggs and whoever the hell the left guard is. It's gonna give those guys a much clearer picture of who they block and how to block them.
Who is the left guard?
I don't know yet. But this move offensively screams we are going to be more of a Cincinnati Bengal-like offense versus a San Francisco 49er offense.
Same system.
And I absolutely love it. This C.J. Stroud, if you had to pick one guy, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's a close second if you talk about play style of the elite guys. You talk about play style of the elite quarterbacks in this league, he is most like Joe Burrow. And to build this offense and scheme in a Cincinnati Bengal-like way, in more of a spread fashion than what you see San Francisco doing, to me is the right move. It's the smart move. It's playing to the strengths of your quarterback and your tight end who you just re-upped, your two tackles that you paid a boatload of money to, the running back that they traded for him, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man, I love the statement that's made about the organization, the sense of urgency. I love the statement this move makes about the offense and the direction of the offense being more Bengal-like than 49er-like. I absolutely love it.
All right, and before we get to some of the football stuff, and again more on what this means for the Texans and just the move, what the move means, I got to say this: I am really sitting here for almost 4 years watching this organization and watching some of the main decision makers. Fellas, I am really proud of Cal, Hannah, D'Amico, Nick, Caserio. I am really proud of them in this move because –
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. Is that Nick or is that Kevin? But McAllister, I don't know, Kevin. But to the point you're making, Clint, this is not their type of dude. Now, we've heard D'Amico talk about it a lot. We're looking for the right dudes to be in here. We're looking for the right guys in the locker room. And there are some fair concerns that I'm sure we will get to about the type of dude that you're bringing in. This is not, even for the Texans, even in the past, you all know this. This is not the type of dude that they would normally want to bring here. And this is a guy that is probably going to be a major voice on this team. I mean, they've put themselves in a situation, their most veteran guys on the offense are Laramie Tunsil, Stefon Diggs, and Joe Mixon, who all have some baggage or some weirdness with their leadership style and their history. But damn it, sometimes you got to be and make moves and decisions that aren't comfortable, and sometimes you got to take risk. And they are taking a risk. They said, yes, we understand what could happen and how this could go, but we are going to take the risk because this is the time for us to go and try to win. This is a move on winning. This is a move on winning over being comfortable on what type of dude and people you're bringing in. They are willing to take the risk. And baby, some people may not get this one, but you can't just have a team full of Duncan Penderhughes. Sometimes you got to have some Blade Browns in there.
You got to explain that one.
If you haven't seen the movie Class Act, starring Kid and Play, you missed that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what percentage of our audience has heard it. You have to explain that one.
Well, you're right, but if you can get it, the goody two shoes of the Duncan Penderhughes,
the do-rights,
and the Blade Brown. Sometimes you got to can't have all them do-rights. Sometimes you got to have some people that might make you feel uncomfortable to get you where you need to get to. And the McNairs, D'Amico, Caserio said, we are willing to take this chance because we know this is the thing that gives us the best chance to win. I give them credit for that. I'm proud of them because that is not an easy call, because they could have gone on and just said, oh, man, we'll get Tyler Boyd or we'll get somebody in the draft or we'll trade for somebody that's lesser. Nope. They said this right now is the best move we can make to get that difference maker on the offense, and they did it. So I'm proud of the McNairs and everybody here, because this is not their normal type of guy that go. You hear how they talk about Will Anderson. You hear how they talk about C.J. Stroud. You hear how they talked about Danielle Hunter. You hear how they talk. Stefon Diggs carries a little different baggage. I'm not saying this is AB, but this is a guy that has complained, as someone texted, his way out of 2 organizations.
Speculate.
It has had issues, but they're willing to take a chance on this. I think that's a big move for them.
It could be a big move depending on what he does once he gets here. But the statement again, Ron, that's being made is important on this front too. And you just made it. Like to me, it's more of, hey, we are comfortable and confident in our foundation, our culture, and our leaders here in Houston that we will roll the dice a bit. Now, I don't know. Look, I don't know to what degree they're rolling the dice with Stefon Diggs. I know that from the outside looking in, it was always some kind of drama between him and the organization, him and the coach, him and the quarterback. I don't know what all that stemmed from. I know they won a lot of football games in Buffalo. I know he produced as well as anybody in the league in Buffalo. And so you wonder, can the guy ever be happy? But ultimately, I think it's more of a statement about D'Amico, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Nico Collins, the leaders in that locker room. I believe that they all collectively believe, hey, man, Stefon Diggs is a great player, and he may be a big voice as it pertains to being a leader. I have no idea what type of leader he is or isn't. But whatever he brings to the table, our locker room, the leaders on this locker room, our foundation and our culture is strong enough to overcome it and get through it, influence it in a positive way and get through it. So, we'll see all the details. The way I read Spotrac on contracts is that there's the contract that he had in Buffalo. There's an out after 2024. It's $18 million salary this year. There's an out after 2024.
You think they probably give him a new deal?
Well, that's to this conversation we're having right now is if it is a second-round pick for a one-year deal and for a great receiver and potentially being able to extend him, in the situation the Texans are in, I love it. Now you got to decide whether you're going to extend him or not. And if you extend him beyond this next year, I believe there was the 3-year extension. There was the out was before 3 more years on the contract. However you, I don't know what the right terminology is for that, but I guess my point overall is how the Texans play this. Do they re-up him now, extend him now? Do they wait until after the season to decide if they want to take on the next 3 years of the contract? Do they want to get out and renegotiate with him? I don't know exactly what they do, but as it pertains to the side of Stefon Diggs that is a problem, I'm less worried about it right now than I am because there's an out next year. You get 1 year. You gave him a second-round pick. You get 1 year with a great receiver. You're a squad that's ready to go compete for a Super Bowl. And worst-case scenario, You took that roll of the dice. The guy's a problem. You shake loose of him next year. You move on, right? Best case scenario, he balls out. He buys in, balls out, and you re-up him, and you got a straight assassin at the wide receiver position to go along with your young guys. So, Ron, I got to see more of what they commit to.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to do. They obviously have a plan with this. If they were going to give him a new deal, that probably was
part of the conversation.
Probably part of the conversation. Yeah. When you talk about the Diggs wild card fashion of it, you hope that the contract thing isn't something that kicks it right off to maybe bringing that if he is somebody who wants more money, which I'm sure he does.
Well, the way the contract is structured right now, Ron, if it moves with the player to the Texans, then I mean it could be a huge plus for both. I mean it's a 1-year prove it deal,
really, yeah.
And if either one of us want out after this year, we can bounce.
Yeah, it's either I think it's maybe $3 million is what that is guaranteed after this. All right. Real quick, because I want to hear from the people on this. And this is a big day. I want to hear from the people as well. Clint, now when we look at from what the Texans did and what this signifies for you, I know it ain't all roses for you. What is your real feeling of the deal? Your feeling of the deal, football, and what this and what everything it could mean, adding a player like him and adding a personality like him.
Yeah, look, I think I'd be lying, and I think anybody would be lying if they didn't tell you that there were concerns that come with Stefon Diggs. I mean, the Bills, again, according to the reports that I saw, the Bills are going to end up eating $31 million to get rid of this caliber player. 31, 32, I think it was. Now that's accelerated cap. That's money that had been pushed into the future that they already guaranteed him, kind of deal. But anyway it goes, when you trade or cut a player, that money is accelerated to that year's cap, is my understanding. And so you got to ask, why would a team that is as wide receiver needy as the Buffalo Bills are, why would they accelerate the cap to get rid of what's viewed as one of the better receivers in this league? Right now, their receiver room is Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, and Mac Hollins. That's their 3 wide receivers. They
would think they're not punting on a season with Josh in his prime.
You would think not. I mean, they're right there. I mean, what's my man? Gabe Davis is gone, and now Stefon Diggs is gone. So you got to wonder why an organization would ever make that decision with the caliber wide receiver that Diggs actually is. Again, I mentioned earlier Diggs getting sideways with the quarterback and the head coach multiple times. It just always seems to be some kind of drama. It always seems to be the topic of conversation with the Buffalo Bills. I mean, if you'd have come to me a month ago and said, "Hey, man, what the Buffalo Bills? What's the first thing that comes to mind?" I would say the ruffling of feathers between Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs. And I vividly remember McDermott having to come to the media and talk about Stefon Diggs. I remember Stefon Diggs' brother in Dallas tweeting stuff about Stefon not being happy. And so I think that's part of what comes with him to some degree, any way you slice it. And then, you look at the last 11 regular season games last year and then the 2 playoff games, 13 total games. He had 3 total touchdowns and and did not go over 100 yards one time. So you got to wonder, hey,
with Josh Allen as his quarterback.
With Josh Allen as his quarterback, and
him being the number 1 threat.
Yeah, well, yeah, and so you got to wonder, like, hey, what happened? What happened on that back half of the year? Now, I'm not one, as people know, I'm not one to look at that and say, hey, this guy, Father Time, jumped on his back. Now, I believe that when they changed offensive coordinators, I think that offensive coordinator before was probably succumbing to some of the pressure of Stefon Diggs' expectations and him wanting the ball. And then Joe Brady took over and said, no, we're going to do whatever the hell we need to do to win games. I don't give a damn if you get 100 yards and get your touches or not. And so it led to a different style of offense than feeding Stefon Diggs, is what I would be willing to bet you that it was, more so than Father Time. But nonetheless, that is what happened. Facts are the facts. I mean, he had a rough 13-game stretch.
That's a lot of games.
Yes, when you're talking about a Stefon Diggs caliber receiver, he had a rough stretch of 13 games there, and
had a couple of drops in their playoff.
Sure, big drop in the playoff games, big as they've had in a handful of years. And so you got to look at that and go, okay, what happened? Why did that fall off happen? Why did he not contribute to a team that was good enough to go two rounds deep into the playoffs.
All right, let's do it. Let's open up the lines. This is the day we want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Tyler will get you going. Do you legit believe? Your opinion is yours. Do you believe that the Houston Texans are a legit Super Bowl contender? Has the Stefon Diggs move put them over the top there? We'll discuss that next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. It's that time of year, man, where, the Astros.
Save big, you can do it all at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Espresso and Cuisinart coupons do not apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
The NFL offseason is in full swing, and Sports Radio 610 is your home for the latest Texans news. Missed a free agent signing? Don't worry. We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every segment of every show broken down into chapters so you can get right into what matters to you. Just download the Odyssey app, search for Sports Radio 610, and tap on a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'll keep saying it. The Houston Texans, in my opinion, today have become officially become a Super Bowl contender. Swing. I said the goal. I've said it from the season's end to be getting to the AFC Championship game, and everybody, all of the decision makers up to this point, they have done exactly what you need to do when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal and you have belief that he is the guy. Now there are still some spots. Somebody texted in, Clint said, "I don't know, man. They're defensive tackle away from being a Super Bowl contender in my book." I listen, there are some holes. That second cornerback position I don't love. We'll see what happens with the third linebacker. But overall, this is a group. I mean, we're talking potential top 5 offense if this is the Stefon Diggs that has been the guy.
Well, look, I mean, I'm as bullish as anybody about this defensive tackle situation. But and to your point, the cornerback situation. But if you're going to have holes on defense and you're going to be vulnerable in certain spots on defense, yes, better have the ability to outscore somebody. And that better be your mentality. And that better be how you build your offense and build your roster offensively is, hey, if we need to outscore you, we can outscore you.
Well, now they put themselves in a position now where their offense could help their defense be in the positions that is the best spots for that defense. Like, you got to pass the ball because you're down. It's a 2-score game, and this offense is humming. You got to pass the ball, and you can't just sit back and run it, and run it down their throats potentially. And now you got to throw the ball, and this Texans pass rush could be one of the best in the league.
Yep. Yeah. Look, and there is, there may be somebody in this defensive tackle room that is something that they have not been to date. There may be something that D'Amico and Nick see and have seen, and they believe they're going to make it happen. And it happens. I personally don't see it. So I may be dead ass wrong there, but I said it from jump. If you're not going to load up and be an absolute lockdown defense at every level, then you better offensively have the ability to go out and score with anybody in the league. And they showed the ability to do that last year on a couple of different occasions. But what I like about it, Ron, is although all the good you saw last year, the thought that, hey, we've got to get better. We've got to improve. We're not going to let that smooth taste of 2023 fool us in 2024. Things are going to get a little bit more difficult. And we're going to go load up and get prepared to take advantage of that more difficult schedule and facing more quarterbacks. And the overall approach is absolutely beautiful, but you can't go in lacking weapons and not being able to run the football downhill and having avoided the defensive tackle position and having a really suspect competition at your number 2 corner spot. Now you've got some problems. This Stefon Diggs signing or trade gives you some answers. You know what I mean?
We'll get our guy Cecil Shorts, the third former wide receiver in this league. He'll join us coming up in the next segment. We'll get his thoughts on this move and what a receiver like Stefon Diggs can mean. But let's go out to the people. Josh, on your thoughts on Diggs, I've said it. I think this makes him a Super Bowl contender. Your thoughts on this move?
Man, I'm not going to lie. I think it does make us a Super Bowl contender, but I am cautiously optimistic. This is a guy that's cried his way out of 2 good teams already. I mean, I'm a big Slick Nick fan, but it feels like we got him for 2 unsalted potato chips. And I think it's fair to question, like, what, was that really the best offer that we gave the Bills? Like, why were they willing to get rid of him for so little? So
second round pick, Josh.
I mean, he's a 30-year-old receiver that had the same numbers as Nico Collins. So, I mean, the same people saying that we should go out and get Mike Evans for $25 million a year. I mean, he pretty much had the same numbers as Stefon Diggs. So, I think, like I said, he's a great player, but I mean, if he doesn't get touchdowns 2 games in a row, is he going to be whining on the sidelines like he did in, Minnesota and Buffalo?
Appreciate the call, Josh. Look, there are some risks there. There definitely are. I mean, you gave up a second-round pick. I mean, Keenan Allen went for a 4th, so you gave up a second-round pick. So, I mean, it could have been worse. You didn't give up what the Dolphins gave up to get Tyreek Hill, but you also didn't get Tyreek Hill. So, I mean, I think you gave up some. But I will say, Josh, and we'll discuss them, and Clint has hinted towards it a bit, there are some really fair concerns and reasons to be optimistically cautious about the situation. There are fair ones.
I mean, look, he makes a great point in a sense of you gotta wonder to some degree. I don't know what degree it is for you, but to some degree, you gotta wonder because Buffalo they had the rights to a receiver, at least for 1 more year, to pay him $18 million. $18 million. And you're talking about a guy that is viewed as one of the top wide receivers in this league.
And either his play got to a point or his attitude or whatever got to a point where they were willing to move on without really anything left.
Yeah, and you got to wonder,
like left in the cupboard, for
right? And you got to wonder, Ron, that second round pick because the what you give up for said player is strongly based on how many years he's got left on a contract and. Stefon Diggs, and I said there is an out after this year, so I don't know exactly what the verbiage behind the out and what could happen, but there's 3 more years beyond this year on his current contract with that out after 2024. The second-round pick tells me that there's some value in having the rights to Stefon Diggs for 4 years or potentially having the rights to him for 4 years. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how this thing unfolds with Houston of how they – how they handle the Stefon Diggs, the out, the restructure, the extent. I don't know exactly how the contract's going to work out. It's going to be interesting to see, and it's going to add a lot of context to the second-round pick versus a 4th-round pick for Keenan Allen, who then went and signed a new deal, I believe, with Chicago. So it is. I think there's a lot left unsaid about this deal at this point in time.
All right, one more real quick blast off. We'll get your thoughts. What's your thoughts on the Stefon Diggs move?
What's up, fellas? I'm feeling good like everybody else. Majority of the Texans fans. I mean, how spoiled are our riches now? I mean, I just heard Josh call, and what's the worst that can happen? I mean, we already were questioning, did we even need wide receivers with Tank and Nico? I mean, we just got even more lethal. And, I mean, the guy is going to produce and put numbers. But, I mean, now – I got to upgrade my seats, man. I'm going to have to go and get a little closer to that field, man, because, like I say, these guys are making moves that really old wouldn't have done back in the day or that, senior wouldn't have done probably back in the day with questioning these guys. I mean, sometimes, like you say, you got to have the Blade Browns on the scorn. That was a good movie there, man. People forgot about that movie. That was a throwback, man. That's a classic throwback movie, man. But, yeah, man, I'm feeling great, man, and I just got to get a Ric Flair. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
We're going to be on top. We're going to be on top, man. Now.
Oh, then we're losing. You blast off. Damn it. Damn, he sounded like he was juiced up. That's what I want to hear, baby. That's what I want to hear. All right. We'll get Cecil Shorts III. We'll get him on coming up here in just a second, get his thoughts on this move because he can kind of get into a little depth of what a player like him can mean to go along with guys like Nico and Tank with C.J. Stroud. So Cecil Shorts III, former NFL player. You hear him on here a lot. He's coming up next. Before we get there,
you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
1st and 10. Will Shorts throw? He will. And he's got the open running back, Blue, who took advantage of Demario Davis in pass coverage. 21-yard touchdown pass. Cecil Shorts touchdown throw. Texans have taken the lead.
Damn, Tyler, you dug up that one, huh?
Yeah, man. How about that trick play from old Cease?
Kevin Harlan on the call with the Cecil Shorts. He could have said the third. Cecil Shorts touchdown, 21 yards. Bet he killed. I bet Cecil remembers that route right now. I bet he can remember that route and what happened, who was covering him and everything right now. How about that? It's a big day here in Houston as the Texans, I believe, and we'll get Cecil's thoughts here, who knows the receiver position as well as anybody playing several years in the NFL. I think this move right here, along with everything they've done, has made this team a legit Super Bowl contender. And I'm not saying they'll get there, they'll win it or whatever, but I think they are a real contender to the AFC Championship game, and to me, you're a Super Bowl contender if you can get there. What's your thoughts on how big this move to acquire Stefon Diggs means for the Texans, Cecil?
What's up, Ron? And shout out to Tyler for that intro. I appreciate that, man. Brings back good memories.
I got you, bro. I got you.
A little over the
Brings
top.
back good memories. Chill, Ron. Don't hate, man. Hey, but no, for real. This move, I agree. It makes them legitimate Super Bowl contenders. When you look at the offense as a whole, you got Tank. You got Nico, who had 1,200 yards last year. You had Tank, who had 745-ish yards before he went down, missed the last 4 or 5 games. And then you got Joe Mixon. You have Dalton Schultz. You have all the weapons you need to go up against Patrick Mahomes, to go up against whoever in the AFC in that on the offensive side of the ball. The offensive line is pretty much set. Now it's about getting depth on the offensive side, right? Now it's about getting some more linemen in there, maybe getting some more backup running backs, see what Mechie and Hutchinson can do on the outside, maybe get another tight end. But your starters, you can match up with anybody in the NFL, let alone the AFC. Not saying they're going to win it all, but they're in very, very good position with this move.
Hey, Cease, what do you think about just the statement that's made from the organization? Because it'd be very easy for these guys to say, "Hey, man, Will and CJ and Tank, they're young. You know, Nico's production came out of nowhere. Hey, we've got 4 more years of this rookie contract for our quarterback, man. Let's be patient and really figure some things out versus hell no. We know what we've got. Let's push all our chips to the middle of the table and let's run with it." I love the sense of urgency that the organization is moving with, obviously.
Clint, love to hear your voice, big dog. It's
Always
been too long, brother. It's been too long. But, for real, they are in it to win it right now. And they're way last year you can kind of see, they're way ahead of schedule. They made it to the playoffs. Most people in the world did not think they would even have a shot in making the playoffs. And then this offseason, you see them making a few moves. Now is this huge move. You got Hunter in there. They are trying to win it right now. In my opinion, when you have a guy like CJ on a rookie contract where you can splurge a little bit and make some moves, why not do it now? Why not try to win right now when you have him on a second-year deal of his rookie contract and you can spend some more money and your cap space was just immaculate to go out and get the guys. So they're saying, I want to win right now. But this is also saying, Clint, that they think they have the leadership in the locker room to control Stefon Diggs. Because, remember in Minnesota, he wasn't happy, found a way to get out. In Buffalo, the last year, we've been hearing rumors of this and that. Not happy with Josh, not happy with the play call, whatever the case may be. And Buffalo was willing to hit $31 million of their dead money to get him out of town. So that's telling me not only are they all in for the Super Bowl, they're all in on DeMeco Ryans being a leader, on the leaders in that locker room of controlling and being able to handle Stefon Diggs.
How big is that, Cecil? Because you and Clint, obviously, you guys have been in NFL locker rooms. How big of a concern, and then how big of the potential of this going left and what it could cause? Because you got a young quarterback. You got a second-year quarterback, second-year coach, second-year offensive coordinator, and the other veterans on the offense are Laramie Tunzel and really Joe Mixon. So I mean that's the group on the offense, like vets and leaders. How could this go left? How big of a concern is his attitude and that baggage?
I think he's in a very good situation. I think when you come to Houston, because I was looking at his stats earlier today. I think 5 of the last 6 years he had 100 catches. 5 out of the last 6 years he had over 150 targets. 4 out of the last 6 years he has 8+ touchdowns. Like, he's been the guy. If you look at the other guys' statistics, they've been very kind of minute compared to his. When you come to Houston, you got Nico, you got Schultz, you got Joe Mixon now, you got Tank Dell. So in his mind, he has to realize, hey, I'm not the only guy that can catch the ball. I ain't the only guy that can make plays. I'm probably not going to have 100 catches this year, right? I'm looking at targets alone. He had like 160 targets last year. Very durable. Stefon Diggs is awesome. It's going to be a very good thing for the Texans, right? But when you look at the targets that they shared last year, Nico had over 100 targets. Dalton Schultz had 88 targets. Noah Brown had 55 targets. The ball's going to be shared. So he has to come in with a mindset like, hey, I'm here to win a Super Bowl. And I think when he got traded here, he knows the situation. He knows how special CJ is. He knows how special of a leader that D'Amico is. I think he's going to fall in line. And if he doesn't, and I don't suspect that to be a thing this year, it's going to be too much excitement. You got new jerseys. You got new talent coming in. It's going to be too much excitement this year. And the issue's never in the first year of the deal. It's on the year 3 and year 2 and year 4, right? As things go on, and they don't win a Super Bowl in those years. Now he's unhappy. Maybe he's getting older, wants a new contract, whatever the case may be. Those are the time to worry about it. Right now, I think he'll be fine, but you got to keep that in the back of your head, like, hey, we got to make sure he knows, hey, this team, our culture here is about winning as a team. It's not about individual success. If you can do that, I think you'll be all right.
Cecil, where does he fit in skill-wise? Where does he fit in with Nico and Dalton Schultz and Tank Dell, obviously?
Oh, man. So Steph can play inside, outside. He can play in the backyard. He can play over at 610 SportsRadio. Like, he can do it all. It's nothing he can't do. So now you're in position, as you know, now you can match up because he loves to be in motion. You can move him. Now, this is my thing. As a defense, who do I key on? I can't double Stefon Diggs because I got a 1,200-yard receiver in Nico. I got Schultz, who's CJ Trust, who had 88 targets last year. I got Joe Mixon. If they try to double one guy, I got Joe Mixon I can throw a check down to, and he can be an explosive guy as well. You have so many explosive weapons. It doesn't matter where you put your guys at. He's a fit, in my opinion. You can put him inside, outside. You can motion him. He can be a guy that can drag across the middle. He can be a possession receiver. He can be whatever you need. Even at, I think he turns 31 this year. Even at this age, he still has the ability to run by people on a go route, right? And running by somebody at that age is not an easy thing to do. It's a talent to run a go route. People just think, oh, you got to run straight, you got to be fast. No. You got to be able to beat the press, get by the DB, stack the DB, and then catch the ball while it's in the air away from the DB. Make that tough, difficult catch. So his ability to be moved around the offense is what's going to open up things for everybody else, man. It's going to be fun. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be fun to see how they put this offense together.
No, I'm with you. I think this has a chance to be a top 5 offense. Cecil Shorts, the third, joining us. Before we get you out, Cecil, to me, the most impressive and maybe even surprising thing is this organization as well as anybody, and the type of guys they like to have, like the type of guys they like to have in the locker room and on this team, even before D'Amico, but even especially since D'Amico has arrived. How surprised that Stefon Diggs is the guy? How surprised are you they're willing to give up second-round pick, real assets, to bring in Stefon Diggs with his potential history?
Right. You always need somebody that does not have all the sense in the world on your team to win.
Well, I know you do. They've not always felt that way, though.
You got to have a guy that's an at-risk youth or something. Like, you got to have a guy that's going to challenge you a little bit. You just got to. Same thing in high school. You need horses. You can't win with ponies. You got to have some horses. And that's what you get with Stefon Diggs. And it's not like you got 5, 6 of them, right? Stefon, I'm not going to call him a cancer, but he has a history of causing a little bit of a stir, right? And to me, again, this shows the leadership, the trust in Nick, the trust in D'Amico, like, hey, we can handle this guy. I guarantee you D'Amico said, hey, I want him. I can handle him. I can make sure he's all in on board. I can make sure he lines up with what we talk about with Swarm, with how we're going to do things on offense. He's going to be a great team player. He can teach our younger guys. He can teach Mechie. He can teach Hutchinson. He can bring these guys along and still be a big part of us winning games this year. So I'm confident in D'Amico and them, but that's going to be huge, right? Because it's different. It's the first time you're going to have a real diva receiver. You've been blessed with Andre Johnson, who don't say too much, who don't need too much. You've been blessed with a Kevin Walters, right? You've been blessed with DeAndre Hopkins, who was here. He was kind of getting to that point, but he wasn't really a diva. This guy's a real diva.
That Kevin Walter just got away from you. I know you did not just slide him in when you just sandwiched him in between.
No. I'm saying the type of receiver that's in here. I'm not putting him. I love Kevin, but I'm not putting him on that DeAndre and Andre talent-wise. But I'm saying the type of receiver they had
Texans
was
legend.
more of a laid-back,
gotcha.
shield, doesn't say too much type of player, right?
That's different.
This is the first time they have a guy that's going to be outgoing, that's going to have the cryptic tweets, that's going to do all type of stuff, right? It's going to be interesting to watch him in Houston.
Ryan, you could have let Kev have that one.
No, I couldn't.
You could let. Hey, Cecil.
You feel me?
I can't. No.
Cecil.
Thanks, Clint.
I got a serious question for you, though, Cecil. Hey, I got a serious question for you, man.
All right.
You ever tripped trying to steal second base?
Get off this man.
I ever tripped trying to steal second base.
Yeah.
Did you see Jake Myers last night in the Astros?
Guess who's watching the Guardians?
He's watching.
No, I didn't. I did not. I was watching my kids run down through the dang on house.
Well, when you got 7 of them, I guess you better keep an eye on the Jokers.
All right, Cecil, man. I know you're excited, man. As much as I think all of the Texans fans here, this is a huge day. As I said, man, the Texans, you got a real Super Bowl contender here, and now we got to wait for the season to start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank you.
All right, that's Cecil Shorts III who joins us. You can catch him. You can catch him here sometimes. You can catch him all over. You're at the games. You see Cecil doing a great job at the games.
From 2020 to 2022, 3 seasons. The most exciting thing at a Texans game was Cecil Shorts in that hamburger race.
Oh my God, he was in it. Everything.
I mean, there ain't no doubt. I mean, the fans would cheer. I mean, it was about all you could cheer for over there at NRG for a couple years.
He had a Crown Royal thing he was doing last year that was strong too.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Tyler. It sounds like Clint may want to get into the Astros. We've been blessed. Thank God to everybody over there with the Texans for pulling the trigger today. We've been blessed to not have to deal with that one last night. We're gonna deal with the next. I'm gonna make you all think about this. I feel like I know where Clint is going. Who pissed you off the most last night? Who pissed you off the most last night in that absolute choke-blown game that the Astros had last night against the Blue Jays? We'll discuss that, and if you're missing the details on the Diggs trade, we'll give you that as well coming up.
Texans Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
There goes Myers. Pitches taken for a strike. Myers falls down. He fell down trying to steal a base, and he will be out of the baseline for out number 2. Jake was trying to steal and never got to second because he fell down. That is 2 base runners making costly mistakes on the bases in the last 2 innings.
There's Jeff Blum laid out of that one. I think he had to get himself together. First,
can you blame him?
That was a tough one last night. Not a lot of run support. Some good in there, obviously, with Framber, but I think the most is just the errors and everything that occurred, the blunders that had you lose this game.
Just say it.
Which culminated with a blown save from Josh Hader. His last 2 outings, he's kind of been there to lose the game.
It's not blunders. It was dumbassery.
Let me pose it to you and the people. You all can jump in with your thoughts. This was a good group of candidates to piss you off. Who was it that pissed you off the most last night? Who was you mad at?
I'll let y'all guess mine.
Who are y'all mad at?
I'm with Tyler on this. I'm mad at Altuve. Like that is absolute bonehead.
He's the one you're mad at?
Bonehead as you get. If that was Little League, if I was coaching third base at Central Little League at Pelly Park in Baytown.
Or Baytown East.
I'm a Central Leaguer, bro, in Pelly Park.
Beast from the East, bro.
And my 9-year-old did what Altuve did last night. I'd rip his ass before he got up out of that damn baseline.
Which one?
The Altuve.
The 8th inning one. That ended at the bottom of the 8th.
Did I miss something earlier in the game?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
I missed that one.
People are trying to church it up because they say, it was an infield grounder, so it would have been the third out anyway, He's on second, running to third with 2 outs. A ground ball gets hit.
Hit him in his
just
feet.
He's oblivious, just running straight into the ball.
I'm talking about the 8th inning.
No, I know the 8th inning one, but I was going to say which one.
The 8th inning, there is zero. The one between second and third base, like you could even say, I know Altuve, I didn't see it, so I don't know what he's trying to do, but I've tried to get cute before, knowing it was going to be the third out, so I've tried to almost jump over a ground ball so that it would distract the shortstop or the second baseman, right? And I end up. So you could at least say you were trying to help the team win. It's still stupid, but what Altuve did last night is you're on third base with 2 outs, and it's a 1-0 ball game, and you get picked off a third. Not even by the pitcher, by the catcher. You get picked off a third because you thought a ball got by the catcher. I mean, that is infuriating.
You're in and you're out with this guy. You're in and you're out.
He had 2 blunders, but he did put up the only run.
But Ron, that don't matter. You said mad. You said mad, right?
Yeah.
It's for me. It's Altuve.
It's Altuve,
bro. How can you be the greatest Astro of all time? And he is. And I love Altuve. He might be the worst base runner in Astros history.
Tyler called me. I'm putting Nick to sleep doing story. I feel it. I feel it in my leg, and I look down Tyler Milner. And Tyler, let me tell you. Now I'll call Tyler. Tyler never answers my calls, by the way. But I call Tyler. He rarely calls me. When Tyler calls, I'm like, well, something happened. Like I'm thinking,
right.
Man,
he may need me to bail him out.
He calls me. God, did you see that? Like, there's no hello, there's no plus. Did you see that? Altuve. I can't take.
I mean, it's guaranteed at this point. Every season, this dude is going to look like an idiot on the base pads. And I love him. I do. I love Altuve. But it blows my mind.
Listen, I know you're frustrated. I know there's another person you want to get to. I'll just say mine real quick. For me, it's Hader. Man, Josh, come on now. This is 2 in a row, Jack. You let some guy who has a porn stash, who I didn't know, who is the Schneider fella, yet this guy come up and take you deep. There's nothing more, Clint, that annoys me when you are a great closer, and he is great. or a great pitcher of any kind, and you lose not throwing your best pitch. Schneider himself said, I can't believe he didn't throw me a fastball. Again, he throws a slider. I don't know who put that finger down or who decided that pitch, but he throws a slider and takes him deep 2 times in a row. You got me. It gets to the 9th, and you got the lead, and Josh Hader is up. You got to shut that thing down. Got to close it out. So he could have cleaned a lot of that stuff up, but he's got to be able to win those battles. I know the gentleman who gave his all, tried his best, couldn't make it to second base, unfortunately, on a steal that dirt reached up and tied him up and tripped him. Jake Myers is
I'm done with Jake Myers.
After he was brought into pinch run.
I'm done. This is the hardest thing for anybody with a heart to do.
It's 3 starts in a pinch run. He hit a homer his first at bat.
It didn't matter. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. I screwed it up. I mean, this is literally the hardest thing for any person with a heart to do is to just realize somebody that you've got to fire just doesn't have it. Like he just doesn't. He's just not that guy. He's not the guy that you want as an organization that you want to stay. Hey, this is my center fielder right here. He's the guy that's going to go to the podium every time and say, "Oh well, yeah, they pinch hit for me. I want whatever's best for the team, man. I just want to do whatever's best for the team." He's the guy that when he's trying to steal second base, instead of trusting his training and trusting his ability,
he tripped.
He's out there keeping his chin down because he can run a faster 40 with his chin down and his lean right and his knee drive and all this, trying to be perfect instead of just out there playing ball.
I screwed it up.
And then the look in his face after this stuff, I'm done. I'm out.
No more Jake
out.
From Rake Farm for you?
I'm out. I'm going to laugh in your face every time you say that. I'm out, man. I'm done. I'm done. I'm over it.
The other day you were mad that they pinch hit for him.
No, I was mad that you committed to a center fielder and told us that was your guy, and then the minute there's a clutch situation come up, your ass pinch hits for him with a guy that's sub 100 and can't hit better than Jake. He's the only guy on the damn team that you trust less than Jake.
Text line rolling in. You got a point.
I'm done. He's not the guy, man.
I think I'd rather listen. My Jake issues were well before the season started, so I had been arrived there. I didn't even want to give Jake a chance. I wouldn't have. Someone texted in. I think I'd be down more. I'd probably rather see, even if you are going to be hell bent on this utility role that you just have to have for Dubon. By the way, Altuve and Bregman and Pena rarely have off games. But even if you're hell-bent on this, I'd much rather see Chaz in center and Corey Jokes. I'd much rather see
very
that.
Simple. Dubon is in center field.
Yeah, I know, but they're hell-bent
White Boy's in left field.
They're hell-bent on it.
When you just got to have Alvarez in left field. When Diaz wants to DH, you slide White Boy over, or you leave Dubon out there. If you need Dubon in the infield, slide White Boy over. It's very, very simple.
I know
you got 2 options in center field. I am just.
They're hell-bent on it.
I'm done with Jake, man.
You're done. 6 games.
The level of dog is unacceptable. The lack of dog is unacceptable.
Clint was so mad about how he walked off the field.
Yeah, because he looks like a dog with its tail tucked.
He hurt the team. He was crushed.
He looks lost and scared. Look, this is coming from a guy that tripped in the biggest moment of his life and put the ball on the ground. There's only. I don't know, man. I
screwed it up.
It's not just that. It's all of it. I mean, the guy is. It looks like he plays scared 99.9% of the time. And when you play scared, it's hard to hit. It's hard to do the most difficult thing in sports, which is hit a 90 to 100 mile an hour ball that's moving consistently at a 30% clip. And when you got your dauber down half the damn time, you can't do it, right? And then now you're falling down, still in second base in critical situations. I'm
screwed up.
I'm just done, man. You got options of guys like White Boy Chaz and Dubon. Both of those guys, confident as ever. It's infectious. They're guys that you want on your squad. You want them out there.
You don't think Chaz would have tripped?
No, if Chaz may have tripped, but he'd have got up and been a lot cooler than that. I mean, he'd have got up and gave all of us Astros fans confidence that it might not happen again.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what do you think it was that Jake tripped on? Somebody texted in, Jake tripped on a snake. Myers, what do you think Jake tripped on?
I think he got upset. Dang it.
I mean, I can't get over the fact that he was brought in to pinch run. Like, hey, get in there.
You can't
want you
do
to
it
get
on
in there
purpose,
and run
guys.
And be good on the bases.
He tripped. That shouldn't be why you'd be done with. You should have been done with him before the season started.
This is the straw that broke the camel's back for me.
That's it for you.
I mean, Ron, I'm just in a situation like I feel terrible, man. I really do for my opinion about the guy because I don't like. But I mean, he's just not it. It's just not it.
Well, he's not starting in center field today. Luckily,
he shouldn't.
Dubon, this is 2 games in a row, so 2 games in a row for your starter. When you turn it over with 2 games in a row.
I screwed it up.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
And they should have ran him right back out there. Dubon's starting in center field today, by the way, folks. All right. Listen, the big news of the day, and this is, boy, it's something great when not only is it the news of the day here, but it is the news of the day across the sports world and in the NFL. Every time I look up at a TV, they are talking about this, and that is your Houston Texans have made a trade for Bills wide receiver, 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro. And the Bills, they received the Texans' 2025 second-round pick. Now, that second-round pick is the pick that they received from the Minnesota Vikings, so we'll see what that is. But they received that second-round pick for the move. The Texans get Stefon Diggs as well as a 2024 sixth-round pick and a 2025 fifth-round pick in this deal. Clint, I know there's a lot of thoughts and concerns about Stefon Diggs and what this could mean. But when you first saw this move made, because we'll keep it 100. We talked about several moves, and I would, if I'm honest, listening to you, Stefon Diggs might have been towards the bottom of the list, if not
absolutely
the last one.
Absolutely, the conversation has changed. He's here. I mean, we're not talking about Mike Evans and potential T. Higgins and Diggs is one of them. I mean, we're no longer having that conversation. Now Diggs is a Houston Texan.
In your opinion, because this is the thought now. Now he's here. In your opinion, we've talked about it. They need a difference maker on that side of the ball. We talked about it. Yes, they got Mixon. That was good. Barkley would have been that guy. Keenan Allen, who they were after, would have been that guy. Does Stefon Diggs to you count still to this day? Today, Stefon Diggs, not what he's done in the past, but today the guy they're getting, 30 years old, is he still to you a difference maker on an offense?
Yeah, absolutely. He's absolutely a difference maker. He's absolutely a guy that the minute you trade for him, this offense got as explosive as any offense in the league. If you're healthy, they got as explosive as any offense in the league. When it comes to passing the football, you already had the quarterback that averaged the most yards per game last year in the NFL. There's a good chance with this move, if everybody stays healthy, there's a chance that this could be one of the more explosive. I'm talking about top 3, top 5 explosive offenses in all of football. No question about it. He changes the game in Houston. No doubt about it. He gives C.J. Stroud what I believe is a legit one in this league. And I'm saying that because he's been that, right? He's been a one with a couple of different organizations, and he's got that in his belt right now. There's no disputing that. That is his resume. And you've got that guy, and you've got that guy along with 2 other wide receivers that are fully capable. One that did, and one of them that was well on his way to giving you over 1,000 yards convincingly, and a tight end that is as quarterback friendly and as cerebral as anybody in the game as it pertains to the pass game. Maybe not named Travis Kelce, but I mean you've got some weapons here, and this thing has come together really nicely offensively, and I love what this trade says about the Texans organization and the direction of the offense, Ron. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and listen, I would say this. We've talked about how are you going to operate when you have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal that you believe in. And when you look at the moves they've made, we talked about it. I tried to tell all of you they have plenty of money to spend. They should be able to add what they want to add. I said they should add at the very least one difference maker. Well, they've added Danielle Hunter, and now they've added Stefon Diggs. They've added a difference maker to both sides. They've added Alshire. They've added Joe Mixon. They've added guys to this roster, and they have done, Nick, D'Amico, Cal, Hannah, the whole organization, they have done exactly what you need to do when you have a quarterback that you don't have to pay yet, that you believe in. They have done what has been needed to do. They've got a couple of things that they want to add, but right now, you go and make the moves they have made, they've done it, and you should be extremely excited and happy if you are a Houston Texans fan. All right, now that we've got this news today, this should really make today's and this segment interesting. We do it confident or concerned. We pick an AFC team, and we look and see if you're confident or concerned. The New York Jets are up this week. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. Are you interested? Have you been thinking about building your dream home?
Fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Stay active this year with the Odyssey app. Whether you're at the gym, on the field, or walking around the block, find your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, maybe Jake tripped over. Jake tripped over McCullers' career. Come on, guys.
Damn.
I don't get it.
Just like McCullers' career is dead. They're saying
it's right there over him.
Wow. Y'all can make all the jokes you want about it. I'm dead ass serious.
Bury me in the egg. Shoestrings. We forgot to tie a shoestring. Like, you're serious? Yeah, you're dead. You're dead. You're done.
I do not want. Here's the deal.
It's more than just the mistake of tripping. Right?
Let me ask you this: is there anybody in a clutch situation right now? This is that game's on the line. Let's say you're obviously out of your top options. I mean, your big guns have got down. Is there anybody you trust less at the plate right now in a clutch situation?
John Singleton.
Okay, there you go. We're talking about a guy that
who's starting tonight, by the way.
Yeah, but
I'll be honest.
We're talking about our starting center fielder and the worst hitter on the football team. On the baseball team.
I think John could work a walk. I would just say John, but
I mean, of the pinch runners, is there anybody that you want on the field pinch running in any situation less than Jake Myers right now?
Yordan Alvarez.
Well, I mean, he's not a pinch runner. You would never. I mean, let's keep this thing at least somewhat realistic.
Okay, damn.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In a clutch situation in center field, you got 3 center fielders to pick from. Clutch situation, whether we're talking about getting to a ball and making a catch, or we're talking about having a ball in your glove and
gunning a guy out.
Is there anybody in either situation that you would want on the field?
Clint, you know how I feel about Jake.
I'm just saying, like, when's enough, man? Like, it's not. On top of that, it's just like it pains me to say it because I like the guy. He's a likable guy. I just, man.
Man, what was Gray Kessinger? Oh, he's hurt, isn't he? Damn it! I would have been out. I'd have felt better about Gray. Yeah, that's it's rough. Yeah, it's rough.
I've tried, man. I'm 6 games in. I've tried.
You're 6, and it's just been 3 starts.
I've tried.
I screwed it up.
But again, as we're here, like something is weird though with this, and we'll get to the Jets here in a bit. But something's weird with this, Clint. Though we're 6 games in, right? He's the center fielder. He's who the general manager said is the center fielder. They started this thing off. And how many games is this? Tonight is game 7?
Tonight's game 7. White Boys had 1 start in center field, and this is Dubon's 2nd. So he started 4 of 7.
Well, that's 2 nights in a row. 2 nights in a row, he's on the bench.
Well, I mean, I think I could be wrong. I think it's because he started the first 2 games.
He started the first 2 games.
So he started 2 of the next 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I'm just like when you're saying this who are handing over to center field, it doesn't seem like
it doesn't seem like I'm the only one with that kind of feeling, does it?
No, I just they've pinch hit for him twice for guys that if you're a starting level player, you should feel very offended to be pitch hit for, and now they're sitting him on the bench too. Maybe it's the matchups.
Maybe it's that sinker ball. I'm done. We've all had this guy, man. We've all played, and whether it's baseball, football, basketball for some folks, where, man, you got a guy that's a pretty damn good player. Obviously, he's playing in the big leagues. He's a good player. But it's just, and you're tired of being nice. Just in the big moments, man, just doesn't get it done. Over the long haul of the season, man, there's more mistakes and more issues and more shortcomings than rising to the occasion. We've all been there, and they're good guys. At some point, it's just okay. I'm over being nice. I'm over just all right, man. We're a good team. It's a good lineup, man. What the hell? It's a good lineup. We can handle it. Not a big deal.
But fellas, there's something up because generally something like that, you're off. You had a moment like that. You would run them right back out there, right? You would put them right back.
Well, no,
out there.
I believe Joe has seen exactly what I
know. That's what I'm saying. There's something up. Like there's something with this. He's not there's no everyday center fielder. Now Dubon's sitting there, but there's no everyday center fielder. Like you would think normally, all right, tough night last night, boys down. Let's run him out there, throw him right back in there. No, they throw him right back on the bench.
Well, I mean, look, if you look at this, Ron, there's been multiple times with Jake where he has not deserved the opportunity that he's getting.
Multiple. He didn't deserve it walking into the season.
Right, but even go back.
Even before that.
When he got injured and came back, he went right back. I think he went right back into the rotation. Right? And it's just one of them deals where it's just like, man, I mean, at some point, Joe Espada's got to be like, damn, I'm tired of just handing the young fella opportunity after opportunity, and then when he falls down still in second base last night in the 9th, then you got to be like, oh damn. I mean, that's just, to me, that's like when if you're Joe Espada, you just got to throw your clipboard up in there. Don't slam it. Don't break it. Just throw it up in there like, leave, man. I mean, what are we doing here?
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
If Jake misses 3 straight games, if Jake misses 3 in a row, come on, man. You just got to make a move.
Man, the move has been made in my brain.
I was going to say, you think they've given him a fair enough chance to hold the job? We said, man, this is the 7th game, and this is the 3rd one he has flat out not even gotten to start.
I'm on record.
And now he's pinch hit.
I don't like the way they've handled him. I don't like what they've done this year. I think it's dirty. But when it's all said and done, I personally have just seen enough, man. It's pull the rug, pull the plug, make a move. You got options in center field. You got really good options in center field. You got better options defensively and better options at the plate. The lineup's better. Clearly, the base running's better.
Hell, I don't know.
Well, I mean, Dubon got sent home.
Well,
and Whiteboy got thrown out last night. Maybe the base running's
Altuve's base running ain't improving.
That's right. Espada said we're going to be aggressive. You're going to take some good and some bad.
Boy, that's backfiring on his ass.
Altuve's always been aggressive.
Let me tell you what, they've all been aggressive. Has it worked once? Has the aggressiveness worked once?
Call an audible, Joe.
So. I've seen Yiner get a first to third, really get aggressive to open things up. I saw him get a first to third.
I mean, I like it. I
take something to good with the bad.
I like Joe on that. Keep all gas, no brakes, man. To hell with that. I mean, I'm good with it, but let's just get some guys that can stay on their feet from first to second. Give us a puncher's chance.
You think Jake stole on his own, or you think there was a?
No, hell no. I mean, no. Jake ain't.
You don't think Jake's doing anything on his own?
Jake ain't doing nothing on his own. That was. I saw. Let me tell you what. I guarantee you, Jake don't break eye contact with that third base.
I screwed it up.
He is not gonna miss a sign.
He's gonna get picked off over there standing down.
He has studied what degree lean he needs to have when he gets off when he gets his jump at going, stealing that bag. And he got a little head heavy last night.
I bet he was talking to himself so hard, leading off, knowing he was about to steal.
Doubt.
Come on, Jake. All right, come on,
get there. 42 degree lean. Keep your chin down for 10 steps. Keep your chin down. Keep your chin down for 10 steps.
Go. Come on, Jake. Come on, Jake. Oh, damn.
Little chin burn.
He's down. I'm down. Stop, drop, and roll, Jake.
I mean, he stood up with that strong chin, just looked off in the distance.
That's what did you hit.
That was it.
All right.
No throwing dirt. No throwing your helmet. No, like, what the hell was that? I mean, no, nothing. There was no disgust with yourself. It was just like, stare off into space. I'm done with it, man.
Yeah, I know you are. All right. We'll get to it here. Confident or concerned? All right. We get AFC teams. The New York Jets, they made a lot of moves. They expect to have their quarterback Aaron Rodgers back. Are you confident or concerned as a Texans fan with the New York Jets? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, listen, it's a tough last night. This is you went from pure excitement in game 1 of this series against the Blue Jays to
tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-257-0663. That's 800-257-0663. Again, 800-257-0663.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big news of the day, Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. The Texans traded second-round pick for next year's draft, 2025 second-round pick to bring in Stefon Diggs. They also get 2 picks. They get a 5th in 2025, and they get a 6th this year in the draft added. And we do this every Wednesday. We've been doing this here, picking a team, confident or concerned. 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, confident or concerned. And this week's the New York Jets. Now listen, they have done a lot. They have added a lot to this team. All right, obviously they expect to have Aaron Rodgers back. They expected to have him last year, 4 plays into the season.
Fresh out of the punch of karma.
He is out for the season. There are additions they've added. They really needed to fix that offensive line. They've brought in 2 new tackles, Tyron Smith, who was with the Dallas Cowboys, Morgan Moses. They bring in a guard and John Simpson, so they got heavy there. Javon Kinlaw, who was with the Niners, they bring in at D-tackle. Mike Williams, I know you really liked that move, Clint, to add to what they had already there with Wilson, who they have there in their receiving core. They give those weapons and that help to Aaron Rodgers. Defensively, they've got one of the best defenses in football. Even last year, they shut down some of the better quarterbacks in the league, including the Houston Texans, who they really, really stifled. Obviously, Sauce Gardner over there, Quinnen Williams, who was a problem for the Texans. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Confident or concerned with the New York Jets? Where are you at on this one?
Oh, I'm concerned big time.
Really?
Absolutely. I mean, you want to add Aaron Rodgers ultimately to the team that beat the Texans last year.
I forgot about that.
And you want to add all the talent that you mentioned. I mean, Mike Williams opposite Garrett Wilson. I mean, they're a problem, Ron. If they can stay healthy, they're going to be a major problem. Aaron Rodgers is just simply a dude that just makes everybody around him significantly better, and I'm worried about the New York Jets. Yes, sir, and the rest of the NFL should as well.
Yeah, the 713-572-4610, those are on YouTube or Twitch. Are you confident or concerned? The Diggs deal makes them a lot better. Listen, I'm not saying – when I say concerned, I wouldn't say that I think that the Jets are necessarily a team that's definitely better than them. But this is a group you can see with the guys they have there. If Aaron is right, that's the deal. Is what Aaron are you getting? What Aaron at 40 coming off an Achilles injury is right. That's why if he is right, then yes, it's a major concern.
When I came out of the darkness,
I mean that defense just needs a bit of a taste to believe they got a chance with the quarterback play. They just need a bit of a taste to think they have a chance with it to perform, because they can be a top 3 defense easily with the guys they have there. So I agree with you. That offensive line gets better, and if Aaron Rodgers is playing the way we remember him from the Packers, that's the last time we saw him. I would tend to agree with you that I would. This is a crew that I would be concerned with. Now, I mean, right now, if you look at it, I think they're better than Buffalo now that you've taken Diggs away from them. They're better than Buffalo, and they're right there with Miami in that division. So I am with you on that one. I would say I am concerned. From the text line, Aaron Rodgers is 52 years old. Hell no, not concerned.
Yeah, he had won an MVP a couple years ago.
Confident they will jet up from the text line.
Hassan Reddick. I don't know if you mentioned
they've added him
too.
They added him too in the offseason.
John Franklin Myers, Javon Kinlaw, Quinnen Williams, Hassan Reddick. That's their starting 4 with DJ Reed, Sauce Gardner, Chuck Clark, and Tony Adams in the backfield. Yeah, they're a problem. I mean, there ain't no way around it. They're a problem. The Jets, again, if they can stay healthy. The crazy thing about Aaron Rodgers is like, and I think we got a little bit of a peek behind the curtain with the HBO Hard Knock stuff, is like Aaron's impact is going to be, and I don't know exactly what it was in Green Bay as it pertains to what I'm fixing to say, but it's clear, like Robert Saleh appears to be a suspect head coach. Like you can already there's been really the Aaron Rodgers move wasn't successful, obviously, with the injury. We'll see what happens this year. The offensive coordinator move, the second one, appears to have not worked out yet. Again, we'll see what happens this year. I expect big things from him. But if you had to gauge Robert Saleh's head coach career right now, it wouldn't grade very high.
No.
I mean, I think, to me, in the limited Hard Knock stuff that I watched, Aaron Rodgers appears to kind of be a guy that is equal to Robert Saleh in how they talk, and how it appeared multiple times to me that Aaron Rodgers kind of calmed him down.
It's that simple.
Kind of said, hey, man, just relax a little bit. It's a preseason game, bro. It's backups in there. We're good. Chill out a little bit. Like if Aaron can – now, that could also be a negative, but if that turns out to be a positive with that relationship with Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers can go out there and play anywhere near the caliber ball that we saw him play 2 years ago, then the Jets, I mean, they go out winning a Super Bowl.
Because right now you would look at it and say, and I do believe this right now because it's based off what we have, that the Texans have the coaching advantage.
Oh, yeah.
But you would also say –
hell, across the board.
But you would also say, well, Robert Saleh has had Zach Wilson, and how much better would he look as a coach if he had C.J. Stroud in his one year? No,
he can't play dead in a horror movie.
Yeah, the Jets are scary because that defense, if they're motivated, like last year, you just didn't have a chance at times in games, and that wears on you. If they're motivated, I think they got a chance. I mean, that's a team that can hold people to 14, 15 points a game, and then think that Aaron can just hold you down. We literally saw it in the game they played the Texans last year. Like they felt like they had a chance, and you just saw that defense engaged. I watched them. Then I think the next week play the Dolphins, and the Dolphins had like an interception return for a touchdown, a kickoff. Like they just put up 21 points with them real quick, and you can see that defense just kind of whatever. Aaron Rodgers, you said, having a quarterback and an offense makes you feel different about things. It makes you feel like you got a chance. And there were times I just think they had a chance.
Yeah, I agree.
I would give the edge to the Texans right now with their coaching staff. We better know the health of their quarterback compared to Aaron Rodgers. So I would give them the edge, but I think this is different than like the Steelers, who we were talking about, we were confident about.
Yeah,
like they are a concern. So we'll continue here a little bit here on that big news, Stefon Diggs. Before we get there, I do want to say from last night with the Astros, very, very annoying, frustrating game, as I can hear from you two. But long term, it was a great night. Long term for this team, what Framber Valdez gave last night was huge.
Hell of a game.
We said you needed to start to, like, he needed to have a performance where it was like, yo, man, hey, you got to start showing us something, especially coming off the heels of what Ronell did last night.
I like Ronell.
But Clint, for him to go 7 2/3, no walks in the game, no runs, and I would argue it was at times a more difficult situation than what Blanco had to deal with, because it's 1-0 the whole time, right? It's 1-0, and it's tight. You can't make a mistake. You can't have a walk. You can't do any of that. I think last night was huge because that was the ace level Framber that we've seen. I think it was a big night, even though a very frustrating night. I think a big night for the Astros in that regard.
Oh yeah, look, without a doubt. I mean that was much needed. I mean that's the silver lining, I guess, in what was an embarrassing way to lose a ball game. Was Framber Valdez. I appreciate you finding that positivity there, Ron. That's big. But yeah, it's I needed that.
Wait, say after that. You forgot about Framber. But that was the most important thing last night. I know Jake tripped over himself. I know Altuve not once but twice did his thing. They seem to struggle to put up runs anyway, obviously with one run. Alex Bregman, please. Abreu, something. He's out of the lineup today, by the way. But the most important thing was Framber Valdez looked like good Framber. And now the hope is he can continue to put there. Hopefully he got some confidence because that's not an easy lineup. That's a good lineup he faced and shut down. That is by far the most important thing if we take a deep breath and hope. Tyler has money on the line, so he needs them not to lose tonight.
I went big tonight, too.
You got. Is this big money? You bet on
bigger than last night.
Well, when you're playing double up catch up, huh?
Yeah, and I just feel it really, really down in my plums tonight. But also, yeah, Ron, you're right. I put money. That's what made it frustrating extra for me last night is I had money on the Astros winning this series, and obviously they were 3 outs away from doing so. So now we'll see what happens.
Glenn, how many times do you think
they were actually 1 out from doing so?
How many times do you feel like he doesn't feel it in his plums when he makes a bet?
Oh, there's
you didn't feel that 4.5 in your plums yesterday?
I mean, no, not to that extent.
Not the way you
heavy.
felt it the day before.
Right. And how I feel it tonight.
Oh, you feel it tonight?
I'm on that over runs. I'm on that over Javier strikeouts. Something else I'm on.
What's the Javier strikeout?
4.5. I think he'll fly through that probably by the 4th inning.
I might give you $15 to put that on for me.
Let's go!
No, you don't take $15 bets, Tyler. Don't do it.
I'll accept that.
You don't do women parlays, but you do $15 bets.
That's not
women's
possible.
Basketball parlays.
I can't actually get it done through the site.
Women's basketball parlays.
You need to send an email to HR.
I'm good with my guy.
Yeah. Good with your guy. All right, what you got coming up in the 4th?
Well, we got a monster trade.
I think
we got a monster trade. Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. We'll tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's a good day to be in this business in Houston, y'all.
There ain't no ugly.
Come on. Yeah, there's always some ugly. Whether you know it or not, there's always some ugly. I'll tell you what it is. There's warts, baby. Look out. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, man. They're all about.
ability, and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Well done, T. Well done.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Damn, that's good, man. That's pretty good.
Dirty's
See,
Daily.
he was so pissed off from Jose Altuve last night. He just went to work.
That's actually not far
He
from
said,
the
"Hell, I'm just
truth.
going to go back into work."
He went in. He said, "I'm going in. I can't do it."
Shout out to our voice guy, too, JP, for always hooking it up.
Really, it's mostly you, though. I mean,
well, I agree.
Whatever, JP, but I mean, mostly it's you. I got the idea of what JP stands for. Anyway, go for it.
Yeah, man. I mean, I look at that. At the end of the day, that's big, man.
Jean Pierre.
I mean, what'd that take you? Would that take you? A 2-day turnaround?
Roughly.
2-day turnaround, man. That is
yes, sir.
That is good work. By the way, we got a little news on the Astros front that we're going to get to. I'm assuming Ron's going to get to that in the next segment. Just want to tease that. Make sure you stay plugged in. Got a little Verlander news rolling out there. We'll get to that, but right now we got a Houston Texan. We got a new Houston Texan, and it's a weapon. And if this don't turn you on, hell, I'm gonna suggest you go back to bed and try to wake up on the other side. There you go. Stefon Diggs, wide receiver, Buffalo Bills, has been traded to the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans give up a second-round pick, and it's that second-round pick that they got from Minnesota when they traded their first-round pick. If you remember that a week or so ago? Boys?
It's the one from 2025 because they got a second-round pick this year and next year.
So here's the deal. If you look at – let's just see how this thing comes out in the wash, right? The Texans had what did they have, 23 overall?
Mm-hmm.
They had 23 overall, and they traded it to – the Minnesota Vikings, and then obviously they made this trade where Stefon Diggs is a Houston Texan. If you combine those two trades, here's how it all kind of worked out. The Texans, they end up getting 42 overall this year, wide receiver Stefon Diggs and his $19 million salary this year. They get number 188 and number 189 this year and a fifth-round pick in 2025, right? The Texans gave up that first-round pick, a 2025 second-rounder, and pick 232 in 2024. So the Texans flipped that first-round pick ultimately for Stefon Diggs and an additional second-round pick. So, I mean, it was a hell of a deal. It was both moves make some sense now. I think when you look at the Stefon Diggs move, there's layers to it. Ron, I want to start before we get to the player himself. I think there's two major statements that this trade makes about the organization as a whole, and then one about the direction of the offense. The organization as a whole, when you make this kind of move, along with re-upping Dalton Schultz and along with going out and getting, upgrading with Danielle Hunter at the defensive end position, Al-Shaair at the linebacker position, this move right here is the one that tells me this is beyond just a normal free agent year where you have a little bit of money and you're going to add some talent. This move here, one, that it was a trade and not just a free agent sign, but it was a trade for one of the top wide receivers in the league when you've already got a wide receiver that went for damn near 1,400 yards. You've got a tight end that is his forte is the pass game. You've got a wide receiver in Tank that that would have went for 1,000 if he wouldn't have gotten injured. This move tells me that this organization, Ron, is operating with a sense of urgency, operating aggressively, and saying, look, we've got 4 years from today. We got 4 seasons, 4 football seasons remaining before we're going to have to pay C.J. Stroud, making the highest, you've said it multiple times, making the highest paid player in the league. 4 years. We're not going to waste another one seeing what Tank is and seeing what Nico is and seeing what Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley, what do they do, and how does Christian Harris come along? No, we feel like what we saw last year, we saw enough. We are going to be aggressive, and we're going to put our team, at least from a talent standpoint and a roster standpoint, we're going to give our organization 4 shots to win a Super Bowl before we got to kind of change our approach with a quarterback making, hell, by that time it'll be $60 million a year, right? I mean, to me, this is the move that says we're all gas, no brakes. We believe that we're ready to win a Super Bowl. We're not into being patient. We're not into rolling cap money over. We're not into accumulating draft picks.
We don't like that.
We're not leaning into developing players. All those things are true when you can, but ultimately the number one priority is giving this team a chance in 2024 and for the following 3 years to win a Super Bowl.
Clint, we've sat here for almost 4 years. The three of us, we've sat here and we've watched this team, and we've sat here multiple times, and we have had, because this is the best part of this thing, we have had situations and moments. Anybody out there listening can think of those moments of, what in the hell are they doing? Why?
Yeah.
I can hear Clint now. Damn, just put the shovel down. Quit digging. Quit. I mean, moves they've made, moves they've tried to make, moves that they wanted to make, but things stopped them and made them have to change course. There was something, the minute D'Amico stepped here, they've started to make moves like a real football team, a real football organization. The minute that D'Amico got here, the McNairs came in, and you saw the change and became a little bit, I don't care what they say, but they became a little bit more active in what's going on. This team started operating and rolling like a football team, a competing football team in the NFL. And just this whole deal of they have handled this damn near flawlessly in terms of how you approach life when you got a quarterback on a rookie deal that you believe in. They have almost approached this flawlessly. And the thing is, I'll tell you, even better is what we kind of found out what they wanted to do. They tried, like some of these are like backup plans that are making sense. But you look at this thing, they have improved this deal. They could have, and what we've watched with the Texans, they could have just said, oh man, we got Nico and Tank. We're good. No. They were not delusional when they were sitting there in Baltimore, Maryland, just getting their asses beat. They weren't delusional when they watched the Chiefs and the Ravens play, when they watched the Super Bowl, when they watched the Lions and the Niners, when they watched all these teams that were competing for a championship. They didn't just sit there and say, oh, we're good. We could make a run at it with Singletary. We could try to make Dameon Pierce work. Nope. They went out and got dudes. And got dudes on the other side of the ball. They even said, we're going to let this guy, Gennard, go because we think this guy's better. And we're going to pay him $49 million guaranteed. To me, as Texans fans and as somebody who just watches and has covered the Texans, to see this team turn around and make decisions and look like a real competent, competing football team, because they ain't always look like that. And the moves they have made, this is what real football is. This is when I would be in there. Why are you always screaming? I'm screaming like, yes, they've got enough money to go get dudes. And they've gone and done it.
Yep.
Yes. They didn't just say, hey, man, CJ, come on, do it. No, they said we're going to help this dude. And we're going to overhelp this dude.
God bless, brother.
How are they going to pay for all this, Ron? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I looked.
I saw Ron's eyes get like
I'll
real.
get Jake's ass in center field is what I'll do.
Look, he shrugged that head. He shrugged that head and started to sway a little bit. He's fixing to go in, boy. We'll get into that maybe tomorrow. Today's not the day. We'll get into that. How in the hell are they going to make this happen? All those, they don't have the money, and the rookie class is going to be really expensive. We'll get into that.
Someone texted, I'm not trying to give all the credit to D'Amico. I'm just telling you, as soon as D'Amico got here, they collectively came together, and the decisions they made were a change from what was made before.
Well, who would you like to give credit for, too?
Everybody gets credit. I'm telling you when it happens.
I mean, it starts with D'Amico Ryans. I mean, everybody else was involved in that bull jive they were doing before.
God, I didn't think you were going to say jive.
I mean, everybody else was involved in that now. So, I mean, there ain't no doubt that when D'Amico walked in the door,
H-Town, I'm back.
The business plan changed.
Can we agree here, though? Even if this falls flat on its face, and you could see how it does, there could be injuries, there could be issues. For me, I can't be mad at what they've put together. If it doesn't fall, you hope it does. Now maybe they'll be judged on it, but to me, man, they've done pretty much everything that you would hope a team would do in this situation. They've gone out and got a dominant defensive end. They've gone out and got a guy in Danico Autry who could do a lot of – they got an upgrade at linebacker when they were good at it. They got an upgrade at running back when that was the biggest problem that they had. They were trying to go for the top upgrade. They went and traded to go get a big-time receiver after trying to get another one before. They have been aggressive, and to me, and if it doesn't work out, it's not because they didn't try. Just sometimes things don't work out.
I love it, man. You got to step to the plate. You got to take some cuts, and they're doing that, man. This is absolutely beautiful. If you're a Texans fan, I don't know how you don't want your organization here. You won 10, you won the division, you went to the second round of the playoffs, and you got a staff, you got an organization that said, hell, we ain't waiting, we're hungry, all gas, no break. Let's go sign the best edge rusher that's available. Let's go sign one of the best. Let's go trade for one of the best receivers in the league. Let's go trade for one of the better backs in the league that knows this system. Let's re-sign the best available tight end that has a great relationship with our quarterback. Let's go sign a linebacker that's played great in this league and knows our defensive coordinator, knows our head coach and defensive coordinator and the whole system. I mean, they've been aggressive. They swung and missed on some big fish. It's absolutely beautiful. I love, again, to put a bow on that first thought, Ron, is that this move here it convinces me that Nick and D'Amico and Cal and Hannah, they are all in on winning a Super Bowl this year. We're not taking this, let's wait and see, let's be patient, let's build from this, build from that. No, they're pulling out all the stops.
It won't be because we didn't put ourselves in the best position that we potentially possibly could.
That's right. And number two for me with this sign is the direction of this offense. When you look at where D'Amico came from, you look at the fact that he's a defensive-minded coach. You look at the fact that Bobby Slowick came from the same organization. When they came in here, they were preaching about being, and coaches always will. They'll do it again this year. But they came in here preaching about dominating the line of scrimmage, about getting push up front and being more physical and yada, yada, yada. And that's fine. You couple where they came from with all that preaching they were doing, it's hard to not envision what they wanted to do was they wanted to run an offense similar to San Francisco. This move right here, Ron, gives me some clarity in the direction of this offense, the identity of the Houston Texans offense. Trading for Stefon Diggs when you've got Nico Collins, when you've got Tank Dell, when you just re-up Dalton Schultz, when you went out and got Joe Mixon, and most importantly, you've got two tackles on this football team that are clearly better suited, and you paid them all the money you paid them because they can block. They can pass block. They can protect your quarterback, who is an MVP caliber quarterback. And when it all boils down to it, you want to put all those pieces in the best position you possibly can to allow them to have success. You add Stefon Diggs, you become a pass-first football team. Everything runs through C.J. Stroud. You don't waste snaps trying to be more physical than the next guy. You don't waste snaps trying to establish the run. You run everything through C.J. Stroud. And ultimately, this tells me that they're building this football team offensively to look more like the Cincinnati Bengals than the San Francisco 49ers.
Yep. You know what I want to hear, though?
What's that?
I know you feeling good. I know you love it. I know you want. I want to hear this. I want to hear your. I want to hear your concerns.
Well, you know I got them
because I know you got some concerns about Stefon Diggs. I want to hear your concerns. Oh hell,
I got them.
I'm looking at the phone.
Hold on, so.
Oh hell. You think he's in a good mood, right? Is he already?
Hell.
Has Larry already started with that yak?
Cloud 9. He already texted his old lady and warned her.
I hope he has.
I don't know if he started on that yak yet because I don't know how long he's got to work, but I guarantee he texted mom and warned her.
He told her he gonna keep on tennis shoes for grip tonight, ain't he?
Oh, damn,
shoes with grip tonight.
He gonna have them dusty ass shoes. You know he got on for grip. All right,
sidewind ass tennis shoes.
We'll get to that coming up next. And an update. This is good news. I know the Astros pissed you off, but this is good news coming from your manager. We'll tell you about that coming up next.
All right, the future of medicine, y'all. It's here in the form of QC Kinetics, man. They're the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management that we've seen in decades. And it's no secret, the cat's out of the bag, y'all. Regenerative medicine. If you're tired of achy joints, if you're tired of that chronic joint pain slowing you down, keeping you from doing what you love,
NFL offseason is in full swing, and Sports Radio 610 is your home for the latest Texans news. Missed a free agent signing? Don't worry. We've got you covered on the Odyssey app. Every segment of every show broken down into chapters so you can get right into what matters to you. Just download the Odyssey app, search for Sports Radio 610, and tap on a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little news with the Houston Astros. This is good news. Justin Verlander, the ace of this squad, is scheduled to start for AAA Sugar Land on Sunday, Joe Espada said. He'll throw a bullpen tomorrow at Minute Maid Park before beginning the rehab assignment. The Astros are optimistic Verlander will only need 2 starts in AAA before returning. So 2 starts in AAA.
Justin Verlander.
For Justin Verlander. So Sunday, is that a home game for Sugar Land?
Oh, let me look.
Boy, I would think so.
I would assume so, but I'll
how
check.
much are them tickets?
Well, I mean, they should. I hope he does one in Sugar Land and one in Corpus, man. I think that's what you got to do. Share the wealth, man.
I think we got
to do our folks down in Corpus Christi. We got to do them a solid, man.
It would be huge. That would be a huge gate. There would be people coming. That people will drive up to Corpus for that number.
I mean, look, Justin will jump on a PJ even if it's an away game for Sugar Land.
Shut up, man. He'll get a Sprinter van to Sugar Land.
No. Oh, no, I meant if it's a away game.
If it's a road game. I got you. My fault. Yeah, I got you.
No, he ain't damn sure ain't Sprinter van to Oklahoma. No, he's out on that.
To Oklahoma, he go say, maybe rise the bus with the boys.
That'd be a hell of a story if he did. What would you do if it came out like, hey man, JV got on that bus and rode 12 hours to us up? Yeah.
Oh, so this weekend the Space Cowboys are actually going to be in Las Vegas taking on the Aviators.
Well, I bet he didn't mind taking it.
I bet he
doesn't mind going to Vegas.
I bet they are taking a PJ.
Hey, and I bet you now for sure Kate's going.
Kate's going to Vegas.
Oh, there's no question.
Right? She probably got to do a little workout there. Maybe do a little.
How nice would that be to be Kate? Just put yourself in Kate's shoes, man. Not literally in her shoes, Tyler. I mean, like just figuratively.
I just want to give her a big bear hug.
I don't think she wants to bear hug you.
Why not? I'm a wonderful dude.
Well, I mean, I just don't think she'd appreciate
wants to bear hug you. I think she's fine. Fist pump, high five.
Can we seriously put ourselves in? What if JV comes in and goes, babe, got him. Rehab's going great. Got to ease out to Vegas. Get a little start. Going to throw about 55, 60 pitches. Going to be out there overnight. PJ out. You want to ride? She gets all dudded up. Expensive-ass gear. Expensive-ass luggage. Throws a little something in there. Probably stays in a penthouse suite in one of them big-time hotels out there. I mean, reservations, best restaurants.
Oh, yeah. Don't pay for nothing.
Probably does a little gambling. Yeah, right. Don't pay for nothing. She damn sure ain't. Even though she makes some bread.
He wouldn't either. Yeah.
I mean, how about that, man? Hey, babe, work's going to take me to Vegas next week.
Yeah, because when we went to Vegas, we didn't get a PJ.
My wife
didn't offer to the wife.
My wife didn't get invited.
No, she did.
At least y'all got to go, all right? I don't want to hear it.
It's a good point, man. You didn't even get to go to Tom's,
I'm telling you, man. The Senior Bowl. That's your. I think it's in Hoover, Alabama. The Senior Bowl. That's it. Birmingham, rather.
I don't want to go to Birmingham. I want to go to Vegas.
I know you do. All right. Big news of the day: Stefon Diggs. They've signed Stefon Diggs. The Texans have. I want to get to your concerns, but let's go to Larry in Stafford. Larry, I'm sure is on cloud nine right now. Probably about to do some day drinking, 1 cube of ice, and got a little of that yak rolling through. Your thoughts, man? How you feeling about this move? I think they're a Super Bowl contender now.
So, I'm going to hit everything I can hit on this thing, man. I'm not going to even touch on them bad news Bears that played over there at Minute Maid Park last night. This is all about exactly what this city has been clamoring for, football. Look, as a diehard, I've watched a lot of football in this city, from the Oilers to the Gamblers to the Texans. And we've never been in a position where everybody can really, truly feel the energy of possibly going to the Super Bowl when we made these kind of moves. We've sat through some bad stuff. I've sat through don't let the inmates run the asylum. I've sat through Jack Easterby. I've sat through just the empty stadium over there. I've sat through all of that stuff to get this feeling that we got today. When they went out and got Stefon Diggs today, that solidified that all the needs that we had were going to be met in the offseason. Now we can totally focus on what we want now. You can go into this draft and do whatever the hell you want to get and get whatever person, a body, a D-tackle, cornerback, linebacker. You have nothing but chess pieces all through this thing. And to get somebody of Stefon's caliber to be able to go over there and play with CJ and Nico and all them boys, not only did I fire off all them eggplant emojis to my old lady, I dropped a couple cubes of ice in this yak. And it's going to be a long, long, long night for people in the White House, man, because I'm going to tell you something. This is fun. This is what football is supposed to look like. All that silly stuff that we sat through has accumulated to this point that we are able to hold our heads up high and watch Cal, Hannah, Nick, and D'Amico put something over there that we can all be proud of. Not only am I thinking about buying even more tickets, I'm thinking about setting up, maybe trying to get a suite over there next to you boys, because I like how y'all do it over there at the radio station. You boys be flossing in there. But this is fun, man. Everybody around the whole nation understands what the Texans just did to the NFL. There are tiers to this thing. Baltimore and Kansas City was sitting over there floating. Now they got to worry about that. We sitting right there in between their ass because we got enough weapons to be able to go toe-to-toe with them boys. And everybody in the AFC South, y'all ass probably playing for second now because where I'm sitting at, what CJ going to do with that wide receiving corps and what D'Amico did to that defense, all y'all are going to get foot to ass. And so, don't worry about them shoes I'm going to be wearing. I'll be gripping them bed sheets with them feet, dog, and I'll holler.
That's right. There it is. There it is, man. It is, man. It should be excitement. That's the second person we didn't talk to that said they about to buy more tickets. And, Larry, you get a suite, I'll drink up all your liquor. I tell you, I promise you, I'll get over there. I don't need no ice. I'll come in and I will drink up all your little liquor.
Well, I think Larry knows, man. I think he knows what's coming with you, Ron, when you come to the suite. I think he knows you're going to bring a crew and a couple of habits.
Yeah, like
a crew and a couple bad habits. No drinks, no nothing.
All
hey,
right.
One thing I love what Larry said right there, Ron, is, and I didn't think about it this way. I probably should have Texans fans ever, like, seriously, this is a question. I'm not being an ass. I'm being dead serious. Have you ever woke up week one of the NFL season, or let's say gone to training camp, with legit, like, real, hey, man, the expectations are for us to go win a Super Bowl. The expectations are, based on this roster, based on last year's success, based on the pieces you just added, based on year two in the system, I mean, our legit expectations, not hype, not we think, because there was some hype around Deshaun Watson, but I was going to say
from afar, I would have said 19, but kind of being around, I could understand how people could never get there with Bill and the coach.
I was never even remotely close. I love Deshaun Watson. I think they can win some games. I was never even remotely close because of the square peg round hole with Deshaun Watson and Bill O'Brien. Like, you were never going to win 4 games in the playoffs with that approach. Like, I love Deshaun, and Deshaun was good, but I didn't think he was capable enough by himself of getting that done. This is different, and I just wonder, because I've not been a Texans fan the whole time. Hell, I was playing with the Cowboy team that came down here and played them to kick things off. So I don't I can't go back that far, but I just wonder. And Larry just said it. I mean, I think he said, I'm paraphrasing because he said a lot, but I think he just said, hey, for once, we feel like we got a Super Bowl caliber team here. That's strong, man.
No, it is.
Now, I mean, you got to go out there, and the team's got to go out there and perform early in the season to keep it. But you want to talk about some momentum.
But to the point we just talked about in the last segment, like, they have put themselves in a position right now week one, going into week one, everybody's healthy. They've put themselves in a position where you're like, you guys have done what is needed to be done to put together a Super Bowl caliber team right now. Like you can, as he said, you you should be able to compete at the top. At the top, not hype yourself, not squint, not Cinemax. Look through it. You should be able to compete. You should be able to compete with the top, and you will get every chance to do it when this season comes because you're going to play all of them. But you feel like you going into it not holding the super soaker. You feel like you're going into it with every type of weapons that the teams you're playing against has, and that is a huge feeling right now for Texans fans. Coming up, we'll do a little Rockets report, but I'm certain B. Scott probably wants to slip into a Texans report here just to start this thing off. I know he's got some thoughts on it, but we'll get his thoughts. Did the season end last night in Minneapolis? We'll get his thoughts on the Rockets and what is happening with the Texans. But so the weight loss, folks. 122 pounds, 11 months, no pills, no special pill, no starvation.
maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, it's 4:40. That means it is Rockets Report with Brandon Scott, and there is a lot to get to there. Last night was a tough night. Now it makes things much more difficult at their loss in Minneapolis. But if you know, during the football season, it is Texans Report with Brandon Scott. And as you can find his work, Sports Radio 610, nobody covers the Houston sports better than Brandon does. I'll give you a little time here, B. Scott. Your thoughts here. This is a huge, huge day. We talked earlier. I've said it all day. I think they are a legit, at least contender to win the Super Bowl. Your thoughts on this move from Stefon Diggs, the big news of the day?
This is the moment that I've been waiting for. That's the way I like. This is the moment, even if it's not the player that I've been waiting for. This is the type of move. This is the type of moment that I've been waiting for the Texans, and that's covering a couple of bases. The big swing, going out and getting a proven player, right? A proven veteran. Then on top of that, getting a weapon to support your second-year quarterback. And then even in the case of Stefon Diggs, who you're dealing with some personality conflicts or some other issues that come along with or have come along with Stefon Diggs, you're even taking that on. So to me, when you combine all of those things, you're showing as an organization that you have taken a step just in terms of like the entire NFL ecosystem, in terms of what you can do, what you can take on. You can bring in a veteran, expensive, high-maintenance player who also raises the ceiling of your football team and supports your young, inexpensive quarterback. So this is the moment that I've been waiting for, even if it's not the player. Like, if you could have told me I could have gotten Keenan Allen at a similar price or a better price, I would have preferred that. Maybe there are some other options that I would have preferred over this, but the type of move this is, I'm very impressed with it. It's a huge moment for the Texans.
Hey, B. Scott, as a fan, that's been a fan from jump, that's born and raised in the city, is this the best feeling that you've had about a roster, about the Texans' chances and legitimate expectations and chances of winning a Super Bowl? And when you go to the first game at NRG Stadium, is this the first time that you will have gone with, like, in your mind, legit, hey, I expect my squad to compete for a Super Bowl?
I remember feeling a similar way in the 2012, call it 2012, 2013 era, like feeling that way about the team and its potential. But in terms of an off-season, Clint, like just in terms of what transpired in an off-season after the way the previous season went, the momentum of it, if you will, for lack of a better term, no. Like nothing compares to it in terms of buzz and anticipation. Like maybe the strength of an overall roster and what the potential was, I might have felt a similar way a decade ago, a decade plus, 2012, 2013, somewhere in there, before it, kind of goes south with Matt Schaub. And of course, Matt Schaub was obviously not the talent that C.J. Stroud is. But just in terms of the team, I felt a similar way back then, but no, I have not felt this way about an offseason and about the moves that the team has made ever.
Brandon Scott with us. All right, to the Rockets last night. They had a tough L, man. They fought back. They got this thing close after being down a bit, but they had a tough L in Minneapolis. They still got a big one on Thursday, but this gets tougher. They're 3 games behind Golden State. They play Golden State coming up. In your mind, do you feel like the season ended last night in Minneapolis?
Yeah, I think the season ends here in Houston on Thursday if they lose. That's when I think it is. Now, in all likelihood, like the short answer to your question is probably yes. Like in all likelihood, they're not going to be able to make up this ground. They would need an epic collapse by the Warriors, and even then, they don't own the tiebreaker with the Warriors. So the likelihood, even if they win this game, the likelihood is pretty low. But certainly, if they lose it, then you're talking about almost certainly being close to mathematically eliminated. So there's a tremendous amount of weight on the game, but I think that's the beauty of it, is that the technical answer is no, right? Like the season is not over. This game does still carry some weight. You are still trying to find out some things about your core pieces, your key pieces. How does a guy like Jalen Green respond in a game like this? How does a guy like Jabari Smith get up for a game like this? And I'm predicting that they do well, that they'll get up well for it, and that it should be a really good game. But I think you got a broader picture view of, even though you can probably acknowledge that they're not going to make the play-in right now, the season's been an overall success, but here in this singular moment, you can evaluate the team, you can evaluate your core pieces by how they respond, and a gotta-have-it game backs against the wall. The first time in April that you've played significant games is this stretch right here. And what does it look like? It looked good in Minnesota, even though they lost the game, right? Like, it looked good there. They were competitive. They showed some fight. What does it look like with your backs against the wall, season on the line against Golden State?
Hey, B. Scott, next time, don't call us on your burner phone, man.
Oh, you can't. Is it bad?
Hey, man.
Awful.
I mean, you worried about somebody tracking you or something, man? Hey, man, don't call us on your burner phone, man. What's going? Where you at? Who you running from, Chief?
Oh, man, I was trying to get to the station, but I was spitting fire, man. We almost damn near need to run that back. I can't believe y'all didn't catch all of that, man. I should have been recording from inside the car, man. I was giving you that fire.
Oh, we caught it. We just got to lean in. I mean, them burner phones just don't get as good reception as them ones that can be tracked, Chief.
Well,
man, I'm right here at Westland and Westheimer. I don't know what the deal is. I'm right here by y'all. I just had to take the long way because they decided to shut down the doggone the doggone interchange for some reason. I don't understand it.
All right, well that's B. Scott every Wednesday. Rockets Report 440. We'll talk to you next week. You can catch his work.
Bootleg B. Scott.
Yeah, it's tough to. You can catch him and I know they just recorded today. Him and Adam Spolane, H-Town Hoops. You can catch that Odyssey and get you anywhere you get your podcast. H-Town Hoops. They just recorded here. And I'm sure some of that fire, if you missed some of that fire there, you can get some of that there, him and Adam Spolane, as they did work. No, I'll give him that. Like I was hot. I was hot that game against the Mavericks. I came in here, maybe people thought I was being too hard on them, that they didn't compete. They just didn't compete in that game. It was an important game, huge game for them, and they just came in there and got their ass kicked. I mean, they at home. What really stung, you talked about Jake standing there and not getting off the field. What really stung to me is they allowed Luka Doncic from the three-point line to shoot an underhand shot, just like he's just playing, like he's just playing warm-ups, like he ain't even playing for real. That looked like some of the stuff he did in the All-Star game.
Ron, I've seen that thing. I've seen the highlight 10 different times of that shot.
I couldn't believe. I'm just like, oh, this is how serious he's taking you all.
Yep.
Then you look down at the score, you're down damn near 30. Last night, they competed their tails off, right? They got down in the fourth quarter, and some shots were made by Minnesota, and they competed their butts off and got that thing down. Some young mistakes. Jalen Green had a tough turnover late, but at least they damn sure competed last night. But Tyler, Thursday should be a good one.
I guess you ain't gonna make us any money tonight, huh? You don't have anything that you found.
I don't got a good feel. Yeah, I don't have much.
Y'all go ahead and tell me on that over Javier strikeouts. Let's get some cash.
What's
ain't doing it.
I do feel about Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis tonight. They're playing the Wizards. He generally kills the Wizards. He had 55 last year against them on the road.
Is he playing?
Yeah, he's going to play. They had a soft, easy.
The whole game?
They had a back-to-back. Normally you would be wondering about a back-to-back, but they beat the brakes off the Nets last night. So I think he played 28 minutes, 27 minutes.
Do they need to win this game?
Got to have them all.
We'll talk about it in a
Got to
break.
have them all. I'd like to see what his over-under in points are. That may be one to look at. AD just absolutely works over the Wizards. So we'll see about that. I'm trying to help you make a little cash. I do. I
appreciate the effort, man.
I like to make a little cash. I tried to tell Tyler yesterday, I don't know about that 4.5. Got their ace on the mound. Don't know about that 4.5. Tyler drove right through that stop sign like Gary Pettis would.
Yeah.
Just drove right through it.
Yeah, you did. You said it multiple times.
I did.
You convinced me to back off.
And then I told you how I felt about Jalen Green.
I just let that win on Monday night. I let it affect me a little more than I'm supposed to.
I pissed Jordan. Yeah, I pissed that Jalen didn't get 30 plus. I mean, he's sitting there. Did you see that and one he got to get to 26?
Yeah.
Like sometimes I feel bad for Rudy Gobert because Victor's going to have to deal with this too. Everybody is going to want to try to dunk on them every chance they get. And Jalen got up there. I mean, he tried, but still on the way down got an and one to still get it in because Rudy saw what was happening, and he wasn't going to allow that.
He wasn't having it.
2 hands in the chest. Wasn't going to allow that to happen. But Thursday still should be a big one. I'm waiting to see what Dylan Brooks has in store for Draymond Green because I believe he's going to try to get him ejected. I believe that is the goal, and I can't wait to see that. All right, we'll get you ready for tonight's game as the Astros can win the series tonight with Christian Javier on the mound and big news about Justin Verlander if you missed that. All of that coming up next as we continue rolling through live right here on The Drive.
All right, look, we're never prepared for life.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Ed, the Dill, the Big Dill, and Psycho T/T-Mill have the latest for you. The latest is 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And there's a lot to get to. The big story of the day, Stefon Diggs, we'll get to in a second. But some of the latest news here, fellas. Justin Verlander, we've been talking about him. We knew he was going to start the season on the IL and has started there. Bullpen session a couple of days ago where he threw 52 pitches. This is the latest. Justin Verlander is scheduled to start for AAA Sugarland on Sunday, and is a crack discovery work from Tyler Milner that is in Vegas on Sunday. He will start Sunday for AAA Sugarland, Joe Espada said. He'll throw a bullpen tomorrow at Minute Maid Park before beginning the rehab assignment for the Astros. They're optimistic that he will only need two AAA rehab starts before returning to the team. So that sounds like, what, a couple of weeks potentially? A couple of weeks, 2 starts there to try to get himself prepared and be able to go through a major league game. Clint, he said 85. He wants to get up to 85 pitches before he returns. But Justin Verlander, it looks like we're starting to see progress and him getting closer and closer. So he's going to have a rehab assignment. Hopefully tomorrow everything goes well and he gets back on the mound soon.
Yeah, looks like things are on schedule and looking up for JV. It'll be a welcome addition when he gets healthy.
It is. And the other part about it, fellas, is one thing we could say is what we thought potential. Like if I were to say to you, the Astros are going to get off to a 1-5 start, and they're going to get swept at home by the New York Yankees, and then blow a game again. They'll be 1-5 to start the season, their first 6 games. I bet the thought might have been that starting pitching has probably been a problem. That's been the scariest thing about the team. That was the biggest thing that we had concerns for going into the season. I bet most would think the starting pitching has been a problem, but in all actuality, it has not been. So there's almost not even a reason at this point to have any pressure to rush him back, because it's not like the starting pitching's been a problem. I mean, Framber had a rough one, but even in that, he still gave up 3 runs and gave you a chance. But he had that rough one, but he was great yesterday. Obviously, Blanco with the no-hitter. But every one of the starters have kept you in games. And Christian Javier, who'll pitch tonight, was good his first start. So their starting pitching has not been the issue. And if there's no pressure at all to say, boy, we got to get our horse back up here, because they've held it down. I feel pretty good that this rotation can hold it down 2 more times through without him, or potentially 2 more starts that he'll need to take. So there's no need to rush through, because the starting pitching has been pretty good.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's any reason to obviously rush it, as there's not been a reason, leading up to this. So, to your point, you look at the numbers. I mean, starting pitching hadn't been a problem. The bullpen has been an absolute mess. I guess the one complaint you can say is there's been a couple of times where they've needed the middle of the bullpen, which you knew was going to be a struggle. But I mean, look, not having Verlander is far from being the issue why the Astros are 1-5. Yep. Or 1-5. They played 6.
Yep, 1-5. Yep. No, it's not. So, but it is good to know progressing just like you would hope he would, as he will make a start in Vegas. That ought to be fun for him. We'll make a start in Vegas.
Absolutely.
Little pool day with Kate.
Yeah.
Probably not on game day.
Why not? I'm sure they'll be there longer than one day.
Why not? He'll do a game day. I don't know if it's before or after.
Hey, those are just some minor league scrubs, man.
Guys,
that's disrespectful.
I hope JV doesn't have a pool day scheduled on the same day that he's pitching with his old lady.
I would not be upset if he did.
A little sunshine's good for you. It's good for the healing process.
A little vitamin 70 degrees.
A little vitamin D for
in
him.
Vegas
a little
on
vitamin
Sunday
D for
him.
Kate.
A lot cooler than it was for us.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what.
This guy here,
he's going out there to pitch and
They'd both be getting sun, you perverts.
In, man.
He is dialed in. I hope they have a pool and a hot tub day prepared for him. He should. He deserves it. She does too.
Yeah, I hope she's wearing a bikini. Okay. And that there's pictures.
Clint's tired of
5 o'clock fire.
I know Clint's tired of her in bikinis, by the way, as well as you know. He wants.
That's not true. That is not true. You guys
don't get it.
You guys. It's the thirst. It's a level of thirst. It's just
You're out subdued. It's not true, guys. It's not.
Get some coffee, bro.
It's just the level of thirst with Joy Taylor. Just I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way.
I appreciate God's
Tyler.
beautiful creations.
Don't turn that around.
I know the level of thirst increases your interest.
And most. All right. Game 3 tonight, Clint. Not only do the Astros really need this game, look, Tyler does too. He's got a lot of money on the Astros winning the series. Christian Javier gets the ball tonight, and it would really behoove them to feel better going into an off day with them winning this series. And listen, it is early, but damn, Clint, 1-6 that would
be a hell of a start.
That would be a hell of a start to have to come back with. And I'm like I said, not to panic, but that is most definitely a hell of a start. By the way, the lineup is out. Altuve, Jordan back at DH tonight. Tucker, Bregman, who has struggled. Yainer Diaz is catching tonight in that 5 spot. John Singleton is in for struggling / injured with the thumb. Abreu, he is out, so Singleton is in. I'm sure he'll have a great night. How is he hitting 250? And McCormick, he is in left field tonight as he'll be there. Pena at short, and then Dubon at center. So no Jake. Jake has lost center field 2 days in a row.
I screwed it up.
I know it. It's all right, Jake.
Yeah. I mean, it's time to move on.
Man.
Dubon in center sounds like a hell of a deal.
I've been saying it.
And look, let's be honest. The way Jose Abreu's been struggling at the plate. I mean, call it an injury, call it what you want. I mean, I'm not
ready
opposed.
To see John there?
Well, I'm not opposed to getting a break of watching Abreu. I'm not opposed to watching Singleton get a couple cuts up there. Abreu's been bad, man.
Looked a lot like last year.
Yes, that's what scares me.
Thought he might pick up on from that postseason performance.
Damn it, boy.
Snap out of it, right?
Yeah,
I think. No, but you're serious about this Jake Myers thing. If you were in
Ron,
there,
I'm done with Jake Myers.
If you were in their
no matter how you couch it, no matter how you couch it.
I'm gonna couch it the way I want to couch it.
And I'm telling you, the answer is going to be I'm done with Jake Myers.
So that you tell Dana like we're done. I'm done.
Yes. If I were Joe Espada, I would go in and sit down with Dana and I'd say, hey man, just from the manager's perspective,
I'm not going to play him.
I'm done giving the kid opportunities. I just don't think he's our answer in center field. If you want me to keep him around in a pinch hit role, a backup outfielder role, cool. But we've given him opportunity after opportunity after opportunity.
I screwed up.
There's zero dog. There's zero alpha. There is a lost, scared look on his face when things don't go his way. And last of all, he tripped between first and second base last night trying to steal second base. I just love the kid to death. Maybe there's a place for him in another organization, but just for us in center field, he's just not going to be the answer. You've got very confident, very productive options in center field. And we've gotten to a point with Jake where, and I'm look, tongue in cheek about falling between first and second base, but seriously, I mean we're at a point where you ask him to pinch run.
There is a thought of all people who if you were to tell me right now, all right, you got one guess. You got one guess right now, Clinton Tyler. You got one guess. You didn't watch the game at all yesterday. You got one guess. You got to pick. There's an Astro at the end of the game that tripped and fell down trying to steal second base that got himself out. You got one player to pick.
I'd go straight to Jake.
Be close.
I'd have gone straight to, who would be second?
Abreu.
You think Abreu would be attempting to steal a base?
I don't think he'd be stepped.
I didn't know if Ron mentioned like if it was a pinch runner, but if it was a pinch runner, then
not even a pinch runner. I don't even care if I just told you somebody tripped in the middle of the
fleet of foot.
Tyler would have said Altuve.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's the hardest thing, man, because he's a good dude. Good dude, good kid, tries hard. Johnny Hustle, I respect everything about him. He's just not it.
And Altuve's the greatest Astro ever, but also literally the worst base runner I've ever seen.
You want to talk about money? That may be somewhere to go. I don't know how many. I don't know if there's a line on how many hits he'll have, or whatever.
Total bases
for
who?
Altuve
over under 1.5.
I could. I think
1.5 bases.
Mm-hmm.
In a whole game.
That's the normal line for most players. Yeah,
I would take that.
1.5
Altuve. Yeah.
I mean, 2 singles gets me there. Hell, a walk in a single gets me there.
I think you could tell he was really, really put a lot of that game.
Damn, who's on the mound? Nolan Ryan?
I think Frank Kaczynski.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
I don't have it.
Damn.
Probably should have that. Who cares? I 1.5. If I were a betting person the way that Tyler is, I would put money on that.
Really, really happy.
I bet you could get a lot of money on Singleton.
I bet he's.
Yeah, his odds are pretty substantial.
Give me $15.
5 o'clock fire.
Give me $15 on John Singleton on his total basis. I'm kidding, Tyler. All right. The big news of the day, and we'll talk more about it here as the rest of this hour lays out, is the Texans. They trade for Stefon Diggs. And listen, this is the compensation package that went both ways. The Bills, they received the 2025 second-round pick from the Minnesota Vikings. Remember, the Texans, they traded their one for 2 twos from the Vikings, one this year and one next year. The Bills are going to receive the one next year. And then the Texans, they get Stefon Diggs along with a 2024 sixth-round pick, and they also get an extra fifth-round pick in next year's draft as well. Real quick, Clint, for you, the compensation. Is it too much? You good with the compensation? What they gave up, second-round pick for Stefon Diggs?
Yeah, no, I'm good with it, man. I don't know exactly what Diggs' contract is going to look like. I know what Spotrac says they inherited, and there's an out after the 2024 season. I haven't looked at all the details, but nonetheless, I mean, I think worst-case scenario, you traded a second-round pick for a guy that could possibly you could be out on after 1 year. And given the Texans' current situation, I mean, that's dice I would roll. I don't even know if that's possible, by the way. So I'm not reporting that. I know he's got 4 years left on the contract, but he's got an out after 1 year after 2024. So I don't know exactly how that's handled in this trade. I'm not. They hadn't really announced it yet. We'll see. Are the Texans going to extend him? Does extending him mean that they just ultimately, after 2024, they agree to assume the rest of the contract that's on the table? I don't know what all that looks like, and that matters. But I think worst case scenario, if it's worth rolling the dice, if 1 year it doesn't work out, you traded a second round pick and you move on from the guy.
You know, one trend that is starting to happen in the NFL, Clint, that is really, really, I think, in favor of the teams, is we're not seeing the double hit that you got to make now. Because if you remember, like when the Texans traded for Tunsil, they not only had to give up picks, then you had to pay him. Now it's a deal. Now we're starting to see like one or the other. If you got to pay a guy, then you're not like Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, they had to pay him, so they only got a fourth. Right, like L'Jarius Sneed, a lot of people were shocked that, oh man, he only went for a third when we've seen like Jalen Ramsey years ago went for two ones, and L'Jarius Sneed was playing to his level. He went for 2 ones and the Rams paid him.
Yeah,
like we're starting to see that trend. Obviously, some Texas fans would think, well, damn, I wish that had happened before Laramie Tunsil came for 2 picks at it.
Well, they had you over a barrel with Laramie Tunsil. I mean, when you make that a week before the season starts, you're probably gonna give up a little more.
But now it does seem like it is one or the other. These teams are starting to to look at things differently from players, because now it does feel like Stefon Diggs for a second, and you got to pay him. It does feel like, years ago this might have been. I mean, maybe Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill are the last two we've seen where you got to go and give up 2 1s and pay him, or a 1 and a 2 and pay him. It's a trend that is, I think, very helpful to a lot of teams moving forward. So that's the latest there. We'll continue this Stefon Diggs conversation because it is the biggest story here with the Texans.
5 o'clock fire.
Real quick, Clint. Women's NCAA Final Four tickets are out.
Mm-hmm.
Double the price of the men's Final Four tickets.
That doesn't surprise me. Does it surprise you?
Well, I guess not now, it doesn't. But, I mean, overall, to think we've gotten to a place of, like, it's double. Like, the women is double. And I think a lot of it would first go to, man, that's why men's college basketball's got a problem. They got to – I think maybe there is an issue there. Not maybe. There is an issue there, but I think this is also a circumstance where more than Caitlin Clark, it's 2 years in a row now. Not everybody, but overall, like, we care much more about the women's basketball, some of these women's sports, especially women's college basketball. It is clear we care more about it because those tickets are going to get sold.
Yeah.
And now we're viewing it at more than NBA Finals level. We're viewing it more than baseball game levels, and that's Elite Eight games.
Yeah,
not even the Final Four.
They're doing a great job of marketing and pushing their top players, their top programs, and it's worked out where you got Beckers and Caitlin Clark going against each other. Then you got that South Carolina team that's just an absolute monster. So I mean, you buy a ticket to that. I mean, you're going to be entertained. There's no doubt about it.
It'll be interesting to see if they continue this run after now Angel Reese, who's declared.
Yep.
Caitlin leaves. But, like, Juju Watkins is becoming a draw and a star as well that people are into. So, I just – to me, it's just more than to hit the men's game. It is – we just have some really interesting storylines here. And the interest in the women's game has gone up. You can't deny it. The numbers are showing it. All right. We've talked about a lot of the positive things with Stefon Diggs, and there are so many. As I said, I think the Texans are officially a legit Super Bowl contender. But there are very real and fair concerns about bringing Stefon Diggs here. We'll discuss those coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to take a minute. Do it every day, man. Got to tip my cap to all my Coors Light drinkers out there. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it, man. Ain't nothing like
There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Oh, God. Greg's going to be all over you, Tyler.
Damn, I didn't think about that.
Oh, man. Greg's all over Tyler.
Go easy on me, bro.
And I mean, we really did. I mean, we really made almost a segment out of it. We had a real good conversation about it. About Justin Verlander. He will make a start. Sugarland. For Sugarland, the Space Cowboys will make a start for them on Sunday. Tyler went to the screen and found something and said, yeah, be in Vegas. They're playing in Vegas. That incorrect?
That is incorrect. I messed up, guys.
That's what we do.
I pulled a Jake Myers.
Do it. No, don't put Jake in it. Right, you know how Greg is. Own your mistakes.
No, I am. I messed up. I'm sorry out there. I don't mess up often.
No. See, that's where you know
that
we don't like that. You can leave that out.
Do y'all disagree?
You can leave that out. It's irrelevant.
Do you disagree?
It's irrelevant.
You don't want to answer it?
I don't. I'll take that as
but
I'm just telling you.
It's irrelevant. It takes away from what you're.
That's all I need to know.
What you're attempting to do. It takes away from your genuine, sincere ownership of your mistake.
I'm the one who caught it. So, obviously, I'm owning it.
I don't know.
Y'all, neither one of y'all said, hey, man, it's actually in Sugarland. I told y'all.
I trusted you, as I still do.
I get that. It was my bad.
Look at that screen.
I just don't get all the attitude coming over here from Dirty Red.
I mean, just at any point in time, no matter what you're doing, if you're owning a mistake,
this is
to minimize it as you're owning it it's a crutch.
But I wouldn't minimize it. It was factual.
Yeah, you did. You said I'm not wrong very often.
Is that an incorrect statement?
No, it was unnecessary.
That's all I need to hear, sir.
Unnecessary statement. I mean, you're also a pasty white guy. You want to put that in there too?
Yep. Oh,
wow. I mean, that's not really relevant, but we can.
Right. Exactly.
With you, it's always relevant. It's always relevant.
I also have no ass.
Fair. Throw that in there.
Yeah, for real though, I messed up. It's not in Vegas.
You blew it.
Houston, if you want to get out and see Verlander, he's going to be in Sugarland.
Happens to all of us, man. We talk 4 hours a day, man.
Oh, he just tricked y'all, man. He just tricked y'all a little bit.
Some people went down there and
he just wanted y'all to really think about Kate and Vegas.
Now, a few people texted in and said they were looking at getting tickets to go out Vegas? There. To go out there to Vegas.
We're going to go pool party?
You got to be BS.
I'm just saying. So we wanted to get that out there so you all would stop looking for those tickets.
Might be.
Somebody was just going to go out there anyway. All right, listen.
I think you ought to take the family, man. I bet you can't accomplish getting free tickets to Sugarland. Take the family out there to see Verlander.
I like a challenge.
See if you can do it.
I like a challenge. I think I can more. I try to think of some people. All right, the Stefon Diggs trade. As I said, man, I think Texans fans should be through the roof excited in so many ways about this. As I said, and I will not stop saying it. I can't. As somebody who is as objective as anybody in this city that cover these teams, and I'll own that flag, this move to me makes you a legit Super Bowl contender. But there are some very fair and real concerns of the risk that it is bringing in a Stefon Diggs. Like, we've watched it along with, oh, look at this impressive move that's been made that I'm seeing on TV. We also are seeing some of the issues that Stefon Diggs has had with certain coaches or players, mainly the quarterback, in both his stops in Minnesota and in Buffalo. We've seen that. And, Clint, you got a young, impressionable quarterback. He now steps right in and becomes the leader of the receiving corps. There is nobody in that room. Stop it, Bob Woods, even if you still are here. There is nobody in that room that is going to be a leader over him. And, I mean, right now your loudest voices in terms of vets right now, in the locker room are Tunzel, Diggs, and Joe Mixon. So there are some concerns, Clint, that I think are very fair if anybody wonders. I saw Ocho had some nerves about him being a diva receiver. There are some very fair concerns.
Yeah, look, I mean, you mentioned a couple of them. I mean, he diva'd himself out of two different, the only two organizations that he's been a part of. I mean, both places, it just seemed like there was always some level of complaining, always some level of drama. You look at the most recent one in Buffalo, the topic of, man, what's going on with Stefon Diggs and the organization, what's going on with Stefon Diggs and the head coach, what's going on with Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen, the quarterback. It just always seemed to be something. And then on top of that, his brother in Dallas texting, tweeting, whatever it was about him in Buffalo, and it's just always something, man. And so that's a risk. Now, I don't know to what degree, nobody knows unless you're in that building, to what degree that actually is a problem, but it is real and it is there. And I believe that it is why the Bills felt like the timing was right to move on from Stefon Diggs. I mean, because you're looking at what I've seen is reports of them having to eat $30+ million worth of cap here. I mean, and I know that was a lot of that was money that was guaranteed, maybe pushed into the future. And when you make this trade, it accelerates the cap, so all of that hits the cap. But you got to ask yourself, you got a team here that is one of the top teams in the AFC. Their quarterback is in his prime. Super Bowl is definitely the goal in Buffalo. Gabe Davis leaves the receiver room, and now Stefon Diggs is traded out of the receivers room. That leaves them with Khalil, Shakir, Curtis Samuel, and Mac Hollins as their wide receivers. You got to ask yourself, why would the Bills do that? Why would the Bills move on from Stefon Diggs? I believe you had him under contract at about $18.5 this year, $19 million this year, which if you see him as a number one wide receiver in this league, that's a pretty good number, pretty team-friendly number. So you look at that. I mentioned he's always sideways with the quarterback, the head coach. The back half of last year was rough for him, Ron. The last 11 regular season ball games, my man had 3 touchdowns.
He had a 100-yard game since October 15th.
That's 11 regular season games and 2 playoff games. 13 games. He had 3 total touchdowns and didn't have 100 yards.
Josh Allen throwing it to him.
Yeah, Josh Allen's trying to stretch the field every damn snap, throwing it to him. So you got to ask yourself. You got to ask yourself what happened. What happened there? So. I think there are some real risk here with Stefon Diggs if you really break this thing down.
Yeah, from the text line, I've seen this come through, and I expected to see this. A lot of people will. Hell, I've done it. We'll kind of ignore some things as we see here. Diggs was a Richard head to Cousins and Allen. Both are 2 of the most wholesome guys in the league. If he does that here, it won't be tolerated. Houston hates a diva, and we have our guy in Stroud. Ball is in his court. No, the ball is also in your court. You have traded assets to go bring this cat in, and you are bringing this cat in, and he is going to be in the ear of your young, talented receivers and your quarterback, and he is going to be in the locker room. You can't just – you could, but it's going to look a lot different if you just walk him out of here like you did Shaq Griffin, or you just walk him out of here like you did Des King at one point. So no, listen, I think it's worth the risk, and I believe that I do have confidence in the group here and the leaders here, but I ain't gonna sit here and be silly and say, hey man, he did it to Kirk Cousins and Josh Allen and no way in the world he won't throw tantrums on the sideline or make things uncomfortable and weird in ways that was never a deal last year. There's nothing that you had to deal with like this. No, I'm sorry. I watched T.O. and McNabb. I watched that go sour. You've seen this before. Not saying it's not worth the risk, but I mean, let's not get silly. Like, wait till that thing start rolling around to Dalton Schultz a few more times and they don't hit him. We're sitting here with 3 catches in a game. Somebody gonna catch it. Big Hat Bobby. Somebody gonna catch it. I don't get the thought, Clint, that that Stefon Diggs is the guy that just says, "Oh, I want to express myself to CJ."
Well, I mean, to me, look, there's a risk there. We've seen it. It's been repeated. Where there's smoke, there's fire. To what degree, I don't know, but it's clearly there, and it's trivial why this guy gets, it plays as well as he plays and as productive as he is, and you get 3-4 years in, we got to move on. It is interesting because he's a better player than that. So it leads you to believe that some of the things that you see shine through on the sidelines and some of the inability to deal with adversity. It leads you to believe that there's more there. So we'll see how it all unfolds in Houston.
Yeah,
I'd like to think that the D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud and the leadership crew here as a whole is big enough to at least weather it.
And it is absolutely worth the risk.
I agree. Wholeheartedly.
Absolutely worth the risk. All right, coming up, last night the Astros had one of the toughest losses that in recent memory, and they've had some tough ones. Who was it that made you mad the most last night? There are many options to choose from. Tyler is yelling at it if you have the video. Who is the one that annoyed you and made you mad the most? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, every morning you get up, you get dressed, get ready to go to work, you look in the mirror.
click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The take. That's one the Yiners flared. Oh, Tuve picked off third. Tuve was off the bag at third base too far, and he gets thrown out to end the inning. That is a big mistake to end the eighth.
All right, well, clearly, I think we understand who annoyed Tyler the most. I said this on the other side. Last night was just that right there is a frustrating loss. As a fan, I can remember in college, one of my roommates, Lance, when it would be a tough game, he would then just pour all of his change that he had in his big change thing and just count it to get over losses. He had like the big Coca-Cola change thing. He would pour it all over the bed.
Would he roll them?
No, he wouldn't. He just count it. He just pour it all over the bed and just count it just to bring himself. And we would hear him in there, why do I watch sports? Why do I watch sports? I mean, old Lance he would be so hot. Like that was one of those you sit there and you just sit on the couch and just continue to stare at the TV and watch that and just like, wow, what the hell? What the hell was that? So there was a lot. And as I said, who ticked you off the most? Who made you mad the most? Someone coming in, Altuve, because I expect more out of him. He's the leader of this team. I saw Altuve made me the maddest. He constantly makes base running errors. I think Tyler sent this in. Hater, $95 million. It's Hater. He irritated me, Ron. So who is it? Who is it that annoyed you the most last night?
Well, look, I'm with Tyler in terms of pissing me off and annoyed me the most. Because this is not just your typical bonehead.
This isn't like what Chaz did. Trying to stretch a single into a double? Yeah.
No. When you look at the situation, it is the 8th inning. It's a 1-0 ball game. I mean, there's no reason for you to even lead off. There's no reason. There's no excuse. There's to wander far enough off the base for the catcher to pick you off.
He said he was trying to make something happen.
You're at third base. There's nothing you can make happen. Like you see contact. It just doesn't make sense, man. And it's Altuve, and it's inexcusable. He pisses me off. That situation last night, Altuve pissed me off. The minute it happened, I looked to my wife and I said, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. They're going to win this game in the top of the ninth. Or they're going to take the lead. I didn't know the Astros would then go on to do what else pissed me off. But so I got to agree with Tyler on Altuve in terms of pissing me off.
Yeah, Tyler was so angry. Tyler called me. Tyler, like he rarely calls. He's a message guy. He had to get on. You had to get on the phone and call. That was where you were. It just sent you over the edge of this thing. And like he didn't have any hellos or anything. He came right after it. Like it was like, got to get my takeoff right now. Like it was a caller. Like I said, all right, here we go. Tyler and River Oaks. What's your thoughts? And I
believe I said, did you see that?
Did you see that? Did you see that? How many? And you know when you get mad, you don't even. And there is nobody that Tyler loves on this team. Maybe in Houston sports more than Jose Altuve.
True.
But Jose Altuve became this guy. How many times is it going to be with this guy? Just he didn't even become Altuve anymore. He's just this guy.
It's every year. The greatest Astro in history. I know I've said it a million times, but it blows my mind. This guy is literally the greatest, but he cannot figure out how to not look like a little leaguer on the base paths. And I don't mean just by his height.
He said he was trying to make something happen. That was his explanation.
As I said earlier, if I was coaching third base in Baytown, Texas, at Central Little League Park.
You think Gary Pettis hit him with a get back?
Pelly Park, Central Little League, Pelly Park.
Or down in that hole.
And I had a 9-year-old. No, I'm Pelly. I'm Central.
Over off Ward Road.
I'm Central. And I had a 9-year-old that wandered too far off the base the way that Altuve did last night. I would undress him before he got up off the ground, that slide back into third. 9 years old.
I bet you Gary Pettis, the third base coach, was floored that he was
man,
in the position to get picked off.
Yeah, I mean, I know in the league,
Gary didn't get it back.
I know in the big leagues they don't just undress them the way that they do at other levels, boy. But that would have been a moment, man. I'm telling you, that's a little league. That's an inexcusable little league mistake. And Altuve, the greatest Astro of all time, did that last night. Wow,
it's annoying. Josh Hader's got to clean this up. Like, it wasn't Vlad who took him deep. It wasn't George Springer who took him deep.
Yeah, that was an interesting looking little fella.
It was a guy with a porn stash.
Yes,
took
he
him
did.
deep. I mean, a real deep one. It was Ron Jeremy, basically.
Was his name Snyder?
Snyder, yeah. Took him deep. Like, come on, man. And like, it infuriates me. I don't know who was it between him and old Vic, but put down the old, hey man, let's go with the slider here. Let's go to the slider to this guy. Like, no, man, you throw 97, it's nasty. Stick with the fastball and get out of here and end the game. And now that's back to back. That's back to back games. One a blown save and then one a loss right there to the Yankees, where you hand him the ball. Like, I know he's not going to be perfect, but you hand him the ball, man, he's got to get Schneider. He's got to get porn stash Schneider, in my opinion. So that to me is the big one.
We need to address the third one. I mean, it was either Altuve, Hader, or Jake Myers. And in no way, shape, or form I'm mad.
We didn't get any votes for Jake Myers.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad, guys. Jake, I'm not mad. I'm done. I'm done with Jake Myers. Like, Jake Myers is not the man for the Houston Astros to be your everyday center fielder and to be in this lineup. I just, last night, the falling down, trying to steal second base in the ninth inning, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I mean, it's just the look on the, like, we just ask you to pinch run, man. We just ask you to pinch run and give us a chance to tie this thing up in the ninth. And it's just, again, I mean, this is coming from a guy that in the biggest moment of my career in college, I failed and fumbled a damn ball away. I get it happens, but I just, when it's all said and done, like, man, if he's in center field and we need a center fielder, we need a center fielder out there that's going to track a ball down and make a big time catch. Jake is second or third on the list of center fielders in the Astros right now. If you got a guy out there in center field and he's camped out underneath the ball and there's a guy tagging up from third to home and you need a gun to get it there, you just need an arm to get it and give us a chance. I mean, Jake's second, if not third, on that list of center fielders that are on the team right now. I mean, at the plate in a clutch moment, man, at the plate, period. I mean, it's like Jake's third on the list of guys that you want in a critical situation.
You just feel like the Astros have better options.
Yes, and it's like he's just been given opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, Ron. And
clearly, pinch running is not his strength either.
Right, but it's not. I feel terrible for it, man. But it's just like the look on his face. There is a fear. Like, there is a fear with Jake Myers. He is.
I screwed it up.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter if it's the defeated look at the plate last year. It doesn't matter if it's the look on his face when he got up after tripping between first and second base, or getting pinch hit for in the second damn game of the year in the biggest moment of the game for him against the Yankees. For John Singleton, we go to the mic and it's whatever's best for the team. You know, that happy-go-lucky stuff. Like, it's just not it, man. It's a hard conversation to have if you're Joe, man. But Joe, it's got to be had. Oh. It's got to be had. Jay, I mean,
well, he's out of the lineup today, so it's 2 games in a row he's out of the lineup. We'll see what they do there, but they certainly aren't treating him like they trust him to be their everyday center fielder.
Look, I mean, clearly I'm not the only one feeling like this. I mean, I thought this was a guy that, based on what we had heard from the Astros, I thought he was going to be the starting center fielder. They were going to give him a shot and commit to him. Clearly, that's never been the case. I mean, he started 4 of 7 games. He's been pitch hit for twice, and he's fell down between first and second trying to steal a base in the ninth inning. So I don't know, man. It's one of those. I mean, it just pulls at your heartstrings to have a conversation with him.
It has been known the Astros at Minute Maid Park have some of the highest dirt in Major League Baseball. So maybe that's what got a hold of Jake.
Shut up.
They do have high dirt. It was a study down. I just potentially looked up.
That little rise between first and second.
It really is coming up behind us. Texans All Access, as they'll talk about the Diggs trade and where it ranks in Texans history. Behind us, Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton, and then the post-game show. And listen, last night was tough, but I heard Patrick Creighton was yelling a little bit. Probably got himself a little bit fired up after that post-game, or after that game in the post-game show right here, 10 to 11-ish. So stay tuned right here. We got you covered. Sports Radio 610. By the way, as we're talking about the Diggs things, of where it could go, someone text in. We got to be fair now. As someone said,
be fair.
I mean, we got to be fair and stop kind of compare things. Maybe Diggs needs structure in the locker room like the Patriots locker room when they sign their players with questionable conduct. I'll just say, listen, I love D'Amico and CJ. I do, and they've got a real chance. There's a difference of when Randy Moss arrived with Bill Belichick and what he represents and what he has done, and Tom Brady.
Great point, dude.
There's a difference. There's a bit of a difference right now, and those two guys have the potential to grow into being those guys. But they like when you look at what was around Tom early, that they weren't doing those things early. Now Corey Dillon comes, then Randy Moss. So we gotta I don't think CJ is in the Tom where it's command. Like they're commanding. I mean, Tom was crazy enough to think he could handle AB. And that was when Tom was well established.
Speculate and recollect.
He thought he could handle AB. AB's running with his clothes off in New York end zone. So I mean, let's just calm it down. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Thanks to Brandon Scott, who joined us. Thanks to Cecil Shorts, who joined us as well. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
Always seems to know the way.
Tyler, get it pulled up.
Huge game tonight.
I'm talking about the damn
betting
site.
Got it. Okay.
What is wrong with him?
I'm always ready, baby.
It's a problem.
I know it, but you don't need to always be ready with us.
It's a problem.
I think it's the opposite of a problem because I'm always ready.
No.
You're always apt of horniness is a problem.
It doesn't last more than 4 hours.
Well, hell, we can't do one show.